HarperCollins presents Worse Than Murder by Michael Wood. Read by Stephanie Beattie. Tuesday, 11th August, 1992. Highchapel, Cumbria. Alison Pemberton opened her eyes. It took a while for them to adjust from the darkness to the brilliance of the August sunshine. She'd been leaning against a tree, head down, eyes closed, counting, listening for the sounds of her sisters running away to hide. She heard the giggles and the swish of the long grass, but they were soon replaced by silence. She looked around her and saw nothing. Normally she would be scared to be on her own, but this was a game, and games were fun. "Come in! Ready or not?" she called out. Alison, dressed in pink shorts and a white top, white blonde hair pulled back into bunches, skipped over the knee-high grass. In the last game it had been Alison's turn to hide, and she'd hidden behind the prickly bush that scratched her legs. She headed for there now, hoping to find one, or maybe both of her sisters crouched behind it. They weren't there. She turned around as a warm breeze picked up. The grass swayed, but there was no other movement. Her sisters had hidden well. They weren't behind the dead tree. They weren't under the overhanging bush. They weren't lying down in the dried-up stream, and they weren't hiding in their makeshift den. Alison frowned. But she wasn't overly worried. She could still see her back garden and her house from here. If she didn't find them, she would just go home and tell their mum. Celia was so good at hide-and-seek, though. She will have taken Jennifer's hand and run off to the best hiding place. Alison stood stock-still and looked around her. Celia might be good at hiding, but she was terrible at staying quiet. She'd be struggling to hold in her laughter, and the urge to jump up and shout "Boo!" to make her scream would be too much for her to hold in. All Alison had to do was stand and watch and wait and listen. There was no sound. Even the wind had stopped. Alison stood in the centre of the field and turned in a circle, looking for any sign of her sisters. She heard something. It sounded like a car door slamming closed. Alison wasn't allowed to go to the road on her own without either her mum or dad, but she went anyway. She ran to the edge of the field, up the slight incline, and picked her way through the bushes. She stepped out onto the smoothness of the road, looked right and saw nothing, looked left and saw a car driving away. In the back, her sisters, Celia and Jennifer, were looking at her out of the window. Jennifer waved. Alison waved back. It must be game over, she thought. Alison watched as the car disappeared out of sight before scrambling back through the bushes, down the incline and back into the field. She didn't give her sisters a second thought as she picked up her sausage dog on a string and began playing on her own. "Come on, Stanley, be a good boy," she said to the dog. Her stomach growled, and she wondered how long it would be before her mum called her in for something to eat. Thursday, 17th June, 2021. Highchapel, Cumbria. As PC Alison Pemberton enters the briefing room at Highchapel Police Station, a cheer explodes. Everyone rises to their feet and applauds. Alison stands in the doorway and blushes. Inspector Jill Forsyth walks over to her and puts her arm around Alison's shoulders. She guides her to the front of the room to face the entirety of the police station, all 8 of them. "Ladies and gentlemen," Jill begins, "we have in our midst a true hero, a remarkable and selfless individual who, on Tuesday evening while off duty, came to the aid of a man in great distress." A ripple of laughter runs around the room. Alison shakes her head in embarrassment. Jill continues, "Putting the lives of innocent bystanders before her own, PC Pemberton leapt into action and took control of what could have been a most dangerous and savage situation. I want you all to look at PC Pemberton with pride and hold her up as the true icon and role model she is. Congratulations, PC Pemberton. More applause rings out. You're all sods and I hate you, Alison says once they finish mocking her. Fortunately, Jill says, thanks to the wonders of modern technology, there was a bystander on hand to capture PC Pemberton's heroics and post a photo all over social media. And this morning, I received a delivery from the printers. Jill turns Alison around to face the incident board. There, in all its technicolor glory, is a huge glossy print of Alison frog-marching a naked man down the high street, one hand squeezing his arm, the other covering his private parts with her beanie hat. Alison's embarrassment shoots through the roof. She puts her head down and struggles to hide her laughter. No prizes for guessing what the station's Christmas card will look like this year, Jill says. I am so making a calendar of this, PC Guthrie says. We should have it put on a T-shirt, someone else calls out. Good idea. You can put a photo on anything these days. Socks, duvet covers, scarves, anything. Alison turns around and faces the room. She finds her composure from somewhere. I know you all expect me to be embarrassed, she says. But I'm not, she lies. I was simply doing my duty, and I'd do the same again should the occasion arise. And, fingers crossed, it will arise again at the weekend as we're having drinks together on Saturday. Everyone in the room cheers as Alison makes her way to her desk. The best way to get over an embarrassing situation is to own it. Are you really going out with them on Saturday? PC Lydia Marsh asks her quietly. Of course I'm not, Lydia, bloody hell. Alison rolls her eyes. I wouldn't blame you. He's got a good body on him. Why would I want to go out with a drunk who streaks through the whole town? I mean, where's the surprise now? She winks. OK, everyone, that's enough, Jill says, bringing the room back to order. Can we return to some normality and get some work done now, please? Highchapel Police Station is not a busy one. It isn't the centre of a thriving metropolis. They're not struggling under the weight of a lawless community, though drug crime seems to be on the increase. Any major incidents are coordinated with several patches around the county, the largest being the central hub at Kendal. Highchapel is merely a focal point for the local community, particularly in the summer months during the tourist season. Now, the Met Office has issued a yellow weather warning for Saturday afternoon going into the early hours of Sunday morning. There's a storm coming, and they've aptly named her Storm Jill. As you know, storms are relentless, unpredictable bitches who can often be violent and deadly. You can understand why they've named this one Jill, Jill says with a mock-severe expression. However, this one seems to be unseasonably strong, so we need to be prepared. All leave is cancelled from Friday onwards. The local farming community is out in force delivering sandbags to shops, restaurants and hotels. We shall be helping wherever possible. What I want you all to be doing between now and when the storm hits is to get out there and reassure our local residents and the tourists visiting the area. Guthrie and Marsh, I want you two to pop along to the school and say everything right to stop the kids from worrying. And make sure everything is prepared for it to be used as an evacuation centre should it come to that. Dixon, James and Stokes, I want you walking the streets, popping into the local shops and seeing if they need anything. Daniels and Pemberton, I want you two to have a drive out to the farms and make sure everyone is on standby should the village flood. Before you go out, I need a word with you both. Hop to it, everyone. Everyone files out of the room while Daniels and Pemberton remain in their seats, waiting until the room clears. It's another stifling hot day, and the fans are whirring away. Everyone has their fingers crossed the storm will take the edge off the temperatures. We've had a call from Nature's Diner, Jill says. There's been another attempted break-in. You have to pass there to get to Peak Farm. Another one? What is that, the third? Sergeant Claire Daniels asks. The fourth, actually. Each time they've never been able to gain access to the restaurant, but they've caused damage trying. This time, it would seem, a window was broken around the back. Now, I don't need to remind you who the owners of Nature's Diner are, or who their son is. No, Claire says. Alison shakes her head. I've met Carl a few times. He's a lovely lad. Quiet. He's bound to be. It's not going to be related, though, is it? Claire asks. I mean, it was years ago. The people who kidnapped Carl were never caught, Jill says. The couple who bought him are now in prison, but we don't know if they ever met the kidnappers or how much of them Carl saw. It is possible they could be coming back to try and silence the boy or to frighten the family. Now, I've spoken to Philip and Sally Meagan, and they've increased their security. The whole place is covered with CCTV cameras, and a panic button has been installed that goes straight to Kendall should anything happen. I want you two to reassure the Meagans we're doing everything we can to keep them safe. Take a forensic kit out with you and dust for prints, if you think it's required. If you suspect anything, give me a call and I'll get someone senior from Kendall out there. Yes, ma'am, Claire says. Alison and Claire stand up and begin putting on their jackets ready to leave. Joking aside, Alison, I'm very proud of your actions on Tuesday night, Jill says. Thank you, ma'am. Lucas Briley was drunk. He'd taken goodness knows what, and he has a history of violent behaviour. If you hadn't intervened, and he'd managed to get home to his wife, who knows what could have happened. Well done. It isn't often Jill Forsyth gives out praise, and it's clear she isn't comfortable doing so. However, the words were meant, Alison can see that. Jill turns and walks quickly out of the incident room, sensible shoes clacking on the tiles. Wow, Claire says, astonished. I thought she was going to hug you for a moment. Now, that would have been awkward. While it's just the two of us, Claire says, a dirty grin on her face and lowering her voice. When you were walking Lucas to your car on Tuesday night and you had your hand around his what's-its, did you cop a feel? Claire! I'm only asking. Was it a handful or, you know? I'm not talking about this with you, Alison says, picking up her hat and heading for the door. Looking at that picture, your hand does look pretty full, Claire says, following her. Aren't you supposed to be engaged? Yes, I'm engaged, not dead. And also 2 months pregnant? It doesn't stop me looking. Claire, the guy is a drunk. He's also very fit. You disgust me. Come on. On 25th of March 2015, 2 men broke into the detached house of Philip and Sally Meagan in an affluent area of Sheffield, South Yorkshire. Philip and Sally were away for the evening, attending an award ceremony in Leeds. 7-year-old Carl was being looked after by Philip's mother, Annabel. The 2 men bludgeoned Annabel to death and kidnapped Carl. Days later, a ransom demand for £250,000 was made for Carl's safe return. The exchange was to be made on 28th of March at Graves Park at 9 o'clock at night. The investigation was led by Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark. On the day of the ransom drop, Matilda's husband died. He'd been suffering with an aggressive brain tumour. She'd kept his illness private and told nobody about his death. She returned to work as if everything was normal, clearly in denial. 9 o'clock came and went. There was no sign of the kidnappers. Matilda's phone rang, piercing the silence of the night with its shrill call. She answered, and the kidnappers asked angrily where she was. Suffering with a grief she couldn't comprehend, Matilda's mind was not on the task at hand. There were 2 main car parks to Graves Park. One was at the Meadowhead entrance close to the tennis courts and bowling green. The other was at Hemsworth Road near the animal farm. The kidnappers were waiting next to the animal farm, while Matilda was parked close to the tennis courts. Believing it to be a setup, the kidnappers fled, taking Carl with them. Matilda was ordered to take time away from work, and Carl disappeared without trace. In 2019, a neighbour saw a child playing in the garden of a house in Gothenburg, Sweden. Knowing his neighbours had no children and therefore no grandchildren, he made discreet inquiries, only to be told there was no child at the house. When he saw the child again, he contacted police. The couple, unable to have children, had bought the young Carl from illegal traffickers and were raising him as their own. Carl was taken by the police to be reunited with his parents. Finally, in October 2019, after 4 years and 7 months, Carl returned home to Sheffield. The Meagan family decided to leave the Steel City for a fresh start. Less than a year later, they sold the family home and the chain of restaurants that had consumed their time and moved to the Lake District to start life afresh. Instead of building a large empire, they decided to scale back their business and bought a single restaurant in a picturesque part of the country. Philip and Sally's aim was to give Carl the best upbringing they could provide. Now, it seems someone has a vendetta against the Meagans, as their lakeside restaurant, which they live above, has been targeted 4 times in as many weeks. Whoever is doing this has not managed to gain entry to the restaurant, nothing has been stolen, and no damage has been done as such. If it wasn't for who the owners of the restaurant are, police might not be taking as much interest in the case. However, despite 6 years passing since Carl was taken, his kidnappers, the murderers of his grandmother, are still out there, and Carl, despite not being able to give much of a description of the 2 men, is the only witness. Claire and Alison are often paired together, which they love. They've been best friends since the dawn of time and joined the police together. Claire is itching to climb the promotional ladder. She has dreams of becoming a chief constable, wearing power suits and being a complete bitch, whereas Alison has allowed her past to absorb her and is trailing behind her friend. Claire is in her mid-30s and petrified of turning 40, despite it being 5 years away. She's engaged to Geraint Turner, who is a government official overseeing the decommissioning of the Sellafield nuclear site on the coast of Cumbria. Their wedding is planned for next summer, when, hopefully, she will have her figure back from having their unplanned baby. When she isn't working, she and Geraint can often be found in the hills of Cumbria, walking miles and posting disgustingly happy selfies on Instagram. Despite the sometimes grim nature of the job, Claire nearly always has a cheerful smile on her face. Alison, at 34, is single and lives alone in the house she's grown up in. Her mother and stepfather live just around the corner on their farm. Alison had wanted to be a police officer since she was young. The urge to discover what happened to her sisters and her dad was too much to ignore, and it had bled into her soul and consumed her. The job isn't about promotion for Alison. She doesn't want to break the glass ceiling, scale new heights, and be the youngest police commissioner in the country. All she wants to do is use the skills she has learned to find out the secret that has been plaguing her family for 30 years. It's what keeps her awake every night and gives her the constant air of darkness shrouding her. They pull up in the marked police car outside Nature's Diner. It's an old building, dating back to the 1930s when it was originally a schoolhouse, later a convalescent home for injured soldiers during the Second World War, then a schoolhouse again before it closed down in the 1960s. A property developer bought it in the 1970s and made it a family home. Unfortunately, the high price demanded made it virtually unsellable, and it was left empty until the early 1980s, when it was turned into a restaurant. Under the guise of various themes, it didn't last long and eventually closed, seemingly for good, in 1990. Then the Meagan family came along in 2019 and saw the potential to turn it into an exclusive organic restaurant to tap into the tourist market. Their timing hadn't been great. As they were due to open, the world was plunged into lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic. They turned their restaurant into a takeaway business until they were able to open their doors to an eager public, desperate to return to some degree of normality, sample food not cooked by themselves, and see what the latest incarnation of the restaurant had to offer. When Nature's Diner finally opened in late 2020, it was an overnight success. Excellent food, comfortable surroundings, stunning views from picture windows, and the rumour of the celebrated owners had kept the restaurant fully booked for months. Claire and Alison make their way up the wooden steps and knock on the glass door of the restaurant. They peer inside as they wait. The place is in darkness. It's only early and the restaurant doesn't open until lunchtime. "I hope this storm cools the temperatures a bit," Claire says. "This uniform isn't made for a heat wave." She adjusts herself. "I had to wring my brow out last night." Alison pulls a face. "Really?" "Yes, I get very sweaty under my boobs. My greatest asset is my biggest flaw," she says, giving her cleavage a squeeze. Alison stifles a laugh. "I love how ladylike you are," she says mockingly. "How can you be ladylike in this bloody uniform?" "Mind you," she begins, a dirty smirk appearing on her face. "The other night, me and Geraint—" "Oh! Look, someone's here, thank goodness," Alison interrupts, relieved at being saved from another graphic conversation about Claire and Geraint's sex life. A figure emerges from behind the bar and comes over to the door. Philip Meagan is a tall, slim man. He wears his thinning hair cut short, is clean-shaven, and walks with a straight back and the large strides of a confident man. He smiles when he sees the two women in uniform, and this lights up his face, giving him a friendly, approachable look. He unlocks the door. "Good morning, come on in," he says with that warm smile. "Mr. Meagan, I'm Sergeant Daniels from Highchapel Police Station. This is PC Pemberton. We're here about the attempted break-in." "Yes, well, it wasn't a break-in as such. They didn't actually gain entry, but they did crack a window in the utility area. Would you like to come through?" "Sure." Philip leads the way with Claire following and Alison bringing up the rear. They walk among the tables towards the kitchen. Alison looks out of the huge picture window at the expansive view of Lake Windermere. It is beautiful scenery. "We understand you have excellent security, Mr. Meagan," Claire says. "Philip, please." "Yes, the whole place is surrounded by CCTV, and there's one above the door to the utility where the glass was broken. I've looked, and it would seem that the angle of the camera was moved somehow before the attempted break-in." "They didn't appear in view of the camera before it was moved?" "No. I'm guessing they used a pole or a large stick to move it, then sneaked in under the radar. I've ordered some cages from a security company to put around the cameras. These people always seem to think one step ahead, don't they?" "I'm afraid so." They enter the utility area, which is a large space filled with industrial dishwashers and a walk-in fridge. "Did the alarm sound when the glass was broken?" Claire asks as she kneels down to look closer at the broken window. "It's a silent alarm. I received notification on my mobile and tablet. There's a sensor light in every room on this floor. The room would have lit up. Maybe that's what spooked him and he ran off." "Do you have anything valuable on the premises, Mr. Meagan?" Alison asks from further back in the room. "All restaurant equipment is expensive. I'm not sure what the second-hand market is like for an industrial food mixer, but I'm sure it could be sold for a few quid to fund a drug habit." "Do you keep a lot of cash here?" "No, all our transactions are by card." "Alcohol?" "Yes, we have a small range of wines and spirits, but we are hoping to extend that this year." "I think I read about that in the local paper. You've received planning permission to turn the basement into a wine cellar, haven't you?" Claire asks, standing to full height. "Yes, it's just dead space down there, and it would be perfect for a wine cellar. We could expand our range and do tasting events," he says. His face shows his excitement for the new project. We'll get the forensic kit from the car and test the door handles either side for prints, but, Claire says, trailing off, thank you. I've got Warren coming out to replace the glass later. Is that okay? That's fine. You're doing everything right with regards to security. Hopefully, if they do try again, you'll have the cages up next time and we'll get a clearer picture of who is doing this. I'm just sorry you're having to go through it, she says in her best placatory tone. Thank you, he says, seemingly mollified. Can I get you both a tea or coffee? I thought you'd never ask, Claire says with a smile. As soon as you opened the front door, I got a whiff of coffee and it set me off. I'd love a double shot Americano with just a splash of oat milk and half a spoon of brown sugar. No problem. Would you like anything? He asks Alison. I'll have a tea, please. Any milk preference? I'm not as pretentious as Claire. Good old cow's milk is fine. Back in the main part of the restaurant, Philip begins making the drinks while Claire and Alison go out to the car for the forensic kit. Do you do private parties? Claire asks on returning. Occasionally. Would it be cheeky if I asked for a special price for my wedding next year? Yes, it would be bloody cheeky, Alison says. You can't use your position for personal gain. It's called corruption. Claire's face drops as the realization dawns. Oh, my God, it is, isn't it? I'm so sorry, she says to Philip. He struggles to hide his laughter. It's fine, he says. I'm sure we can do you a good deal, simply as a local and not as a police officer. Thank you, I'll just, Claire says, reddening with embarrassment and running back into the utility room while Alison turns away to stifle a laugh. Mr. Megan, Alison says, stepping up to the bar. Philip, he reminds her. Sorry, Philip. When did the first attempted break-in occur? The first one was about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 now, he says, setting the hot drinks down on the counter. Did anything strange, unusual or different to the norm happen around that time to attract attention? Philip pauses for a moment. No, not that I can think of. I see. Although, he begins, we have a friend staying with us at the moment. She arrived just before the first attempt. Could this be connected with her? Philip struggles to find the correct words to use. He opens and closes his mouth a few times before saying, It's complicated. I don't understand, Alison frowns. Who's your friend? She's called Matilda. Matilda Dark. Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark from South Yorkshire Police. She's sort of in hiding. In 2017, I ran the Sheffield Half Marathon. It was, well, let's just say it was an experience and one I have no intention of ever repeating. However, it's strange how life events can force you to change your mind about things. I've never been one for exercise. I eat fairly healthily, apart from the odd bag of Maltesers, maybe a Crunchy every now and then and a couple of Snickers. And I'll not mention my alcohol intake, but apart from that, I'm pretty sure I'm in reasonably good health. Mentally, though, I'm well and truly fucked. And I've found the only things that stop me from overthinking and going completely insane are running and swimming. I even borrowed a bike yesterday and went for a cycle around the lake. I could enter the 2024 Olympics as a triathlete at this rate. Shit. My eyes have blurred. Here come the tears. Distraction, distraction. I need a distraction. I wonder what I'll be having for tea tonight. I fancy a big, juicy steak. I hope Philip has one going spare I can nab, maybe with a crispy jacket potato and some salad. Lovely. 2 months ago, I received an anonymous email from someone claiming to have committed 5 perfect murders. I've been a police officer for more than 20 years, a detective for more than 15. I know there's no such thing as the perfect murder. There was something about this that felt different, though. I don't know if it was the wording or what, but I had to look further into the claims. It turns out whoever was doing this was right. He'd defeated me. The first victim, 20-year-old university student Liam Walsh, suffered with depression and anxiety. He wanted to kill himself but didn't want to die alone. He accessed the dark web and posted a message on a suicide message board looking for someone to enter into a suicide pact with him. The killer was waiting online and groomed Liam. At the top of the Arts Tower in Sheffield, one of the city's tallest buildings, the killer revealed his true identity and pushed Liam to his death. Liam had left behind a suicide note for his mother, and the coroner accepted this to be true. Liam's death was registered as suicide. 20-year-old Josie Pettifer was the second victim. The killer ingratiated himself into her life and they developed a relationship which, unbeknown to Josie, was completely one-sided. Josie suffered with many allergies, one of which was a peanut allergy. While preparing a meal, Josie's faux boyfriend laced her salmon with peanut oil. She had a massive anaphylactic shock, and the killer simply sat back and watched her die. Her death was recorded as a tragic accident. Victim number 3 was 86-year-old Audrey Wildgoose. She had recently been diagnosed with dementia and was being looked after by kindly neighbours until a place could be found for her at a nursing home. One morning, a neighbour visited to find the back door wide open. Audrey was later found in a nearby park. All signs pointed to her dying from exposure. If it wasn't for me receiving these emails from the killer claiming his victims, the coroner would have stated that Audrey had simply left the house one night and in her confusion had been unable to remember the way back home. There was a marked difference with the fourth victim. The previous 3 all had elements to their personalities a killer could take advantage of, and they'd all appeared at one time or another in the local newspaper, which is how we believed he was finding his victims. Natasha Klein was different. 19-year-old Natasha was a wannabe influencer, not a proper job if you ask me. She lived her life by social media. How she appeared on the killer's radar, I couldn't work out. Maybe he'd been spying on her social media pages and became obsessed with her. Until I catch him, I won't know the truth. Natasha was listed as a missing person, and her disappearance made headlines around the country. The tabloids love a beautiful teenager. A candlelight vigil in Sheffield city centre went viral for all the wrong reasons. It wasn't long after that I received another email telling me where he had left Natasha. I found her hidden in woodland. She had died from hypothermia and exposure. He'd simply left her there to die a slow and painful death. 4 victims down, 1 to go. Why do I keep going over this in my head? I'm pushing myself. I am literally killing myself every time I think about this. Why don't I just put myself out of my own misery by walking into the lake with a couple of rocks in each pocket? The killer called me. He phoned me and told me that he'd been watching me. He knew all about my mum's recent money worries and the fact her gas fire wasn't working properly. He told me my mum was his final victim. I couldn't get to her house fast enough. Looking back, I've no memory of the journey. I called my sister Harriet. She told me she was just returning from a weekend away in Scotland with her new boyfriend. She had left her sons, beautiful Joseph and Nathan, with our mum. All 3 of them were in that house. We found them. Dear God, we found them. They were dead. Joseph and Nathan, teenagers with their whole lives ahead of them. They were in bed and looked as if they were sleeping. Mum was clinging to life. I shouldn't be thinking about any of this. That's why I go running. That's why I pound the uneven ground of the Cumbrian countryside to put my body through so much pain that I focus on my aching joints and muscles and not the torment going through my mind. If only I could flick a switch and turn my brain off. 4 days after Nathan and Joseph's lifeless bodies were discovered. 4 days after Mum was rushed into hospital. 4 days since the last email from that bastard killer telling me his work was complete. And me and Harriet were sitting either side of our mum's bed in a private room at the Northern General Hospital. We'd hardly spoken. Harriet blamed me. Every time we made eye contact, I could see the hatred there. I don't blame her. I'd hate me too. In fact, I do. I hate myself. Dr. Felicity Wilde walked into the room. Her face was ashen. I knew what she was going to say before she even opened her mouth. I remember the conversation word for word. It's on permanent repeat. I've had a meeting this morning with 2 consultants. She was using a low, sympathetic tone. I wanted to slap her. We've looked at your mother's charts and condition, and I'm afraid it doesn't look likely there will be any improvement. We've run all manner of tests, as you know, and there is no function in the brain whatsoever. It's only the machines she's currently hooked up to that are keeping her alive. We all agree that it would be in all of your best interests if we switched them off. We all agree. We? Who is the we? I haven't been asked. Harriet hasn't been asked. We're her daughters. Why not ask our opinions? To say the relationship I had with my mother was fractious would be an understatement. She never liked my job. However, in recent years, especially since the death of my father, the ice had started to thaw. I genuinely did love my mum. I turned to look at her. She looked old. Her eyes were closed. Her skin was dry and free of makeup. Her hair was flecked with grey. She would have hated how she looked right then. If I was being honest, I'd known for days that Mum was gone, just by looking at her. There was no life emanating from her at all. I'd clung on to the merest hint of hope. Now Dr. Wilde was telling us that there was no hope. I looked up and across the bed to Harriet. Tears were streaming down her face. I wanted to rush around and hold her tight and never let go, but I knew she wouldn't allow it. Is there nothing you can do? Harriet asked. Oh, it was a pointless question. I knew the doctors had done everything possible for Mum. They'd really gone above and beyond. Dr. Wilde shook her head. Your mum's brain was starved of oxygen for too long, I'm afraid. Harriet grabbed for a tissue on the bedside table and loudly blew her nose. Mum wanted to be an organ donor, she said, leaving the sentence open. I knew this wouldn't be allowed to happen. Mum's death would be investigated as part of an ongoing murder case. There would be no chance of her organs being donated while that was carried out. Unfortunately, Dr. Wilde began, the amount of carbon monoxide your mum inhaled, added with the lack of oxygen, will have made the organs unusable for transplantation. Harriet cried more tears. Mum always wanted her death to have meaning, to have her organs live on in someone else. I thought that was very generous of her. Harriet always found it creepy, but faced with Mum's death, she seemed to have come round and found it comforting that Mum's heart could beat again in someone else's body. Not now, though. When, Harriet began, when do we, There's no rush, Dr. Wilde said. Take time to say goodbye. Come and find me when you're ready. She turned on her heel and left the room. She couldn't get out fast enough. When we're ready. When can anyone ever be ready for killing their mother? The atmosphere plunged as me and Harriet made eye contact. Mum always hated your job, Harriet eventually said. Her voice was low and heavy with vitriol. I'd never seen her so full of venom. I know. She dreaded getting the call saying you'd been killed or maimed in the line of duty. I nodded. In the past few years, things have happened to you that have hurt this family. You've been shot, kidnapped, knocked unconscious and driven into a reservoir. You've been stalked. Even on Christmas Day, someone came to your house and put a noose on the front door to taunt you. The signs were all there that one day something horrible, something devastating was going to happen to your family. You could have stopped all of this horror from happening. Harriet spoke slowly. She was struggling to keep hold of her dark emotion. I could see she was shaking with fear. Nothing I could have done, I began. You are poison, she interrupted. I hated myself even more for doing this to Harriet. She looked drawn. She seemed to have aged 20 years in the past few days. She was barely recognisable as the confident, fun-loving single mother I admired. You're the angel of death. Everywhere you go, everyone you're in contact with either dies or has something shocking happen to them. You've killed my boys, Matilda. You've killed them. There was nothing I could say. I was already blaming myself. Harriet sniffed hard. She tucked her knotted hair behind her ears and composed herself. Joseph and Nathan will be buried at Hutcliffe Wood next Tuesday at 10 o'clock. I don't want you anywhere near there. What? Harriet, they're my nephews. I needed to say goodbye to them. You killed them, she said again. Her harsh voice was a mere whisper, quivering with pent-up anger, itching to escape. I had no idea. I don't want to hear it, she said, wiping away tears as they fell down her face in a torrent. I can't stop you coming to Mum's funeral, but I don't want you anywhere near me. I don't want you to look at me or talk to me ever again. As far as I'm concerned, I'm an only child. Harriet! She stood up and headed for the door. I'm going outside for some air. We'll talk about what to do for Mum when I get back, but when this is all over, you and me are finished. I never want to see you again. Harriet, wait! I jumped up and grabbed her arm. That was a mistake. She shook me off and spun round to face me. Her eyes were wide. She looked as if she was about to lunge at me and gouge my eyes out. When Dad was shot, Mum begged and pleaded with you to leave the police force. She told you to think of what you were putting her through every time you went to work. You ignored her. This is the consequence of that. You killed my dad. You killed my sons. You killed my mum. And you've killed me. She leaned in close, her face a mere inch from mine. I honestly thought she was going to hit me. I wish she had done. I fucking hate you, she spat. Harriet stormed out of the room, leaving me on my own. I went back to the bed, sat down, and took my mother's hand in mine. I'm so sorry, I said to her. I meant it, but it sounded hollow. Harriet was right. I'd destroyed everything. I don't know how I got through the next week. The day of my mum's funeral is a blur. I remember returning home to my house and I didn't know what to do. I poured myself a drink, a large vodka, and I wondered what was the point in carrying on any more. I rummaged around in the messy drawer in the kitchen and found a few boxes of paracetamol. I managed to get together around 20. Would that be enough? That's how bad it was. I wanted to die. I was prepared to kill myself. I didn't, obviously. I think the thought of killing myself frightened me more than the act itself. I packed a bag and headed for the Lake District. I needed to leave Sheffield behind, confine it to the pages of history. Philip and Sally had reached out to me when the news of what had happened had broken. They offered me a place to go if I needed time away. That's what I needed. Time away. I've been here a month now. I haven't spoken to them about what happened yet. About a serial killer plaguing me, taunting me, destroying everything in my life, and they haven't asked either. They know I'll open up when I want to in my own time. They've learned, from when Carl returned home, that it's important to allow the one who is suffering to recover in their own time. They've been so good with Carl and his recovery, and now they're being good to me. My life now consists of going out every day to run or swim in the lake, sometimes more than once a day. Right now, I'm running. I run until my legs are numb and it feels like my lungs are about to explode, and when I get that feeling, I run harder. I need to feel the agony. I need to punish myself. Many times I have to stop in order to throw up beside a tree. Then I'll give myself a few minutes to recover, swirl my mouth out with the water bottle attached to my hip. Then off I go again, running for my life, running away from myself. Alison and Claire have been around the farms to check they are prepared and on standby should the forecast storm hit as hard as predicted. On their way back to High Chapel, with Claire driving, Alison digs out her phone and opens Google. The mention of DCI Matilda Dark by Philip Meegan has been niggling away at her mind for most of the day. She's heard of Matilda, obviously. She's made the news many times due to the high-profile investigations she's successfully led over the years. But Alison wants to know what has brought Matilda all the way to the Lake District. Has whatever was happening to her in Sheffield followed her to Cumbria? I mean, I like some of the old-fashioned names, Claire says as she pulls up at a red light. For a boy, I quite like Harold. And if it's a girl, I'm torn between Maud and Ethel. But Geraint wants to name her after his grandmother, if we have a girl. She's a lovely woman, don't get me wrong, but I can't call my daughter Clementine. Are you even listening? Sorry? Alison looks up. Have you heard a word I've just said? Yes. Really? What was I talking about then? Something about Satsumas? Claire puts the car into gear and sets off. Oh, God, I'm definitely vetoing Clementine. I don't want no daughter of mine coming home from school in tears because some little bitch has called her an easy peeler. What are you talking about? Oh, doesn't matter. What's so important you're engrossed in your phone? You're glaring at it like naked pictures of Ryan Reynolds have just been leaked online. You wish. I do, actually, she says wistfully. I wish my Geraint looked like Ryan Reynolds. Geraint is a very good-looking guy, Alison says without looking up from her phone. He is, but he's no Ryan Reynolds. When he grew that moustache during lockdown, he looked more like Burt Reynolds. I still can't believe he left the house with it. We wouldn't be getting married if he'd kept it. She turns to Alison to see her still scrutinising her phone. Are you going to tell me what you're looking at? Philip Meagan said that DCI Matilda Dark from South Yorkshire Police was staying with them. She arrived just as the attempted break-ins began. I'm wondering if they're connected. And how is Google going to help you with that? There's an article here written last month for The Guardian by Danny Hanson. Apparently, there's a killer in South Yorkshire who's been taunting Matilda, sending her emails, telling her who and where his victims are. According to this, he did something to Matilda's mother's gas fire to make sure it leaked and killed her by carbon monoxide poisoning. Bloody hell! At the time, Matilda's 2 nephews were staying with her mother, and they died too. But how do they know the killer purposely tampered with the fire? Couldn't it have been a genuine case of carbon monoxide poisoning? No, the killer told Matilda what he'd done in an email. Claire creases up her face. She looks sceptical. But if Netflix has taught us anything, it's that serial killers are, by design, liars. How can we take what he said to be true? Maybe he's a fantasist. Maybe he found out they'd died in a genuine accident and wanted to claim it for himself. Alison looks up from her phone for the first time. I suppose that could be true. Maybe. Bit of a coincidence, though. Either way, it's sad about her family. No wonder she's decided to have a break for a while. Now, do you want me to drop you off at home, or are you coming back to the station? Actually, could you drop me off at the stables? I want to visit my mum. Sure. What are your plans for this evening? Quiz night at the Frog and Toad. It's a rollover. First prize is £150. Wow, a life-changing amount. If I don't come in tomorrow, you'll know I've won, and I'm currently in Tahiti, she smiles. Claire turns a corner and pulls up outside the front gates to Alison's mum's home. Send me a postcard, Alison says, climbing out of the car and closing the door behind her. Alison lets herself into her mother's cottage. She makes her way along the dark and narrow hallway into the brightly lit kitchen. Lynn is at the sink, washing vegetables dug from the garden. She's wearing her usual beige gardening trousers that are filthy and have seen better days, and a cotton long-sleeve T-shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Her greying hair is tied back into a messy bun. Alison goes to the radio and turns down Kate Bush. Lynn spins round quickly. Her sad, lined face lights up into a smile upon seeing her daughter. Oh, hello. I didn't expect to see you this evening. Alison puts her arm around her and kisses her on the cheek. I thought I'd pop in. You don't mind, do you? Of course I don't. You're always welcome here. Where's Ian? He's out checking the stables. Have you heard about the storm forecast? Yes, we've got the local farmers on standby. They'll be doing the rounds with sandbags from Saturday afternoon. Any chance of a brew? She holds up her dirty hands. Could you help yourself? Do you want one? Please, I don't feel like I've stopped all day. Been busy? Hay delivery came, 2 hours late. Wrong again, as usual. I spent over an hour on the phone, only to be told their new computer system was having teething troubles. The vet came out to put poor Agidas to sleep. Julie was inconsolable. Of course, she was left to me to comfort. By the time her Brian came to pick her up, it's 3 o'clock, and I've hardly done any of what I planned for the day. Poor Julie, she loved that horse. She did, but 27 is a good age, and he had a good life. Oh, how was the meal last night? Alison asks, suddenly remembering. It was delicious, Lynn answers, her eyes almost rolling into the back of her head. That has to be the best Chinese restaurant in the whole of the country. 15 years married, Alison says. I know, Lynn replies wistfully. Who'd have thought? She stops herself and returns to scrubbing the vegetables. Alison takes her mug to the small table, pulls out a chair and sits down. She looks around the busy kitchen and takes in the ornaments on the walls and windowsills. Postcards stuck to the fridge with magnets. It's such a homely, comfortable place, but appearances are deceiving, and there is always an element of sadness in the air. "Are you all right, love?" Lynn asks, glancing at her over her shoulder. "Yes, fine." "You look very pensive." "I want to ask your advice on something." "Oh, okay," she says, rinsing her hands under the running tap and drying them on a tea towel. She comes over to the table and sits down. "I'm all ears." "I'd like to ask you and Ian. It concerns you both." "This sounds serious. Should I be worried?" she asks, her face dropping. "No. Well, it is serious, but it's nothing. I'm not ill or anything." "Oh, good." Lynn reaches across and places a comforting hand on her daughter's. She looks around. "Where did I put my mobile? I think I left it in the living room. I'll give Ian a ring and tell him to pop back. He'll be glad of a break in this heat." It's another 10 minutes before Ian comes into the cottage via the back door. He spends a full minute wiping his Wellington boots on the doormat. He enters the living room wearing combat trousers and a navy polo shirt, which is past throwing out. There are so many holes in it, Alison wonders if he is ever confused which one to put his head through. Ian has worked outdoors since the day he left school. He joined his dad running the family farm. Unfortunately, his father had hidden the truth about the costs of the farm, and when he died, Ian saw that he had spent his entire life in poverty. The farm wasn't working, and Ian had no intention of following in his father's footsteps. The animals were sold, and Ian turned the barns into stables and the land into a paddock. He made more money in a month renting out to horse owners than his father had earned in a year. The success was bittersweet. Ian is tall, well over 6 feet. He towers over Lynn. Their wedding photographs are a lesson in comedy. His face is ruddy, his hair permanently windswept, and his shovel-sized hands are covered in cuts and calluses. "Do you want a tea?" Lynn asks. "No, I've just finished my flask." "How are the stables?" "Fine. They should hold. I'm going over to Kendal tomorrow to get more ground sheets, just in case we lose any tiles." Alison sits in the armchair and watches the play between her mother and stepfather. She misses her dad every day, but is glad her mother has moved on. What happened all those years ago was unbelievably sad and painful. She was only a small child at the time, so had no comprehension of what her mother was going through, but she's pleased she has Ian for support. Alison remembers, fondly, 15 years ago, when her mum and Ian sat her down and told her, with earnest expressions, that they planned to marry. They were worried how Alison would react to her mother marrying her uncle, her father's brother. They had been through such torment. She was over the moon that they'd found happiness with each other. "You wanted to talk to us," Lynn says, turning to Alison. She clears her throat. "I did. I was called out to Nature's Diner this morning." "Oh, yes?" Lynn asks, sipping her tea. "Yes. They've had another attempted break-in. The thing is, the Meagans have got a friend staying with them at the moment, and she's a police officer. A detective. She's taking some time off." She pauses, and Lynn and Ian look at her with blank faces, waiting for her to continue. "She's a DCI. More blank faces. "I was thinking about maybe popping along to see her and having a chat." Ian frowns. "What for? If you want promotion, wouldn't you be better off talking to Jill?" "No, I'm not looking for promotion. Well, I am, obviously, but not right now. No, this detective DCI Dark, she's worked on some really big cases over the years. I thought I might ask her about Celia and Jennifer and Dad, she says, her voice quietening towards the end so as not to upset her mother and stepfather. Silence fills the room. A clock on the mantelpiece chimes the top of the hour. Why do you think she'll be able to help? Why, after all this time, is there new evidence? Lynn asks, her questions tripping over each other. Ian reaches forward and places a hand on her shoulder. No, not that I'm aware of. It's just she has this amazing track record. She's a brilliant detective. She may be able to find something nobody else has. Lynn stands up and goes over to the armchair, perching herself on the arm. She takes her daughter's hand in her own and squeezes it comfortingly. Alison, sweetheart, do you really think it's wise getting someone else involved? I don't think your boss would be too pleased about it. She might think you're... What's the word? She asks, looking to Ian. Usurping. That's it. She might think you're usurping her, that you don't have any confidence in her as a detective. Inspector Forsyth is a brilliant police officer, but she's never had a case like this before. Nobody has around here. This DCI Dark, she's worked on some really tricky stuff. I've been reading up on her. Alison, why don't you talk to your boss first? Ian suggests. See what she thinks. You don't want to step on her toes. You need to think of the future and promotion. It's not going to look good if you're seen as someone without respect for rank. Ian's right. Lynn reaches up and strokes Alison's hair behind her ear. You were too young to know what was going on back then, sweetheart. It was a difficult time for all of us. I wish there could be some resolution to it, but we have to face the facts that they might never be found. Alison swallows her emotion. And what about Dad? There have been sightings. Her voice quivers. Lynn steals a glance at Ian, then quickly back to her daughter. Alison, your dad was a very fragile man. He struggled with what happened to Celia and Jennifer. He refused to come to terms with it. It was all he could do to end the suffering. I thought he loved me, Alison says through her tears. Lynn grips her hand tight. He did love you, Alison. He loved all of you. But when something tragic happens like that, when your whole life is turned upside down and you have no control over it, sometimes you can't see the good for the bad. I miss him, she says quietly. Lynn pulls Alison into a tight hug. I know you do. I miss him too. Lynn looks over to Ian. He nods at her and quietly leaves the room, giving mother and daughter some alone time. It's another half an hour before Ian hears the front door close. He has finished washing the vegetables and is busy putting them away when Lynn walks into the kitchen. I wasn't expecting that conversation today, Lynn says. Are you all right? Yes, fine. I look at Alison and I see her father looking back at me. She's got so many of his ways. Normally I don't think anything of it, but there are times, like now, when it all comes flooding back. She pulls out a chair at the table and sits down. How the hell did I get through those days? She asks, putting her head in her hands. Ian places a comforting arm around her shoulder. What did you tell her? The same thing I've been telling her since she was old enough to understand. Her father sank into a depression, and he walked out into the lake. The thing is, she's always thought that If her father had drowned, he would have been found by now. Because he hasn't been, she's got this niggling notion there is a remote possibility he could still be out there, living a new life somewhere. Those sightings haven't helped either. People can be so cruel, can't they? Surely Alison is sensible enough to know that he won't still be alive after all this time. She is, but, well, you know what grief's like. It plays all kinds of tricks with your mind. Who's this detective she said is staying at the restaurant? DCI Dark, did she call her? You think she'll go and see her? Lynn thinks for a long moment. I really don't know. Ian, I know we've talked about this before, but do you think we should tell Alison the truth? We can't do that, Lynn, Ian says. There is an edge to his voice. It would literally kill her. I walk into the living room and Sally and Philip spring apart like a couple of teenagers caught necking. They don't look at me and they've stopped talking. I know I've been the subject of conversation. I've just had a long and scalding hot shower after my run. I'm in my dressing gown and I feel warm and cosy. It's a feeling that won't last for long. The living room is huge. There is a massive picture window looking out over Lake Windermere. The sun is setting and the skies are burning red. It looks like a painting. You can't look out at this view and not take comfort. Being in the countryside has helped me enormously. Good shower? Sally asks. She's tucked up on the end of the sofa. She's wearing a flowing summer dress in vibrant colours. She always looks immaculate. She says it's because she needs to look good for the customers, but she's one of those women who could wear a bin bag and look elegant. Even her feet are gorgeous, and in my opinion, feet are the ugliest part of the body. Lovely. Thanks. I sit down on the sofa opposite and look at them in turn. So, what's going on? Nothing. Why do you ask? You've both got guilty expressions. No. We were just chatting, Sally says, giving Philip a sidelong glance. About me? Sally looks to Philip again, then back to me, then back to Philip. No. Well, not about you. Oh dear, I've been waiting for this. Have I outstayed my welcome? No, absolutely not, Philip says firmly. You haven't, Matt, honestly, Sally agrees. It's just, Philip begins. We had the police here earlier, while you were out running. They've taken prints around the utility door, but one of the PCs, can't remember her name, she asked if anything has changed since the first attempted break-in. The only thing that did was you arriving. Now, we've just been talking and we can only see maybe 3 reasons behind the break-ins. 1, that possibly you've been followed here. 2, Carl's kidnappers have come back for him. 3, it's totally random vandalism. As far as I'm aware, nobody knows I'm here. I've noticed lately that my words sound slow and slurred as if I'm drunk. I'm not. I sometimes think my body is too tired to even speak. I'm not sure if that's because I'm knackered from all this exercise or the grief is weighing me down. Matt? Sally tucks her hair behind her ear. I've recognised this as her tell for being nervous. She does it with awkward customers, but she always manages to get the upper hand. How likely is it that they're coming back for Carl? Oh, after all this time, I'd say very unlikely, although... Go on, Sally prompts me. Carl's case is never closed. The Cold Case Review Unit looks at it every now and then. We still want to bring Annabelle's murderer in. Maybe they've launched another investigation. Maybe they've been asking questions and they're getting close this time. Or, on the other hand, no. I really should think before I speak sometimes. What? Philip asks. I don't want to scare you. We're already scared. Sally reaches over to Philip. He takes her hand. Put yourself in the shoes of the kidnappers for a moment. The type of people who kidnap a child for ransom and kill someone in the process are going to be involved in criminal activity of various kinds. Whatever they're up to, they're going to worry about people knowing who they are. Let's say, for example, one of them just happened to be here in the Lake District and saw Carl. They might worry he's going to recognise them and go to the police. Jesus, Sally says under her breath. So you think one of the kidnappers has inadvertently found us? I'm not saying that at all. It's just an option, but I don't believe it. Why not? Because he's tried to gain access to the restaurant 4 times and failed. He wouldn't have done that. And I don't believe he would try to kidnap Carl again. I stopped myself this time. I don't need to say it. We all know that rather than risk being identified, the kidnapper would just kill Carl and do a runner. This has nothing to do with Carl, I say, hoping to allay their fears. Sally lets out a heavy breath. That's a relief. It's just a random chance of wanting to steal a few bottles of vodka then, Philip asks. Or the serial killer has followed me here from Sheffield. I should probably leave. I don't want to put any of you in danger. We don't want you to go, Philip says. Carl loves you being here. We both enjoy you being here. Their kindness means so much to me. I can feel emotion rising inside me and tears pricking my eyes. Since when did I get so soppy over a few complimentary words? He killed my mum and nephews, I say. I have no idea who he is. I don't know how long he's been watching me. I don't know if he's a random stranger with a fixation or if he's someone I know. I know nothing, and that scares me. I can't have any more people I know being put in danger. We have CCTV all around this building and a panic button, Sally says. You're safe here and we want you to stay. I smile and nod. If I open my mouth, who knows what will come out. Besides, Sally continues, we've got so many weapons in that kitchen should he get in here. He doesn't stand a chance against us. She's right. Have you seen how Sally whips up an omelette? She's a nightmare with a whisk. Philip's attempted humour lightens the mood a tad. I smile, but it hurts to do so. I turn on the sofa and look out of the window. The view sprawls over the lake. The surrounding trees stand tall and lush and green, and they don't move an inch in the breezeless evening. It's like the world is holding its breath, waiting for me to decide what I'm going to do next. I sigh, and I can feel my body relaxing. I love it here. It's peaceful. It's the perfect place to recuperate. But there's an edge. Someone is out there, I can feel it. Right now, I'm not a detective. I'm a woman filled with a mixture of raw emotion, grief and anger. If the killer shows his face and comes for me, I'm more than ready for him. And I'll kill him with my bare hands if I have to, and fuck the consequences. Tea? Sally asks. Please? I smile. When Lynn married Ian, the mortgage to the house she had lived in with her first husband Jack and the 3 girls was more or less paid off. Lynn said that Alison would inherit it one day, so she may as well take it on now and continue paying what was left of the mortgage while she moved in with Ian in the cottage overlooking the stables. It was the house Alison was born in, the house she took her first steps in, the house she played in with her older sisters, where she sat on her dad's knee by the fire in the evenings while he read her a story. It was a house of happiness for the first 5 years of her life. After that, it was a house of pain, but it was one she couldn't leave. Despite it being decorated several times over the last 30 years, furniture changed, new carpets, new front door, it was still the home her parents had built, and she needed to hold on to those memories. Alison had no idea of her part in the drama that surrounded her father's disappearance. On that fateful night, she had been plucked from a half-submerged car, wrapped in warm clothing, and taken to the safety of her home where she was put to bed. When she woke the next day, everything had changed yet again. She had no idea how or why. Returning from her mother and stepfather's house, Alison closes the front door behind her and heads straight upstairs to strip off her uniform and have a cooling shower. The heat of the day intensified as it went on, and she thinks of Claire as she unhooks her bra. Going down the steep, creaking stairs in a baggy t-shirt and loose shorts, Alison pours herself a glass of wine from the fridge and goes into the living room where she slumps on the sofa. Looking around the small room, it is difficult to believe her mother and father planned to bring up 3 girls here. She's asked her mum on many occasions if they'd have moved once the girls had grown bigger, and she had replied with a firm no. Her mother loved this cottage, the garden, the location. Some evenings, Alison would lie back on the sofa and close her eyes and imagine how 3 teenagers would have coped with the cramped space. She smiles as she pictures the rows about sharing a bedroom, one sister taking another sister's jacket or makeup without asking, her mother being the go-between, and her poor father with a constant headache in the middle of 4 bickering females. She opens her eyes and sees she is the only one left in this house. Everything is a play in her head. When she recalls her actual teenage years, it is with a heavy heart. Anniversaries are always remembered. Her sisters going missing. Her father walking out into a swollen Lake Windermere. When Alison's birthday comes around, or Christmas or Easter, they're tinged with sadness. They should be huge events with family gathered, not one person getting all the attention from a single parent and a step-parent with painted-on smiles. How can Christmas lunch be enjoyable with 3 empty places around the table? Exam results, passing her driving test, getting into the police force, all of these achievements were clouded by wondering what Celia and Jennifer would have been doing with their lives now. Alison sits on the sofa and pulls out a leather-bound photo album from the shelf beneath the coffee table. She does this most nights when she's alone, which is often, too often. It's a thick and heavy album. Alison rests it on her lap and turns the pages. She smiles at the pictures of Celia and Jennifer in the same cot, wrapped in the same blanket, wearing matching baby grows and hats. The identical twins balanced precariously on her father's knee, with him beaming proudly to the camera. A similar setup of her mother holding them both, looking tired but happy. A candid shot of her father pulling a face as he changes a nappy. A photo taken in this very back garden of her father on a blanket in the middle of the grass. 2 toddlers finding their feet, crawling all over him. The look on his face tells Alison he is loving every minute of it. Then, the photo Alison loves the most. The one of 2 girls, dressed in their best clothing, sitting on the sofa, carefully cradling their new baby sister. Alison wipes a tear away before it has a chance to fall. With every passing day she remembers them less and less. She sometimes has to close her eyes tight and fights through her memories to the short time they spent together. She can't remember their voices or their laughter. She has no recollections of their touch. And when she enters their former bedrooms, she can't picture them there. Even that day when they disappeared is fragmented. She doesn't know what a genuine memory is, and what is what she's been told by her mother or read about in the many newspaper clippings she's saved. They were playing in the field behind the house. It was summer. The sky was a hazy blue, the sun was shining, the heat was intense. The grass was dry and hard to the touch as the 3 girls laughed and played. Then they were gone. One question Alison has been asking herself for the last 30 years, the question everyone had been asking her at the time, was what the hell was the colour of the car? She couldn't remember. Even now she can't picture it. Sometimes it's red, sometimes blue, sometimes green. Occasionally it is white, or black, or brown, or beige. And no, she didn't know what model it was. How many 5-year-olds can tell the difference between a Fiat and a Peugeot? Alison slams the album closed. She hates herself for being unable to remember. At first she thought it was a game, that Celia and Jennifer were going to turn up in a few minutes and laugh. But as time slipped by, she knew they weren't coming back. Alison had gone back to the house, back to the garden, picked up her stuffed sausage dog on a string, and began walking it around the garden, talking to it. How long was it before her mother came out of the house to ask where her sisters were? How long before she began to panic? How long before the police were called? Alison looks up. Through tear-filled eyes, she sees a framed photograph on the mantelpiece of her sitting on her father's knee. It was taken not long before he walked to his watery grave. He's smiling, but the pain, the grief, the sadness radiate from him. He has his arms threaded around his only surviving daughter, holding onto her tight. The 5-year-old Alison has no idea what is going on and is smiling proudly to the camera. She is with her dad. He's her favourite person in the world. She's happy. "I'm so sorry," Alison says. For nearly 30 years, Alison Pemberton has been told that all the tragedy that has befallen the family was born from one single act over which nobody had any control. Nobody could have foreseen that someone would kidnap Celia and Jennifer, that they would never be found, that her father, tormented and tortured by grief, would walk into a river during a storm and never be seen again. It was a snowball event, one tragedy after another. The only person to blame was the sick bastard who had stolen the twins in the first place. Alison certainly wasn't to blame. It doesn't seem to matter what anyone tells her. Alison was the only person there on that day. There wasn't much a 5-year-old could do, but if she'd have been paying more attention to the car, if she'd have tried to remember the colour of it, the make of it, any part of the registration number, if she'd done more than simply wave, then go back to the garden to play with her toys, they might have been found. If so, her father wouldn't have drowned himself. He would still be alive today. Depression and sadness would not leach from her walls. Alison would be happy instead of faking it every single day of her life. She grabs for her laptop and Googles DCI Matilda Dark again. For the next hour, Alison reads news story after news story about the cases Dark has investigated over the years. Matilda is an exemplary detective. She heads the Homicide and Major Crime Unit at South Yorkshire Police. She caught serial killer Steve Harrison. She arrested Stuart Mills, the killer of sex workers and the husband of one of her own team members. Jonathan Harkness got away with murdering his parents for more than 20 years, until Matilda reopened the case. Lawrence Dodds jumped off a building rather than face arrest by Matilda, and she was instrumental in cracking a historical child sex abuse ring that involved MPs, a chief constable, and high-profile businessmen. This is a detective who refuses to take no for an answer. Matilda Dark has faced murderers, rapists, serial killers and paedophiles, and she hasn't even flinched. Alison has no idea what is going to happen, and she dreads how her mother will cope with the emotional upheaval of reliving everything again. But Matilda Dark is the woman she needs right now. It doesn't take long for Philip Meagan to fall asleep. He works long hours in the restaurant, and by the time he falls into bed, He reads a couple of chapters of a Tom Wood, then reaches for the bookmark, turns over, and is snoring within seconds. On the other side of the bed, Sally Megan stays awake much longer. She's on her feet all day too, sorting out the restaurant, mingling with customers, organising staff and talking with suppliers. But when it comes to going straight to sleep, her mind is too switched on to allow her to simply close her eyes and drift away. She's sitting up, thin blanket pushed down, and looks at how many pages she has left of the latest Linda LaPlante. She's pretty sure she will finish it tonight. She snuggles down and begins reading. It isn't long before she's interrupted. It's only a faint sound at first, but as it grows in its intensity, Sally can hear Matilda along the hallway struggling to muffle her cries. This happens most nights. Sally has no idea if Matilda is sitting up in bed, wide awake, crying for her dead family, or if she is crying in her sleep as her nightmares go over everything in minute detail. Sally never tells her the following morning that she's heard her cry. She knows that Matilda will open up when she's ready. She wishes there was something she could do for her. All she can think of is popping into her bedroom and offering a placatory hug. That won't change the fact that evil has taken over Matilda's life. There are times when the raw emotions need to be allowed to play out. Once you hit rock bottom, that's when you need a good friend to help you back up. This is one of those times. I fucking hate you. I wake up with a start. My sister's words are always in my head. Every now and then they're screamed at me and hit me like a freight train. I struggle to sit up in the tangle of the cotton sheet. I'm dripping with perspiration and my pillow is wet with tears. Another nightmare. A repeat of the same horror I've been dreaming about for weeks. My family is dead. It's my fault. I may as well have butchered them with a knife. I kick myself out of the sheet and place my bare feet on the carpet. It takes effort for me to lift myself off the bed and leave the room. I'm thirsty and hot. I'm hungry too. Thank goodness I'm living above a restaurant where there are so many well-prepared goodies for me to gorge on for a midnight snack. I push open the door to the kitchen. The cool, tiled floor is heaven to my burning feet. There's already a small light on above the central island. Sitting there is 13-year-old Carl Megan, wearing a T-shirt and pyjama bottoms, sipping water from a glass. He looks up at me with heavy, tired eyes. Can't you sleep either? I ask him. He shakes his head. Too hot. Same. You do know you can't lie to me, don't you, Matt? I've got my head in the fridge, but I turn to look at him. There's a strong connection between the two of us, considering he's 13 and I'm a bit older. We've both been through so much torment. Often we can spend hours in each other's company, not say a single word, yet we'll know what each other is thinking and feeling. I know I shouldn't have burdened a teenager, but Carl is the only person I've opened up to about the events in Sheffield. On one of our walks with the dogs, we found a quiet spot by the lake, and I said one thing, and before you know it, it's all coming out and I can't stop. In the fridge, I find a large piece of raspberry and almond frangipani tart. I grab 2 forks from the drawer and go over to sit beside Carl. I hadn't spotted the 2 golden Labradors at his feet. I should have known they would have followed him from his bedroom. They're his shadow. They never leave his side. I keep having the same dream, I say, tossing him a fork. I run into my mum's house. She's dead. They're all dead. But they're talking to me, blaming me for killing them. I pause while I put a forkful of tart in my mouth. I chew, but I find it hurts to swallow with the emotional lump stuck in my throat. They say some dark, horrible, hurtful things, and I agree with every single word they say. You're blaming yourself, wouldn't you? He chews and swallows. Yes, but I'd know deep down that it wasn't my fault. I look up at him. You are not responsible for other people's actions. I'm a detective. It's my job to catch killers. Yes, but if you don't catch them and they go on to kill others, is that really your fault? Yes. Why? Because I couldn't catch them. What about the other members of your team? Christian and Sian, do they blame themselves? Do the DCs and the PCs who do the house-to-house inquiries? Does your boss? Does every single member of South Yorkshire Police blame themselves? No, they don't, Carl answers for me. The reason why they don't is because they're trying their hardest to catch the person responsible. And if they don't, they know there are many reasons why they didn't catch him this time. But they will. Eventually. He killed my family, I say, struggling to speak through the pent-up tears. I know. This one is personal. It's going to feel hard. But you've worked on serial killer cases before. They've killed others during the investigations while you've tried to catch them. You weren't responsible for those deaths, and you're not responsible for the deaths of your mum and your nephews. I wish I could believe that. You will, but not for a while. I take a big piece of tart and chew it slowly while I think. I look over at Carl. He's below average height for his age, not even 5 foot tall yet. His hair has lightened in the strong summer sun, but he seems relaxed in his home surroundings. There's still a pain in his eyes from time to time. He'll be sitting on the sofa, squashed between 2 dogs, watching a film, but you can see that he's somewhere else. I want to ask him where. Back in his old house in Sheffield, watching his grandmother get killed? Trapped in the van the kidnappers had bundled him into? In a lonely bedroom in Sweden with a strange couple talking a language he can't understand? He's never spoken of what happened there. He's always said they looked after him. But how much is he suppressing? When did you get to be so wise? I ask him. I wouldn't recommend it, obviously. But don't let anyone tell you getting kidnapped and sold to a childless couple doesn't make you grow up, he says with a hint of a smile. You've missed out on a large part of your childhood. He shrugs. But look at what's happened in its place. Mum and Dad only have one restaurant now. They were building up an empire. I hardly saw them. It took me getting kidnapped for them to realise what was important. Do you think I would have gone on camping holidays with Dad if we were still living in Sheffield and I'd never been taken? I don't. I'm glad of the Mum and Dad I have right now. That's given me something to think about. My head sinks to my chest. It sometimes feels too heavy to hold up. I can't take anything positive from this, I tell him. Of course you can't. It's just happened. Everything is still hurting. You'll never get over what happened to your mum and your nephews. I still picture my gran in the living room. All that blood. But you learn to live with what you've got left. You can learn from what happened and adapt. It's what Mum and Dad did. They sold all the restaurants and moved here. Maybe I should resign from the police force, I say to myself more than to Carl. Would that make you happy? I don't think anything will make me happy ever again. Drama queen, Carl says with a smile. Do you know what makes me happy right now? What? 3 things. Right now, at this moment, 3 things are making me happy. My 2 dogs and this really nice tart. It is a very good tart. You don't need to think about what's going to make you happy in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. It's wishing your life away. Just think about right now and the next 5 minutes. Right now, on this stool, talking to you, with my dogs, and this great pudding. I'm happy. I'll be happy when I go back to bed, as I'll have my dogs with me. You build from that. Bloody hell, Carl. You should give TED Talks. Would I get paid? He asks, his eyes wide with anticipation. I've no idea. Oh, I won't bother then. He jumps down from the island. I'm going back to bed. School in the morning. Good night, Carl. Good night. he says over his shoulder as he and the dogs leave the room. I think about what Carl said. He's right. I know he's right. But it's not easy. Everything is too raw. I look down at what's left of the almond tart on the plate. I can't put what remains back in the fridge. I may as well finish it off and apologise to Philip in the morning. So, what's making me happy right now, right at this very moment in time? What is making me happy? Nothing springs to mind. I'm devoid of happiness, I say out loud. No, you're not. You just think you are, Carl calls out. I thought you were going back to bed, I shout back. I am now. Good night. I have to smile to myself at that. I really am enjoying my time here with the Meegans. That's what's making me happy right now. Their company. Thank you, Carl, I say quietly to myself. When Carl's at school, the two dogs usually have to wait impatiently for his return. Sally takes them out for an occasional run around the garden, but for a really long walk, they need to wait for their master to arrive home. Since I arrived, that's no longer a problem. Straight after breakfast and a shower, I clip on their leads, slip on my walking shoes, and trek into the nearby woods with the Labradors trotting excitedly beside me. I've no idea where I'm going. I'm glad to be out in the fresh air and wide open space where I'm not surrounded by people and there is nobody to ask me if I'm feeling all right. Once we enter the darkness and coolness of the woods, I unclip their leads and let them run free. They never go far, and they keep stopping, turning back, making sure I'm still there behind them. I can certainly understand how some people prefer the company of dogs over humans. They don't judge. They live in the moment. One of the dogs brings a stick back and drops it at my feet. I pick it up and lob it as far as I can. Both charge off with excitement. I should be more dog. Here, in the Lake District, I'm away from the horrors of what Sheffield now means to me. Here, I'm not a DCI with South Yorkshire Police. I'm simply a woman walking two dogs. I don't have a team of detectives looking to me for solutions to a demanding investigation. I'm not surrounded by murder and hatred, corruption and red tape. I'm free. For the first time in my working life, I'm finally free. I miss my friends, of course. Scott and Donal are preparing for their wedding in August. I agreed to be Scott's best woman. I've no idea if I'll be back for it. I'm sure he'll find a replacement. I miss Sian and her family, and I feel bad about leaving her without a word. I miss Adele too, but she's currently in Sierra Leone, having already escaped the nightmare Sheffield represents to us both. Maybe I should have gone with her. Mum, Nathan and Joseph would still be alive if I had, and I'd still have a relationship with my sister. Then there's Odell. He's the new pathologist who replaced Adele. We've been seeing each other over the past couple of months. I've no idea if we will last, if we will move in together or even get married, but for the time being, it's fun having a man in my life again. He ticks all the right boxes, apart from driving a Tesla with a personalised registration plate. Surely it's cheaper to scratch wanker on the bonnet. I didn't tell Adele I was leaving either. I didn't tell anyone. As I was packing, I turned off my mobile and left it on the coffee table in the living room. I locked the front door behind me and walked away. Well, I drove away. I took Adele's Porsche from the garage. It's not like she's using it. I've cut myself off completely from my life in South Yorkshire, and right now I have no intention whatsoever of returning. One of the dogs barks. I look down, and there he is by my feet, looking at the stick he's waiting for me to throw. I pick it up. It's wet with dog slobber. I hurl it across the woods, and they charge after it. They're happy simply to be with me, amused by a simple stick. I definitely need to be more dog. I don't feel guilty about leaving without informing anyone of where I was going. Maybe Sian and Scott. And I could have sent a quick email to Adele. But I hope they understand that, after everything I've endured recently, not just Mum and my nephews being killed, but all the dark murder investigations I've had weighing me down, that I need time away to process everything and work out where I go from here and what the future holds for me. I follow the dogs through the woods and out into the open air of the countryside. It's another scorching day, and I'm looking forward to going for a swim later to help me cool down and put my body through more punishment until my organs scream at me to stop. I do need that pain, though. I need to feel something other than grief. Grief is a massive energy sapper. As much as I love torturing myself in the heat wave, I'm aware that dogs are not designed to withstand such temperatures for so long, and, despite them loving charging after a stick for hours on end, it's in their best interests to return to the shade of the restaurant, a bowl of fresh water, and a well-earned bonio. Come on then, you two, let's get you back. I clip on their leads. They don't even try to stop me, and we walk slowly back through the woods for home. There's a black Fiat Punto outside the front of Nature's Diner when I get back. The restaurant isn't open yet, and Philip and Sally have gone out for the morning, after dropping Carl off at school, to pick up the supplies. Whoever the visitor is, it's nothing to do with me. I take the dogs round the back and enter the restaurant through the utility. I take off their leads and freshen up their water bowls. They're more than ready for a good long drink. So am I. There's a knock on the back door. Through the glass, I can see a young woman with hair so blonde it's almost white. She's wearing a short-sleeved shirt with police epaulets. There's a forced smile on her face. I open the door. "Hello," she begins after clearing her throat. "I'm P.C. Pemberton, Alison. I was here yesterday talking to Philip about the attempted break-in." "Oh, right. Well, Philip and Sally are both out at the moment. I can give them a message if—" "No," she interrupts. "Sorry, it's Matilda, isn't it?" She's nervous. I'm sceptical. "That's right." "Matilda Dark? As in DCI Matilda Dark?" "Yes." Now I'm suspicious. "It's you I actually came to see. Would it be possible for me to have a chat with you? It's nothing to do with an investigation or anything. This is entirely personal." I take a deep breath. How do I say this without being insulting? "No offence, but I don't know you. I've no interest in talking about anything personal to—" "No," she interrupts again. "I'm sorry. I'm not coming across well, am I? It's not you I want to talk about. It's me. Sorry, Look, I've just been for a long walk with the dogs. It's baking and I'm sweating. I need a drink. Why don't you come in and let me freshen up while you find the words you want to use?" I stand back and allow this nervous woman to enter. As she passes me, I get a whiff of deodorant and desperation. I go over to the fridge and take out a bottle of water. I untwist the cap and drink half of it in a single gulp. I don't think I've drunk so much water as I have since I've been here. I've needed it to keep hydrated with all the exercise. My skin is certainly benefiting. "Can I get you anything?" "No, I'm fine. Thank you." "Well, give me a few minutes and I'll be right with you. Don't mind the dogs, they're very friendly." I leave the room but steal a glance at this P.C. Pemberton over my shoulder as I do so. She has a worried expression firmly etched on her face, one that seems to have been there for a very long time. I stand under the piercing hot needles of the shower when my sister's voice comes back to haunt me. Or to hurt me, I can't work out which. "I fucking hate you." I agree with her. I fucking hate me too. I close my eyes tight and try to silence my torment. The pain, the torture, the darkness. It's no good. I banish my sister's violent words and then I see my mum lying in her hospital bed. The doctors turning off the machines, removing the tubes one by one. She's gone, Dr. Wilde says sympathetically. My mum is dead. My legs won't hold me up any longer. I sink to my knees and press my hands against the shower tray. I open my mouth and I let out a sound from the depths of my soul, a sound filled with agony. I'm crying. Water is mixed with tears and they disappear down the plug hole. I can't stop. It doesn't matter what I try to think about, Carl's kind words, the smiling faces of 2 happy Labradors, the warmth offered by Sally and Philip, that amazing almond and raspberry frangipan tart. I cannot stop the tears. I don't remember how long I'm in the shower for. By the time I get downstairs, Alison has moved into the main part of the restaurant. She's sitting at one of the tables, gazing out at the view. The dogs are sprawled out, knackered beside her. I'd hoped she'd have grown bored of waiting for me and gone home. No such luck. I clear my throat to signify my presence. I never tire of this view, Alison says. It's beautiful, isn't it? Her voice is heavy, almost as heavy as mine. Another woman with a massive weight on her shoulders. I wonder what baggage she's carrying, and is it going to end up involving me? I bloody hope not. It is, I say. You see everything that's going on in the world. Wars, conflict, climate change, pandemics. You think of the horrors people do to each other, and it's difficult to believe that such natural beauty exists. I pull out a seat at the table and sit opposite this worried-looking PC. I guess her to be in her mid-30s, but there's a sadness surrounding her that's aged her. She has dark circles beneath her eyes. I have a suspicious feeling this conversation is not going to be an easy one. She looks at me and proffers a faint smile. It doesn't reach her eyes. I noticed the dogs have the same names on their name tags, she says, clearly stalling. Yes. The older Woody was bought for Carl before he went missing. While he was in Sweden, the couple gave him a dog for company. He decided to name him Woody too. When he came home, he brought his new dog with him. She smiles. This time it's genuine. Doesn't it get confusing for them? No, they never leave Carl's side when he's home from school. You shout for one dog, but they come as a pair. That's sweet. I take a sip of my water. Have you found the words you want to use yet? She takes a deep breath and nods. I need your help. Your advice, really. I know why you're here. I know what happened to you back in Sheffield and that you're here to make sense of it all. The last thing you want is to deal with a huge murder investigation. I understand all that, I really do. However, I have nowhere else left to turn, and I know this may sound selfish, but I'm using the resources which are at hand, and right now, that's you. I almost smile at her bluntness and honesty. I nod for her to continue. I'm the youngest of 3 children. I have 2 older sisters, identical twins. When I was 5 years old, we were all out playing hide and seek. The next thing I remember is being completely on my own. I ran to the road nearby and I saw my sisters in the back of a car being driven away. I even waved at them. Her voice begins to falter. It was the last I saw of them. It was the last anyone ever saw of them. I'm sorry. My dad was devastated. He took it really hard. He adored the twins. I mean, he loved all of us, but the twins were special. They were twins, after all. A few months later, there was a storm. Dad had taken me to see my gran, his mum, and on the drive back home I don't know what happened. Mum found me asleep in the back of the car. We were parked right at the edge of the lake, the water rising rapidly. My dad was nowhere to be found. It's thought that he walked out into the lake and drowned himself. Good grief. And I thought I'd been through the shit. To say that my childhood was one of darkness and upset would be a massive understatement. I have no idea how my mother coped. I think she had some kind of breakdown. My Uncle Ian wasn't much help either. I went to live with my Auntie Margaret and Uncle Colin in Tunstall for a while. It's not really something we talk about. Anyway, I wanted to be a police officer from a young age. I wanted to find answers. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any. I've no idea what happened to my sisters. Nobody does. And I don't know if my dad simply walked away or if he really is at the bottom of the lake. There have been sightings of him over the years, but Mum thinks he's dead. Everyone thinks he's dead. I don't know what to think. It's the unknown that's eating away at me. How can there be nothing after 30 years? I take a deep breath. I know what's coming. I have a feeling I know the answer to this question, but what do you want from me? I could spend an hour blowing smoke up your arse saying how brilliant you are as a detective. We both know your track record, so we know your history speaks for itself. I also know that right now you're grieving and you're angry. But there's a difference. You know what's happened to your family. I don't. I'm in limbo and have been for 30 years. Are my sisters dead or alive? If they are alive, are they together or have they been separated? Do they know who they are? Are they looking for me too? Do they even remember they have another sister? It's the not knowing that's painful. It's the fact that there are so many variables that I can't get over. This is worse than murder. If they'd been killed, if we had bodies, I could grieve and visit their graves. I've got nothing. She looks down and composes herself. When she looks back up at me, her face has lost the redness of rage. Like you, I'm an excellent police officer, but I need help. I need your help. I'm not asking you to reopen an investigation. I know you don't have that power, and I know you won't, but I need a direction. I'm blinded as I'm too close to this. I need an outsider to tell me where to go next to find out what happened to my sisters and my dad. I will literally get on my knees and beg you for help, if that's what it takes. You don't need to do that, I say, sitting back and folding my arms across my chest. You're not going to help me, though, are you? I shake my head. I can't. I'm sorry. I really wish I could, but right now I'm not in the best place to help anyone, not even myself. That's why I'm here and not back in Sheffield. Alison struggles to hold back her tears. She's disappointed. Can I ask you for just one teeny tiny favour? Go on. When you get a spare 5 minutes, type Celia and Jennifer Pemberton into Google. Read the news stories. I'll not ask for your help again, but if there's anything at all you can suggest I do to find out what happened, give me a call. She reaches into the back pocket of her trousers and takes out a crumpled business card. She lays it on the table between us. I'm not expecting you to go all private detective on this. I just need a nudge in the right direction. I'm not the best person to help you right now. You are. You found Carl Megan. A neighbour found Carl. Please. I look away. Alison stands up. The dogs don't even move at the sound of the chair scraping across the tiled floor. I'll leave you to it. I hope you don't mind me at least coming here and trying. No. I'd have probably done the same thing if I were you. I'm just sorry I'm not in a position to help. She waits a beat, takes another breath, and heads out of the restaurant through the main doors. She walks down the steps with her head down and slowly climbs into the car. As she's reversing out of the space, she looks up at me. I turn away and look down at the dogs. Well, I think that answers a question I've been asking myself since I arrived. My days as a detective are over. I stay away from the bustle of the restaurant once the doors are open and the customers have arrived. They're here for a night out in a stunning location with fine wines, delicious food and a warm atmosphere. The last thing anyone wants to see is a miserable-looking woman sitting alone in the corner on the verge of tears. That would put anyone off their steak au poivre. I'm in the living room, upstairs, with Carl and the dogs. The TV is on in the background, but I'm not paying it any attention. Philip has passed on his love of classic British sitcoms to his son, and he's currently working his way through Only Fools and Horses, having watched One Foot in the Grave and Porridge over the past month. While Carl has one eye on the screen, he's drawing up his plans for the basement on his tablet. He spent last weekend measuring up and put all the figures into an app he's downloaded, which creates a scale model of the entire lower ground floor area. What Carl is doing now is using his creative skills to maximise the space and turn it into a money-making machine for his parents, in the hope that, if they use any of his ideas, he can ask for a share of the profits. I love how his mind works. I look at the TV. I've seen Only Fools and Horses many times over the years. James was a big fan. But, as much as I love the interplay between Del and Rodney, I'm not in the mood for comedy right now. I'm struggling to concentrate on much at all at present. My mind won't settle. I haven't finished a book in months, nor have I seen the end of any film. I think I'm going to have an early night, I tell Carl, getting up from the sofa. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. I know, but I'm tired. I'm not. I don't know what I am, but I feel the need to be alone. But Grandad's just died, Carl says, pointing at the television. Carl, I've literally lost count of the number of times I've watched this. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bowl on the coffee table as I pass him. You're going to love Uncle Albert, though. Despite my room being the smallest bedroom out of the 4, it's large enough to comfortably fit a king-size bed and has an ensuite shower room which is better than my own at home. The walls are decorated in a rich navy blue, and the luxurious cream curtains are so heavy they have to be drawn using a rope pulley system. Fancy. I close the door behind me. In here, the sounds from the restaurant below are barely a whisper, and I can hardly hear the sounds from Hookey Street in the living room. I'm surrounded by silence. The only noise comes from the horrors inside my head, screaming for attention. It's yet another stiflingly hot evening. I undress, throw back the cotton sheet, and climb into the large, firm mattressed bed. The room is comfortable, cosy, and welcoming. I have no idea how long I'll be staying here. They've all said I can stay as long as I like. I know at some point I'll have to return to reality, but it's up to me to decide where my reality lies. And right now, it's not Sheffield. Philip and Sally aren't big readers, and I didn't think to bring any books with me from my massive collection at home. I found a well-thumbed P.D. James on a bookcase and started reading it last night. I managed 2 pages before I realised I hadn't absorbed a single word I'd read. Tonight, I don't even get to the bottom of 1 page. Sorry, Phyllis, I say, as I close the book and put it back on the bedside table. I climb out of bed and leave the room. I pad barefoot across the corridor to the office 3 doors along. I've asked Sally if I can use their computer to access my emails, and on 3 occasions I've sat, staring at the login screen, and chickened out of typing in my password. Part of me wants to know what's going on back in Sheffield. Have they caught the bastard who killed my family yet? Has he claimed another victim? I expect there'll be plenty from Sian and Scott and Christian, asking, pleading with me to get in touch. I'm not ready to do so yet, but I know if I read their emails, I'll grab the phone and dial. I can't let them see me like this. This time, I don't click on the Outlook icon. I go straight to the Google homepage and type in Celia and Jennifer Pemberton. Cumbria Today, Tuesday, 11 August 1992. Breaking news. Twins missing. Twin girls have been reported missing in Dower Lane, Highchapel. Celia and Jennifer Pemberton, both 7, were playing in the field behind their house with their younger sister Alison, 5, when they were taken. Their mother, Lynn, alerted police. Officers from Cumbria Police have been seen throughout the day around the village. D.I. Lionel Bell is leading the investigation and said in a statement, "It is imperative these girls are found quickly. We are asking everyone who is able to join the search." There has been no word from the girls' parents, Lynn and Jack, who were last seen entering the police station flanked by uniformed officers. Cumbria Today, Wednesday, 12th August 1992. Specialised officers drafted in to interview Pemberton's sister, by Tanya Pritchard. Interviewing experts have been seen arriving at Highchapel Police Station to interview only witness Alison Pemberton, 5, over the disappearance of her twin sisters Celia and Jennifer, 7, yesterday. Alison was playing with her sisters when they were taken. Despite extensive searches by police and the local community throughout the night and today, there has been no sign of the missing twins. Now, experts from Greater Manchester Police have arrived to interview the 5-year-old in the hope of discovering what happened in the moments leading up to their disappearance. D.I. Lionel Bell said, "This is an incredibly sensitive process. Alison is upset and missing her sisters. She is a young child and cannot understand the magnitude of the situation. We are taking time with the interview and allowing her to go at her own pace." D.I. Bell refused to comment when asked if any arrests had been made, saying this is a developing investigation. However, an official source told Cumbria Today that a man was taken in for questioning late last night. All day, police have been searching fields, farmland, barns and outhouses. Highchapel School, closed for the summer holidays, was opened for police interviews and teachers were seen comforting local children. Cumbria Today, Thursday, 13th August 1992. Teacher interviewed for 12 hours, by Tanya Pritchard. Highchapel Primary School teacher Alex Costello was interviewed by police for more than 12 hours yesterday over the disappearance of 7-year-old twins Celia and Jennifer Pemberton. Costello, 28, originally from Norfolk, has been teaching at Highchapel for 2 years. It is believed he doesn't teach any classes involving any of the Pemberton sisters. Officers from Highchapel Police Station refused to comment on the interview. Head Flora West said, "Mr. Costello is a much-respected member of staff. No action on his involvement in the new term will be taken until we have consulted with police." However, calls are already coming into Cumbria Today from worried parents saying they don't feel comfortable sending their children back to school when it reopens in September. D.I. Lionel Bell, leading the investigation, said they were pursuing many lines of inquiries. Cumbria Today, Friday, 14th August 1992. Pemberton family and friends interrogated, by Tanya Pritchard. The family of missing twins Celia and Jennifer Pemberton, along with close friends, have been interrogated by Highchapel Police. Parents Jack and Lynn were seen entering the police station with grim faces, where they remained for 6 hours. They refused to speak to journalists upon leaving. Jack's brother Ian was also extensively questioned, as were close friends Travis Montgomery and Clara Fisher. In a brief interview outside the station, Ian Pemberton said, "I know the police are just doing their job, but Jack and Lynn are going through hell right now. They don't need this." The police are totally clueless. They have no idea where Celia and Jennifer are, Clara Fisher. Neighbour Clara Fisher said, "I've known Jack and Lynn for years. The questions I've been asked about them are horrific. I thought this was a safe and quiet community. I thought we all knew and respected each other. That's been ruined now. I'll never look at Lionel Bell the same way again after the accusations he was throwing around. An officer on the team who asked not to be named said police are struggling to find a suspect and are worried the twins may never be found. Parents demand teacher to be fired, by Marcus Brett. Parents of children attending High Chapel Primary School have demanded the removal of teacher Alex Costello after he was interviewed for a second time in connection with the disappearance of twins Celia and Jennifer Pemberton. Costello, 28, was released without charge on Monday evening, with police stating they are now satisfied the teacher, originally from Norfolk, had nothing to do with the disappearance of the girls. However, worried parents believe Mr. Costello should be removed from the school and have called on head teacher Flora West to suspend him with immediate effect. One parent, Sylvia Glover, said, "It is clear Alex's position at the school has become untenable. There is clearly something in his past that is suspicious, and he should not be working with children." Amy Moore, whose daughter is taught by Alex, said, "My Rachel loved being in Alex's class, but now she says she's worried about returning in September and has asked if she can move schools." Flora West said, "Alex Costello is on the rota to begin teaching again in September. The police are happy he is innocent, and so am I." Cumbria Today, Tuesday, 18th August, 1992. Missing Pemberton Twins 1 week on, by Tanya Pritchard. It has been a week since 7-year-old twins Celia and Jennifer disappeared from the field behind their home in Dower Lane, High Chapel, and despite extensive searches, intensive and intrusive interviews, police are struggling to discover what happened. In an exclusive interview with Cumbria Today, D.I. Lionel Bell, who has been leading the investigation since day one, told us the lack of information is baffling. "I have worked on many cases over the years, and there has always been a witness or a forensic clue to help steer the investigation. We literally have nothing." Expert child interviewers have spoken to Alison, 5, who was with her sisters when they disappeared. Alison has been interviewed for hours on end. To her, it was a normal, happy summer's day. They were all enjoying the school holiday and the hot weather. She saw nobody. She heard nothing. Lynn and Jack Pemberton have also been thoroughly investigated, which is the norm for cases such as this, as has everyone connected with the family. There is nothing to suggest any of them are suspects. My team is working around the clock, tirelessly, to bring this case to a conclusion. We will not stop until they are found. And I promise, we will find them, D.I. Bell stated. As the investigation intensified, it seemed like the whole village of High Chapel was questioned. There was a photograph of a drawn-looking Jack and Lynn Pemberton leaving a police station in Kendal, holding hands, faces turned away from the media onslaught. I skim-read the articles and hit print on every single one. I absorb information better when it's written down in front of me. I'm not a screen reader. There seemed to be very little for police to go on in the beginning. The only witness to the disappearance was 5-year-old Alison, and she couldn't tell them anything, despite clearly being interviewed on many occasions for long periods of time. All she remembered was seeing her sisters in the back of a car being driven away. There was no mention of the colour or make of the car, how many people were in the front, or even if the car was speeding, or what direction it was travelling in. I find the quote from Inspector Lionel Bell to be worrying. He said the police would not stop until the girls were found, and promised he would find them. A direct quote, one he shouldn't have made, but clearly feeling he needed to reassure a panicked public they were doing everything they could. How did he feel after 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, a year, when the Pemberton twins still hadn't been found? I wonder where he is now. He's probably retired. The case will most likely have plagued him for the rest of his career. I bet as he walked out of that station one last time, he felt as if he had unfinished business. There are some cases that refuse to let you go, and they nearly always involved children. What became of the teacher, Alex Costello? Police said they were satisfied he'd no involvement in the disappearance, but it required 2 intensive interrogations to reach that conclusion. Whatever they discovered hadn't been enough to sway the public, as Google took me to a tiny article, not worth printing, which stated that Alex Costello had handed in his resignation and would not be returning to teach Highchapel primary pupils that September. There was no quote from head teacher Flora West, nor from Alex. However, there was a letter written by a member of the public that seemed to put an end to Alex's story. We should be ashamed of ourselves. The last few weeks have been difficult for all of us in the wake of the disappearance of the Pemberton girls. My heart goes out to Jack and Lynn and poor little Alison, who had to witness her sisters being taken. One always hopes that in times of tragedy a community as close-knit as ours would band together. I am saddened that hasn't been the case with the public vilification of Alex Costello. A bright, kind, caring young man has not only been driven out of his job, but also the village. Is this what we've become? There is no evidence whatsoever that Alex had any involvement in this appalling crime, yet gossip and innuendo has run rife, and he's been forced to leave for his own safety. I don't think life in Highchapel will ever be the same again. Leslie Saunders, Attenborough Close, Highchapel. With emotions running so high and accusations coming from every direction, it was no surprise that the investigation stalled before it could gain any traction. A month on from the disappearance, Jack and Lynn Pemberton appeared on local television to keep the story in the public eye. I open another page and log on to YouTube, but I can't find any clip of the news item. It's probably been lost in the mists of time. There was a brief story in the local paper mentioning how worried the parents looked on television and how they pleaded for the safe return of their daughters. But that's all the reference to any televised appeals I could find. After that, nothing. The next mention in the news was 3 months later, when the village was hit by an autumn storm and, once again, the Pemberton family found themselves back on the front pages as they were faced with further tragedy. Cumbria Today, Friday 27th November 1992. More tragedy for local family. Jack Pemberton missing after storm. Whole village without power. School could be closed for weeks. Jack Pemberton, father of missing twins Celia and Jennifer, has himself been reported missing following last night's violent storm. Jack, 36, was last seen by his mother around 3 p.m. His car was found partially submerged in the swollen lake with his daughter Alison, 5, in the back. It is believed he got into difficulty while driving home and succumbed to the rising floodwater. Continued on page 2. Bloody hell. If there was ever a family that appeared to have been visited by a plague of locusts, the Pembertons were it. Twin girls playing close to their home innocently, taken in broad daylight, and their father swept away by a surging lake while trying to protect his surviving daughter. How had Lynn managed to stop herself from going mad? In her darkest moments, what had stopped her from downing a bottle of vodka and 100 paracetamol? Same as me, possibly. A tiny, minute trace of hope. When I lost James, I thought my world had ended. The pain was too much. It was the strength of my mum and dad, Harriet, and my friends that kept me afloat. Lynn, back in 1992, had only her 5-year-old daughter, Alison, and she wouldn't have been much comfort. She was too young to comprehend the magnitude of what was going on around her. How had Lynn survived? How does a person come back from losing 2 of their children and their husband within the space of 3 months? I had closure. Horrible word. James was dead. He was buried. I have a grave I can go and visit. My mum and dad have graves I can lay flowers on and pay my respects. What does Lynn have? Bless her. Alison has grown up in the shadow of tragedy and horror. No wonder she's screaming for answers and clutching at any hint of a possibility to find the truth. But then, the twist in the tale. Had Jack Pemberton really died on the night of the storm? Cumbria Today, Monday, 11th January 1993. Is Jack Pemberton still alive? By Tanya Pritchard. Over the past months, 6 reports have come into the Cumbria Today offices from people claiming to have seen missing local man Jack Pemberton in the county. Mr. Pemberton, 36, was last seen on November 27th last year during a storm when it is believed he got into difficulty driving home and was swept out into Lake Windermere. Despite extensive searches by police and experienced divers, a body has never been found. Jack Pemberton is the father of missing twins Celia and Jennifer, 7, who disappeared from their home in June last year. Susie Allinson, 43, of Linden Road in Sedgwick, said she knew the Pemberton family by sight only, but was sure it was Jack she saw going into a Barclays bank in Kendal. I had to do a double take, she said. I've thought of the Pemberton family often over the past few months, more so over Christmas, bless them. When I saw Jack, I couldn't believe it. It took me a while to cross the road, and I went into the bank, but I couldn't see him anywhere. Hand on heart, it was Jack Pemberton. Another witness, who didn't want to be named, also said she saw Jack Pemberton, also in Kendal, this time at a petrol station. There have been 4 further sightings of Jack, including one close to Whitechapel, in which a tourist was taking a photograph of his daughters and captured a man in the background. Despite the blurred image, the likeness is uncanny. D.I. Lionel Bell from Whitechapel Police Station said, "We are aware of these sightings. However, all the evidence points to Jack Pemberton drowning in Lake Windermere. As sad as this is for the Pemberton family, we cannot alter the facts." 6 sightings of Jack within 2 months are a significant number that Inspector Bell really shouldn't have ignored. Was Susie Allinson questioned thoroughly by police? Was CCTV at the bank checked to verify her claims? I wonder what Lynn has made of all this. It's given her hope, or maybe false hope. Or maybe it's just stirred everything back up again. She can't rest, mourn, move on while there are still so many unanswered questions. On the 10th anniversary of the disappearance of the twins, the local paper ran several stories to keep the investigation alive and draw people's attention to the fact it was still unsolved. It seems to be the case that has defined the area, and the reporters were keen to capitalise on what made Whitechapel stand out. There was a potted update, which I printed, an interview with Lynn, and, surprisingly, what appears to be the only interview I can find conducted with Alison. Cumbria Today, Monday, 12th August 2002. 10 years on. The Day My Sisters Left, by Tanya Pritchard. 10 years ago yesterday, on a hot summer's day, in a picturesque location in the Lake District, twin girls disappeared within sight of their home. The only witness was their younger sister, Alison, who was 5 at the time. Despite extensive searches and a decade of false leads and lost hope, there has been no sighting of Celia and Jennifer. During the initial investigation, Alison was interviewed many times by specialised police officers, yet she has never spoken to the media. Until now. In a series of exclusive interviews with Cumbria Today, Alison Pemberton spoke candidly about that summer's day and the decade of despair she and her family have endured. I remember very little about that day, Alison, now 14, said. She is sitting with her mother, Lynn, in the home she was born in. It is modestly decorated, and the walls are adorned with framed photographs of the 3 sisters, though only one has grown up. We were playing, as sisters do, in the school summer holiday. It seems like 1 minute they were there, and the next they'd gone. I didn't know how serious it was at first. I remember that first night, going to bed, and not being able to sleep. My sisters weren't there. It felt strange. Mum sat me down a few days later and told me they'd gone, and she didn't know where, and that I was the last person to see them, and I would need to answer some important questions from the police. I was terrified. I couldn't tell them anything. That made Mum cry. It made me cry too. I knew the weight on my shoulders was massive, but I just kept saying, I don't know, because I didn't. We paused as Alison became tearful. After a break, she continued. 3 months later, my dad disappeared. It seemed like someone had it in for our family. Why were we suffering like this? A decade on, and the Pemberton twins are still missing. Jack Pemberton is also missing, and Lynn and Alison are clearly in pain. They're grieving, but they refuse to give up hope they'll eventually find answers to these tragic events that have plagued their lives. On the 20th anniversary in 2012, there was less coverage in the local paper, and I can't find anything printed nationally. Next year will be the 30th anniversary, and I wonder if even the local press will bother writing anything. Lynn, Alison and Ian will never forget. The anniversary will be a difficult day for them to get through, but they will remember, whether it's 11th August, 11th January or 11th October. The key players in a tragedy never forget, despite everyone around them moving on. I speak from experience. I Google Lionel Bell. He interests me. Or rather, his silence interests me. How did the failure to find out what happened to the twins shape his career? Was it something he continued to return to? Did it keep him awake at night, like so many of mine have set up home in my head? There is a raft of stories where Bell has played a key role in the local community, but nothing of the magnitude of the missing twins. On the announcement of his retirement, a story with the headline, "Missing Pemberton Twins Will Haunt Bell to His Grave," reveals how Lionel still thinks of the girls and how he hopes to provide an answer to Lynn, Alison and Ian. It ends with him praying there will be a solution in his lifetime. But the article lacks emotion. Is that Lionel washing his hands of the police force now he's leaving, or is it sloppy writing by the journalist? I've never trusted journalists. There's one in particular who I'd happily see chopped up and placed inside a wood chipper. I suppose I shouldn't tar all journalists with the same brush. I'm sure they're not all shysters like Danny fucking Hansen. There are probably plenty out there who are decent people. What's the collective noun for a group of journalists? A scum of journalists, probably. I lean back in my chair and stretch. I'm getting stiff from sitting in one position for so long. I turn off the computer, pick up the reams of paper I've printed off, and return to my bedroom, where I climb into bed and begin to read through them all once again. Something's wrong. Something doesn't sit well with me, and I'm not sure what. In cases of this nature, the investigation always looks to the family of those who went missing. Jack and Lynn and the rest of the family had been extensively questioned by police at the time of Celia and Jennifer's disappearance. Why? Couldn't they provide an alibi? Their neighbour said police had asked intrusive and insensitive questions about the Pembertons. What had they been implying? Were Jack and Lynn suspects in their daughter's disappearance? If so, why wasn't Alison taken away from them for her own protection, even temporarily? Or was that the reason why she was sent to live with her aunt and uncle for a while? If the girls were taken by a stranger, a passing paedophile, for example, then it was more than likely that after 30 years, both girls were dead. They would have been dead long before now. They could have been taken, like Carl was, and sold to a couple unable to have children. Perhaps they were now living a life in blissful ignorance under different names. Were they still together, or had they been split up? It sounded far-fetched, but in my experience, the truth is often stranger than fiction, and anything is possible. They obviously hadn't been kidnapped for ransom, as no demand was made, and the Pembertons weren't a rich family. Had there been a grudge against the Pembertons? Was the kidnapping revenge for something they'd done? I had been hoping the local newspaper had run a photograph of Jack's car abandoned at the side of the lake. I'd like to see how submerged it was. Had Jack got into difficulty due to the storm and been swept away, or had he deliberately walked out into the storm? In cases such as this, with missing children and a father showing signs of depression, it's entirely possible that Jack could no longer cope with how cruel life had become and wanted to end the suffering by taking his own life. It's a sad fact that people occasionally take others with them when the balance of their mind is disturbed. Jack loved his surviving daughter. But if he wanted to die, if he thought he was going to be reunited with his twins, wouldn't he have taken Alison with him so they could all be together? The fact he abandoned her to an unknown fate in the storm left more questions than answers. And there are those 6 sightings of him in the following 2 months. Have there been more since? However, Jack could have used the storm as a stage to fake his own death. But why would he want to? Because he couldn't get over what he'd done, I say out loud. I feel a chill run down my back at that thought. It would have been welcome, given the heat wave, if it hadn't been such an horrific thought. Jack and Lynn were questioned at length. Difficult questions were asked about them to close friends and family members. The police obviously thought, at least for a while, the parents might have had something to do with the twins' disappearance. Had the police investigation turned Jack and Lynn against each other? Many parents split up following the murder of a child. Had Lynn looked at Jack's relationship with his children and asked the question she hadn't wanted to know the answer to? Had Jack, racked with guilt, simply walked out into the swollen lake to end it all? Or had he given everyone that impression and he was still alive somewhere? If I'm asking all these questions after only half an hour scrolling through Google hits, surely Alison has been asking them herself for the past 30 years. I rifle through the sheets I've printed off and look for a photograph of Jack Pemberton. He's leaving a police station, holding the hand of his wife. He looks drawn, shattered. But is he genuine or acting? Are you completely innocent in all this? Or did you abuse and kill your daughters? And if you did you abuse Alison too? I ask him. If only he could answer me. The atmosphere at the breakfast table feels different, heavy, and for once it has nothing to do with my mood. I woke up and, instead of hot, blazing sunshine slicing through the curtains, I saw darkness and gloom. As I pulled them open, I saw clouds for the first time since my arrival. The sky is grey and getting darker all the time. The storm is approaching. Do you think we should close for tonight? Philip asks. He's sitting at the round breakfast table in the family kitchen, looking down at his iPad. We've had 3 cancellations already. Sally is also studying her tablet. According to the weather, the storm is due to hit early afternoon. I suppose we could put a message on social media if it gets bad. Besides, surely people will use their common sense. That makes me laugh. After more than 2 decades in the police force, I've seen firsthand how little common sense the majority of people out there have. I turn to look out of the window while nibbling on a piece of granary toast. The lake is still. Despite the heavy clouds, it is difficult to think that in a few hours a wild storm could be raging through the village. I was looking forward to a morning swim. I think I might give it a miss. I never understood wild swimmers before. You never know what's lurking beneath the waters to get tangled up in. But I've been enjoying having this part of the lake all to myself. Are we safe here? I ask, turning back to the table. If as much rain falls as forecast, will we flood? No. The restaurant is raised, so we should be fine unless anything biblical happens. The only thing likely to flood is the cellar, which, I suppose it could be good if some water did get in, so then I'd know what needed to be done to make it watertight before turning it into a wine cellar. Carl suddenly lets out a laugh. What's funny? Sally asks. Nothing. I just find it funny how, when I bring my tablet to the table, I get told off, yet it's perfectly fine for you both to use yours. I busy myself with another slice of toast. It would be childish of me to laugh. It's work-related, Philip says. So was mine. I had a maths test. Suitably chastised, both parents put down their tablets. How long have you been waiting to say that? I ask Carl. The best part of a year, he smirks. You've raised a smart cookie, I say. Too smart sometimes, Philip says. I may have to give you my tax returns, see how smug you are then. I don't think so. I'm not putting my fingerprints on your receipts. That would make me an accomplice, wouldn't it, Matt? Philip's face begins to blush. It certainly would. He's learning a lot of bad habits from you since you arrived, Sally says. You mean bad habits like the law? Can we change the subject? Philip asks, looking uncomfortable. I know we're only joking, but I get nervous when it comes to all things tax-related. Is that the sign of a guilty conscience, Matt? Carl asks me. Fine, Carl, you win. If you want to bring your tablet to the breakfast table in the future, you're more than welcome to. Now, let's move on, shall we? I smile, as both Sally and Carl make fun of Philip, who blushes at being made the butt of the joke. It feels warm and heartening to be around a happy family for a change. It's not long, though, until the darkness returns, and I realise I'll never have that again. 6 months ago I had a full table at Christmas. Now 3 are dead, my sister hates me, and my best friend is in Africa. I hear Carl and Sally talking, but I don't register what they're saying. Matilda? Matilda! Sorry? I ask, looking up. Carl has gone. When did that happen? Everything all right? Yes, fine. I was just thinking about something. Listen, you don't happen to know of anyone round here who's lived here for a long time, do you? May, one of our cleaners, she was born and bred here, Philip says. Why? I had a visitor yesterday, a police constable, Alison Pemberton. She came about the attempted break-in the other day. Did she want me? No, she came to ask me a favour. Apparently, when she was 5, her twin sisters went missing. Never seen again. A few months later, her father couldn't cope and walked out into the lake. His body was never found. She asked if I could help her. Are you going to? Philip asks. I'm not sure. I don't really think I'm in a position to help anyone at the moment. I can't even help myself. It might help you to have something to concentrate on, Sally says as she begins to clear the table. Maybe. I just thought I'd feel out the story, see what the local gossip was. How long ago did all this happen? Sally asks. 1992. Talk to May, Philip says. She's in her 60s, so she's bound to remember it. Poor girl, Sally says wistfully. Imagine living with not knowing what happened for 30 years. Doesn't bear thinking about, does it? She places a hand on Philip's shoulder. She's clearly thinking of when Carl was kidnapped. He was missing for 4 years, and that was a nightmare that seemed to be without end. Sally leaves with the dirty dishes to take into the utility room where the dishwasher is, leaving me and Philip to finish our coffees. I didn't want to mention it with Carl at the table, I begin. But have you looked at the CCTV cameras? Any attempts to break in last night? No, all quiet. Speaking of last night, I had a phone call. I came to tell you about it, but Carl said you'd already gone to bed. Sian Robinson. Oh? She's been ringing and ringing you since you left Sheffield. She's tried everyone she could think of. Why haven't you been answering her calls? I thought she was a good friend. She is. I didn't bring my phone with me. It's still at my house in Sheffield. Did you tell her I was here? Yes. She was relieved to hear you're safe. She told me to tell you to ring her any time. She's worried about you. I don't say anything to that. There's nothing to say. She asked if she can ring me again to check up on you. I told her that was fine. Look, Matt, I know you feel like you don't have anyone right now, but you do. Sian, Scott, Christian. Sian mentioned Donal and someone called Odell. They're all thinking of you. They're all worried about you. That's a lot of people to have in your corner, You're not as alone as you think. And they're all police officers. Well, apart from Donal and Odell. I can't surround myself with police at the moment. It hurts. I keep thinking about all the people who would still be alive now if I hadn't joined the force. Faith, Rory and his fiancée Natasha, they'd have been married now. Probably had kids too. Ranjit. He and Kasinka had just had a baby when he was killed. Chris. I heard my voice break when I mentioned Chris's name. Valerie, my dad, my mum, my nephews, so many people have died because of me. I'm the biggest serial killer never to have been caught. You're being far too hard on yourself. Too many people have died for me not to be hard on myself. So, what are you going to do for the rest of your life? I mean, you're welcome to stay here as long as you want, you know that, but are you really going to be happy spending every day just going out running and swimming and sitting around here with your thoughts? I take a deep breath. I was thinking that if this storm hits as hard as predicted, I might pop outside and see if the wind will lift me up and transport me to another world. Take a woody to be your Tonto. Toto, I correct him. Joking aside, Philip says, lowering his voice and leaning forward. You wouldn't do that, would you? Just disappear? Like Alison's father and sisters? I don't know. After James died, I hurt so much that I did think about getting in the car and driving away. Then I thought about what it would do to my mum and dad. That's what kept me in Sheffield. They're not here anymore. There's nobody to think about. You've already run away, though. You've come here. But people have found me. Maybe I didn't run far enough. Philip places a hand on top of mine. It's a sign of comfort, and Philip is a dear friend, but I want to pull my hand away and I don't know why. You have more people in your life to miss you than you think. Forget what they do for a job. If you were just a colleague, Sian wouldn't have been looking high and low for you. I'm sure Christian and Scott and the others feel the same. Then there's Adele in Sierra Leone, and there's me and Sally. And Carl loves you to bits. We'd all miss you. And I'm not just saying that because 3 of my waiting staff have decided not to come in this evening and I need someone to help peel the carrots. That makes me laugh. Half circle quarter slices or julienne? You're learning. He smiles. Fancy a job? You may regret asking me that question. Me and Carl take the dogs on a long walk through the woods. It doesn't have the same openness and sense of freedom as when I was out with them yesterday. The sky is heavy and dark. The clouds are rolling in off the Irish Sea, and for the first time in weeks, there's a breeze that's picking up strength by the hour. Without sounding melodramatic, it's a harbinger of doom. We walk over uneven ground. The leafy canopy above gives the woodland a darker edge, particularly with the sun hidden by the clouds. It could almost be night time. The temperature is still hovering in the 20s, but it feels cooler. Icy fingers of uncertainty stroke the back of my neck, and it's not just fear of the impending storm. I have a dark feeling that something is happening right now. I'm just not sure what. I keep thinking of the killer in Sheffield. If he hadn't emailed me and bragged about his crimes, he would have gotten away with them. He really is the embodiment of evil. My detective brain is kicking in and trying to figure out who he is and why he turned to murder. Was he born that way, or did something happen to turn him into a killer? Try as I might, I can't fully let go of being a detective. What shall we do tonight when the storm hits? Carl asks, bringing me out of my reverie. Thank goodness for Carl. I mean, if the power goes off, we won't have a TV to watch or anything. Do you have any board games? A few. I've hidden Monopoly, though. Dad gets really competitive with that one. I used to like Operation. Me and my sister... I stopped myself. It's still too raw to think of me and Harriet in happier times, especially now she probably wishes I was dead. I fucking hate you. I've got Dinosaur Operation, Carl says. Really? How does that work? You operate on a T-Rex? Oh, sounds fun. I think we should play that even if the power doesn't go out. We return to the restaurant at the same time as Sally pulls into the car park. She's been into the village to collect a few more provisions, such as extra batteries for the torches and candles in case of a power cut. Carl runs off to clean up the dogs while I attempt to make a coffee using the machine. I've been in so many coffee shops over the years. Why didn't I pay attention to the baristas when they made my black Americano? Are all these buttons really necessary? The door from the kitchen is pushed open and the cleaner May breezes in with her caddy of cleaning supplies. May is in her early 60s but doesn't have a single grey hair. It's dyed a dark blonde. She's wearing a long flowing shirt with the sleeves rolled up and combat trousers with a duster sticking out of every pocket. A different cloth for a different job, I've heard her say. She's short, not much over 5 feet, trim, and always has a smile on her face. "You're a braver woman than I am," she says. "I daren't go anywhere near that machine. It keeps hissing at me." I'm beginning to wonder what's wrong with the kettle and a jar of instant. I place a cup on a tray under a spout and press a button. Nothing happens. I press it again. Still nothing. "It's like all these flavoured teas you can get nowadays," May says. "They all taste like scent to me, and I'm sorry, but when I have a mug of tea, I want something I can dip my digestives in." "I couldn't agree with you more," I say, as I give the Gadgier a dirty look. I decide to leave it until Philip comes back from wherever he's gone to. "May, can I ask you a question about something?" "Course you can," she says, not stopping in her work. She goes over to the tables and begins clearing one of its place settings before vigorously polishing the smooth surface with a dry microfiber cloth. "Philip tells me you've lived here all your life. I was wondering if you remembered the Pemberton twins going missing." May suddenly stops what she's doing. "Oh my goodness, that was a nightmare and a half. That poor family. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, the father went missing in that storm." "He got into difficulty driving home, didn't he?" I ask. I don't want May to think I know more than I do. It's better to let people think you know nothing. "Yes, he'd been to see his mother, if memory serves me correctly. He had Alison in the back. We knew a storm was coming, but I don't think any of us expected it to hit as hard as it did. He must have been taken by surprise with it, bless him. Fingers crossed we don't get a repeat today. I don't like the look of those clouds." "No," I say, turning to look out of the window. "Are they nimbus stratus rolling in? Does it bloody matter?" I turn back to May. "Lynn Pemberton was lucky not to lose her other daughter too." She nods. "She didn't let that girl out of sight for weeks afterwards. I mean, you wouldn't, would you?" I go over to the table May has just cleaned, pull out a chair and sit down. "What happened with the twins?" "Nobody knows. They're out playing on a lovely summer's day, all 3 of them. Suddenly, 2 of them are gone, driven away, never to be seen again." "No suspects?" May pauses while she thinks. "There was something about one of the teachers at the primary school. He changed his name when he was a teenager, can't remember why. Police thought it was strange and latched onto him. Of course he was innocent, but the damage had been done. He left soon afterwards, poor man." "No one else?" "Not that I'm aware of. It really was as if they vanished off the face of the earth. I mean—" She looks around her to make sure no one is listening and lowers her voice. "When Carl was taken, there was a ransom, wasn't there? Not with the Pemberton twins." Speaking as a detective in a case like this, we look close to home for the perpetrators. "Anything about Jack and Lynn?" "No, I don't think—" "Hang on." She stops in her work again. A heavy frown appears on her forehead. "I don't think either of them had alibis. Lynn was home alone. I mean, she was looking after the kiddies, but they were out. Jack, I don't know where he was. Possibly out on the farm with Ian. That's another thing as well. Travis Montgomery." I remember the name from one of the news articles I'd printed off last night. "Who's he?" "He worked on the farm for a while. There was a rumour. Now, I'm only telling you this because of what I heard. I've no evidence of it myself. But there was a rumour that Travis and Lynn were carrying on. She practically whispers those last two words. Carrying on as in having an affair. I don't think it was a full-blown affair or anything, but there was talk, and you know what they say, she says, leaving the comment hanging in the air. No smoke without fire, I finish for her. Precisely. Does Travis still live around here? No, he wasn't local. He went back home not long after Jack went. That raises a few more questions. What did everyone in the village think happened to Celia and Jennifer? Well, let's just say people held on to their kids a bit more closely after they went missing. Understandable, isn't it? Two pretty girls like that. It doesn't take a detective to twig onto why they were taken, no offence. I smile. None taken. And Jack disappearing like he did, what do people make of that? Jack was always a quiet man. He suffered with depression, had done since he was a child, according to Lynn. Something big like that happens. I suppose he's a ticking time bomb. You have to wonder what was going through his mind to leave Alison on the back seat of the car during a storm and walk out into the lake. You think he deliberately drowned himself? I do. Yet there have been sightings of him. There have. I'm not sure what to make of those. They upset Lynn, that's for sure. I mean, she can't move on. Are you close to Lynn? Not as close as I used to be. We had kids the same age. She had the twins in the September. I had my Rupert in the December. I think she found it difficult to be around me straight afterwards. Do you know what Lynn makes of all these sightings of Jack? She sighs. The same as us all, I suppose. If one person had seen him, you'd think it was a trick of the light or something, maybe even someone who looks a bit like him. But they kept on coming. You have to start believing them, don't you? May pulls out a chair at the table she's cleaning and slumps into it. As I said, I've known Lynn for decades. I honestly don't know how she's coped. She's completely different to how she once was. I mean, it's going to change you, isn't it? Everything she's been through. But she was always such a happy, confident woman. Before the girls went, she worked all hours as a midwife. She ran about this village helping anyone and everyone, a real backbone. Then, well, it was as if all the life had been torn from her. You look at her now and you can see she's a shadow of her former self. I hardly recognise her myself. Lucky she has Ian. Yes. How long was it after Jack disappeared before she and Ian got together? May sucks in her lips as she thinks. Do you know, I've no idea. I never expected Ian to settle down. I know he doesn't look much now, but he was a very handsome man when he was younger. Tall, thick dark hair, broad shoulders. You saw him most weekends with a different woman on his arm. He seemed to get caught up in Lynn and Jack's tragedies and realised family was more important. He did a lot for Lynn after the twins went missing. When they announced they were getting married, it just seemed right. We were all happy for them. It was about time Lynn had some good luck for a change. I'm starting to get a headache. Is it so strange for Lynn to marry her brother-in-law following the disappearance of her husband? Was it love that brought them together, or a shared grief? The more I think about it, the more I wonder if Jack's disappearance was through guilt rather than grief. If so, how much do Ian and Lynn know? And what are they keeping from Alison? Then there's the mysterious Travis Montgomery. Were he and Lynn having an affair? If so, why didn't she turn to him when Jack had gone and not Ian? Or did she shun Travis because she felt guilty for cheating on her husband? There's that word guilt again. Maybe guilt has nothing to do with any of this. Maybe it's me feeling guilty about my actions leading to the deaths of my family, and I'm trying to force it onto them so that I'll feel better. Or perhaps I'm overthinking things. What's that? May asks. Oh, nothing, just talking to myself. For Sana Madness. Yes, that ship sailed a long time ago. May told me to pop along to the offices of the local newspaper, Cumbria Today, and speak to the editor, Tanya Pritchard, who apparently came with her own dark past. I'm starting to wonder if anyone in this country is truly happy. According to May, Tanya had planned on working for the local paper to learn her craft, then up sticks and move to the bright lights of a bustling metropolis where she'd be the first to attend any crime scene, desperate for the scoop on a pub brawl that had got out of hand, a domestic between husband and wife with a bloody ending, or the latest victim in a chilling serial killer investigation. She'd marry, obviously, but she wouldn't have kids, and when she retired, she and her husband, with their huge amount of disposable income, would spend their twilight years seeing the world while she wrote her scintillating memoirs. Unfortunately, life had other ideas, and May told me the sad story of Tanya Pritchard. She was the only child of Ruth and Willie Pritchard. 4 months into working on the local rag, her father was killed in an 8-car pile-up on the M6. Ruth took his death hard and hit the bottle. Tanya felt she couldn't leave while her mother was unstable, so she remained at home. Less than a year after the first anniversary of Willie's death, Ruth was diagnosed with MS, and her decline was painful and slow. Tanya's hopes for leaving Cumbria faded as she juggled working full-time on the newspaper and caring for her mother. I opened the door to the newspaper office, a former charity shop in the high street, and look into the back office. I expect to see a hive of activity as reporters race to meet a deadline. What I actually see are 5 empty desks and a thin woman leaning over a laptop, her grey hair piled on top of her head in an untidy fashion, a vape sticking out of her mouth, and a whirl of fake smoke with a smell of strawberries drifting around her. She must have heard me come in as she holds up a finger to tell me she'll be with me in a minute and carries on with her typing. I look around the room. It looks what it is. Sad. I suppose local media is dying a death. Most local newspapers are owned by larger organisations who are also struggling to keep afloat. Many have disappeared or merged in order to save money, and more pages are filled with advertisements and stories. The property sections disappeared when Rightmove and Zoopla came along. The personals were lost to Tinder and Grindr, and people find out about births, marriages and deaths by what people post on Facebook. Eventually, she gets up from her chair and puts down her vape. She wipes crumbs off her bosom and smooths down her trousers as she comes to the front desk. "Good morning. What can I do for you?" she asks. Her voice is gravelly, and she speaks with a thick local accent. "I'm looking for Tanya Pritchard." "You found her?" "I'm not local. I'm visiting for a while. I'm staying with the Meagan family who own Nature's Diner." "I know the Meagans," she interrupts. "I'm also a detective. You're DCI Matilda Dark," she says, her face suddenly lighting up. "I wondered when I was going to clock eyes on you. Your stay's certainly got people talking." "Has it? Why?" "Why? Seriously? You're the biggest piece of gossip our sleepy little village has had since the vicar's 2 poodles disappeared. Spoiler alert, they were found safe and well 2 days later." She pauses to take a breath, and I can feel her eyeing me up and down. "Now, some are wondering whether you're going to have brought the killer with you, and if he's going to start picking us off one by one, or if you're here undercover to expose some kind of terrorist cell we didn't know we were part of," she says with a wry smile. "Oh, and I've had a call from one little old dear who thinks you might be a decoy. Don't ask me in what regard." Wow, I had no idea I'd been the focus of so much gossip. "Well, I've never been undercover in my life. I'm pretty sure I haven't been followed by a killer, and I'm no decoy. I can show you my driver's licence if you like." "If I took every crackpot theory that came into this paper seriously, I'd contact the local water company and ask what they were putting into our supply." Tanya pushes some free copies of the paper to one side and lifts the flap in the desk. "Come on through. You're the highest-ranking officer I've ever had in this building. I'm not having you standing there as if you're about to ask me to print a feature about a 17-year-old cat who's just died. Let's get the kettle on, and you can tell me why you're here." Most of the journalists I've met over the years are of the cutthroat variety who would climb over the dead body of their own mother to get a juicy story. I'm not getting those vibes from Tanya, and I instantly warm to her as she leads me through into the main open-plan office. Tanya pops into a small alcove and flicks on the kettle while I peruse a wall of framed first-page prints and maps of the local area. "You'll see my byline a lot," Tanya says, coming back into the room. "I write practically every single story." "You're the only journalist here?" "The only full-time one. We've got 3 others. One's a trainee doing work experience, who I keep telling to choose a different career because he's bound to be jobless before he's 30. One's the former editor, who's an alcoholic and submits a story once every blue moon that I usually end up rewriting. And the final one is a mother of 3, who writes a regular feature on the life of a single mother in 21st century Britain. She's the dullest woman I've ever met. I've told her to go out and get laid just to give us something new to write about, but she's not keen. She's discovered jam making," she says, pulling her face. "So you're the only one doing news?" "News?" she says, as if the word is alien to her. "I seem to remember a time when that word meant something." The kettle boils, and Tanya trots into the back room to make the tea. She returns with 2 mugs on a tin tray with an unopened packet of bourbons. There's no money in local news these days. I even have to buy my own tea and coffee. I tell you something, when I do eventually retire, this office will be empty. Even the sodding desk is mine from home. I pull out a chair and sit down. There doesn't seem to be many laughs in journalism these days. It's all podcasts. There was a time when the ambition was to work for the BBC. Now, even their most experienced reporters are leaving to set up their own news podcasts. That's not going to catch on around here. So, what's the great Detective Chief Inspector Matilda Dark doing in our comatose village? And is there a final stab at the big time in it for me? Tanya's personality is infectious. I find myself wanting to open up a detective agency with her and for both of us to bring down the government. As she opens the bourbons, I tell her about my visit from Alison Pemberton and the research I've done online. "I know I shouldn't say this," she begins with a mouthful of biscuit, "but I milked that story for all it was worth. Not much happens round here. I knew at the time it was going to have a massive impact on the community, so I interviewed anyone and everyone I could get my hands on for their POV. What do you think happened to Celia and Jennifer?" "I think the father did it," she says straight away. "Jack? Why?" "It's nearly always the father. Don't get me wrong, he put on a good act for the police and the media, but that whole getting swept away in the storm business, I didn't buy that for a minute." "You think he faked his death?" Tanya turns to her laptop and begins scrolling through as she talks. "Back in the day, we were an important institution in the community, and we had a bigger staff number than we have now, though that's not difficult. We had someone covering sport, news, weather, events and features, the lot. We even had 3 full-time photographers. Anyway, the day after the storm, when we found out Jack Pemberton was missing, I was first out there. I had a shitty little camera with me and I took a few snaps. They were useless. I can't take a good pic to save my life. Even now, with everything gone on in an iPhone, I can't get the focus right. Thank goodness for Photoshop. Something else I've had to pay for myself." "Here they are," she says, finding what she's looking for. She angles the laptop so I can see the screen. "These are the photos I took of Jack's car the morning after the storm. They're blurred so they were no good to print, but you can see what's there. Now, the water was nowhere near the car. If Jack had got out during the storm and it blew him about, there's no way it would have thrown him out into the lake. And why did he have to get out? The water wasn't anywhere close to the car. You can't tell on the photos, but you could see the tide line where the water was at its highest. So Jack's car didn't get into difficulty. I'm no mechanic, but if it did, there's no reason for Jack to have gone near the water's edge." I frown as I glare at the 3 photographs on the screen. "Do you have a magnifying glass?" Tanya produces one from her top drawer and hands it to me. "It won't do you any good apart from give you a headache. Trust me, I speak from experience." She's right. I blink hard a few times, but all I'm looking at is enlarged, blurred pixels. Was the car locked or unlocked? Unlocked. The driver's door wasn't fully closed either, I remember that. Keys? Still in the ignition. I shake my head. "What are you thinking?" Tanya asks. No parent, no matter how depressed, would leave their daughter in the back of the car with the door open and the key in the ignition, especially during a storm, especially when goodness knows what could happen to her. Given Jack's mental state at the time, he would go one of two ways. He'd either protect her at all costs, or he'd take her with him. And the fact that he did neither? I sigh. The 6 sightings of Jack. There have been more than 6, Tanya interrupts. Really? She turns back to her laptop. I used to put them in the paper at one point, but with no photographic evidence, there wasn't much to write about. Eventually I stopped. Here we go. She angles the laptop to me again to show a table she's made of the sightings. I stopped saving them after a while. I've got 14 known sightings, but speak to Alison. She's got them all. She created a Facebook page where people could post their sightings. 14? Mostly local, though I think Alison had someone message her from Belfast once. What do they say? What do you expect them to say? They've seen a bloke who stands out from the crowd, seems a bit nervy. That's what draws their attention to him, and he has a familiar look about him. By the time they've Googled who he might be, he's disappeared. And no photographic evidence? No. Is he listed as a missing person? No. The local police believe he was swept out into the storm. Case closed. What do you believe? Can 14 people be wrong? Tanya asks. Are the sightings still coming in? You'd need to ask Alison about that. I haven't had one for a few years. How well do you know the Pembertons? Fairly well, she says. When Jack and Ian were converting the farm into stables, they asked the paper to run a few features in the hope of generating publicity. They were very different for brothers. In what way? I ask, as I help myself to another biscuit. I can never resist a bourbon. Ian was the confident, talkative one. Jack was always in the background. He couldn't make eye contact. Ian told me he suffered with depression. After Jack went missing, Ian turned to the drink. He told me in the local one night that when they were kids, their father used to bully Jack. Did he hit him? I don't think so. Ian said that Jack was a quiet child. Ian was always out with a football, playing cricket in summer and rugby in winter, a proper lad, according to their father. Jack preferred to stay at home and draw or read. Their father didn't like that. He wanted his boys to grow up to be real men, and real men weren't creative. He sounds like a shit. He was. There weren't many tears shed when Granville Pemberton died, despite how he went. I frown. How did he go? He was working himself to death anyway, by all accounts. He was taking pills for his heart. The doctors assumed he had an attack of some kind and collapsed in the pigsty. I feel my frown deepen. I don't like where this is going. You said assumed. There wasn't really much for a pathologist to examine. The pigs got to him before Jack and Ian could. They ate him. Not all of him. Parts of him. I decide against another bourbon. Oh, my God. You can see why the brothers were eager to convert the farm. They didn't want to be reminded of what happened. I tell you, it was a while before I ate bacon again. What a way to go, I say, giving a shudder. Strangely, it was Jack who took it the hardest. I'm surprised they all stayed. If it had been me, I'd have sold up and moved on. People around here either get out while they're still young or they stay here for life. Trust me, I know that only too well. I look at her and notice the hint of sadness in her eyes. Tanya clearly wanted to have left Highchapel many years ago. She wasn't stuck here. She was trapped. If you suspected Jack was behind the disappearance, I begin, taking the conversation back to topic, what did the other villagers think? The majority focused on the tragedy. They couldn't do enough for Jack and Lynn. Ian sort of acted as a barrier, stopped the villagers from knocking on their door every 5 minutes with a cooked meal or a word of sympathy they didn't want to hear. I kept popping round, making a nuisance of myself. Eventually it got too much for them too. Ian started drinking more. Nothing anyone could do could help any of them. And when the case went cold? Oh, but then Jack had disappeared too. A second tragedy. All the attention was on Lynn and Alison and making sure they were all right. Who are the main players here, apart from Lynn, Jack and Ian? Who else was involved? There was someone in the articles I read. Travis? Travis Montgomery, also known as Lady Chatterley's lover. Really? I can feel my eyebrows disappear sky high. I should be on the stage with my acting skills. Tanya stifles a smile. No, I'm probably reading more into it than what was there. Travis was employed by Ian and Jack's father as a farmhand not long before Granville died. He stayed on for a while afterwards and helped with converting it into stables. There was rumour Travis and Lynn were having an affair. Any truth in it? Oh, it depends on who you ask. Where's Travis now? No idea. He did a moonlight flip when the gossip started. He was only young. Mind you, he was a handsome young man. Firm jawline, amazing cheekbones, dark floppy hair, and his body was a bloody work of art. It sounds like you had a bit of a crush yourself. He was proper pin-up material. He could have made a calendar. Everyone lusted over him. But he was so shy with the attention, poor puppy. He wasn't local. No. He had a lovely Liverpudlian accent. Granville only employed him temporarily after his heart scare. He stayed on after he died to help out. Hang on a minute. Tanya suddenly sits upright and glares at me. My journalistic skills must be on the wane. I should have asked this right at the start. Why are you asking all these questions about the Pembertons? What's going on? Alison wants me to help. I did say I wouldn't get involved, but I don't know. Something isn't sitting right with what I've read so far. Tanya's face softens. My heart really goes out to that lass. I've known her since she was little. She was there. She saw them get taken and there was nothing she could do about it. If you think about it, she's got all the answers locked away somewhere in her head, and she can't find the key to access them. It must be torturous for her. So, what does your detective instinct tell you? It's a few long moments before I answer. I'm not sure. But Jack's disappearance and more than 14 sightings of him, plus Travis doing a moonlight flit, are leading to more questions. Who are you going to ask? Lynn? Ian? Alison? You? Me? You were there at the time. You know all the key players. If I help, will you let me write about it? Something tells me I wouldn't be able to stop you. She rubs her hands together and grins. What's the first plan of action? We need alibis for Lynn, Jack, Ian and Travis for the time the twins went missing. That's not going to be easy. Jack's possibly dead, and I wouldn't even know where to begin looking for Travis. But surely you'll have in your archives your interviews from the time. Maybe something's in there. I'll have a look. Celia and Jennifer's teacher at the time of their disappearance, male or female? Tanya looks up at the ceiling as she thinks. Male. Was he a suspect? You're really testing my memory skills today. What was his name? Abbott, Anson, Ashton. That's it. Something Ashton. Damien Ashton. Wow! My memory's better than I thought, she grins. I'm assuming he was interviewed by the police. Everyone was. Is he still at the school? No, he left for Pastures New a long time back. Tanya turns the laptop back to her and hammers at the keyboard. Oh. What? In 2010, Damien Ashton was working at a school in Newcastle when he was forced to resign for having an affair with a 16-year-old boy. Wow. She spins the laptop back around to me. There's a photo of a tall, plain-looking man in a navy suit and a sombre expression walking into a court building. Where is he now? No idea. I can do some digging if you like. Thanks. I turn to look out of the window and see that it's pitch dark and a strong wind is blowing. I'd better be getting back before this storm breaks. You can ring me at the restaurant. Will do. Can I ask you a personal question before you go? I nod. Why are you really here, and not in Sheffield tearing the city apart looking for the person who killed your family? Normally I wouldn't answer such a personal question like that from a journalist. The fact that I'm about to proves that I'm not my usual self. Because the way I feel right now, I'm worried about what I might do when I catch him. BBC breaking news. The Met Office has issued a rare red weather warning as Storm Jill hits Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and southwest Scotland. Wind speeds of up to 95 miles per hour are forecast. 5,000 homes in Belfast are already without power. I've never known rain like this. Eerily, the wind has dropped, but the rain is falling in sheets. It's like standing under a shower. As soon as it started, I had to go out and experience it. After a month of stifling heat, it's refreshing to feel the spray against my skin. I'm standing at the top of the steps to the restaurant, looking out over the car park and the lake beyond. All I can hear is the sound of rain hammering on the parched land. And that smell! There's a word for that smell released when rain hits parched earth. Petrichor. Don't ask me how I know that. One of the many useless facts running around my mind. Matilda, you're getting soaked! I turn around and see Sally in the doorway. I look down and see I've stepped out further than I thought, and I am, indeed, getting wet. I didn't even realise. I should go back in. But there's something about the forcefulness of nature which is bewitching. I've got a really bad feeling about this storm, Sally says as I go inside, and she closes and locks the door behind me. Ian Pemberton slams the back door and enters the kitchen from the utility room. He's breathless, soaked and windswept. Lynn resists the urge to laugh at the twig sticking out of his hair as she hands him a towel and takes his jacket and boots from him. You can always tell the people have never been through a storm before. I've never seen someone so panicked, and they're higher up than we are. Who's this? Not Shirley and Jim, surely? He nods. That's not like them. I think it's Shirley, really. She's worried about their new extension withstanding the winds. She never trusted that builder. I didn't take to him much either. There's no way those tiles were new. There's some soup left over if you want it. I'd love some. The wind's picked up again. It's really knocked the edge off the temperatures. It feels perishing out there. Lynn ladles soup from a pot on the stove into a bowl and takes it over to the table with a chunk of homemade bread. Ian sits down and tucks in. Lynn sits opposite him. She has a worried expression on her face. Ian, she begins. I had a call from May earlier. May? He asks, blowing on his soup. Yes. Lives opposite the church. Dark blonde hair. Her husband's a lollipop man. He nods. I know who you mean. She was up at the restaurant cleaning this morning. She said that Detective Allison was on about DCI Dark, was asking about the twins and about Jack going missing. Ian swallows. Alison must have spoken to her then. I've looked her up, this Matilda Dark woman. She's a bloody good detective. Remember that serial killer who was killing all those sex workers in Sheffield a few years ago? She was the one who caught him. And that children's home sex scandal that we watched that programme about, that was her too. If Alison's got her looking into this... Jesus Christ, Ian, what if she finds out about Jack? She says, worrying at her fingernails as she spoke. Ian sighs and places his spoon in the bowl, his appetite suddenly diminishing. We need to think about this. What? There's a flash of lightning followed almost immediately by a loud crack of thunder. Both of them turn to look out of the kitchen window. It's grown much darker in the last few minutes. I was thinking maybe tomorrow I might pop round to Nature's Diner and perhaps have a word with this Matilda Dark. If I tell her the truth, well, tell her what we told Alison, maybe she'll realise this is a family thing and back off. What do you think? Do you think that's a bad idea? Ian's face drops. Do you really want to involve someone else? Well, no, but it's not looking as if we've got much choice. If this detective does start digging and she finds out, I don't want Alison finding out that way, and if she does, Ian, we've left it far too long for Alison to think we were protecting her when she was growing up. Reluctantly, Ian nods. I suppose, if you tell this detective all about Jack, it might stop her from interfering. If she's a mother herself, she might see it from your point of view, that you were just trying to protect your daughter. I don't know if she is a mother. I couldn't find anything about her online, but she's good friends with Sally Megan. She'll know all about protecting kids after what happened with her Carl. Fair enough. We'll go first thing after breakfast. She thinks for a moment. I was thinking that it might be best if I go on my own, have a woman-to-woman chat. She falls silent and begins to chew the inside of her mouth. He looks up at her. You might be right. Are you sure you don't want me with you? She reaches across and places her hand on his. I'd love you with me, but it might be better this way. I'll probably be busy anyway, depending on how much damage this storm ends up doing. 30 years it's been, Lynn says, a catch in her throat. 30 years, I thought it was all in the past. Nothing can ever stay buried, can it? I'm always here for you, Lynn, you know that. We're a team. Thank you. It's all about protecting Alison, though. And we will, whatever it takes. She gives him a worried smile. Tea? I could murder a cup. They take their mugs of tea into the living room. The lights flicker as a gust of wind whips around the house. Candles in holders and torches are already on the coffee table, waiting to be used should the power go out. A fire is lit, giving the room a warm glow. I can't believe I've had to light a fire in June, Lynn says as she goes over to the window. The temperature's suddenly plummeted, Ian says. It feels colder than it actually is. He sits on the sofa and picks up his tablet. He logs onto the security system at the stables to make sure everything is as it should be. Lynn peels back the curtains and looks out, watching the beginnings of the storm through the slats of the vertical blinds. Heavy black clouds have rolled in from the Irish Sea and turned what should have been a pleasant early summer evening into the darkness of midwinter. Lynn watches as the road is turned into a river, running downwards towards the school. She closes her eyes tightly shut and is transported back to that day in 1992 when Jack and Alison were out visiting his mother. She tries to think of the last conversation she had with Jack, and she can't. Alison has often asked her what the last thing they'd said to each other was. Had Jack known how much he was loved by his family? Lynn can't give her the answer she wants to hear. Shit! Ian exclaims. That bloody felt roofing has come off the end stable block. What did I tell you? I said this would happen. Remind me never to ask Warren to do anything ever again. Has it all come off? Lynn asks, moving away from the window. It's flapping about like mad. It won't hold for much longer, he says, standing up and heading into the kitchen. Where are you going? To do a bodge repair until the storm passes. You're going out in this? She asks, wide-eyed with fear. If the rainwater gets in, it will soak the hay, and any flying debris could spook the horses. It might even injure them. I can't risk it. You can't go out in this, Ian. It's barely getting started, and it's going to get much worse. What else can I do? He asks, raising his arms. Where are my waders? Lynn follows him into the utility room where he's putting on his waterproof coat and hat. I'll come with you. No, you won't. I can help. I'm not having you going out in this. We're partners, Ian. It's my problem as much as it is yours. No, you need to stay here. Some of the owners will be ringing up asking how the horses are. They'll not be happy if the phone goes unanswered. They'll think something's happened. No, they'll assume we're out looking after their horses. Let me come with you. Ian slips his feet into Wellington boots and goes to his wife. He holds her firmly by the shoulders and kisses her on the forehead. "I'll be fine. I'll be half an hour at the most." He opens the back door, and the storm hits him full in the face, causing him to recoil. He's only been back in the house for 20 minutes or so, and already the wind has increased in strength. He pushes forward and pulls the door closed with a slam behind him. Lynn stands, arms folded against her chest. The last major storm resulted in her losing her first husband. She couldn't stand it if she lost her second, too. "You'd think it was midnight," Alison Pemberton says as she looks out of the front passenger window of the police car. Claire Daniels is driving, painfully slowly, blue lights flashing as they make their way towards High Chapel Primary School. It's to be a place of safety should the village have to be evacuated. Unfortunately, a tree has fallen, blocking the road leading to the main entrance. A farmer with a tractor is on his way to move the tree, but the head teacher called the police to let them know of the incident. "I hate driving in this," Claire says. "I can't see anything in front of me." The windscreen wipers are useless in such treacherous conditions. "It's times like this I wish I had a safe job like a librarian or something," Claire continues. "I'd be indoors right now, sitting in front of the fire, duvet wrapped around me, reading a Jane Austen." "You've never read a Jane Austen a day in your life," Alison laughs. "I read Wuthering Heights at school." "That's Emily Bronte," Alison corrects her. "Same thing? Philistine. You've hardly got a PhD in English classics. I've seen you reading Bridgerton." They turn a corner, and Claire slams on the brakes as they almost collide with the felled tree. "Shit!" Alison swears as the seatbelt pulls her back. "That was close." "Too close," Claire says, paling at the near miss, hands immediately going to protect her baby. They both carefully climb out of the car, struggling against the elements. They can't put signs up to warn other road users, as they'll just blow away. Hopefully, anyone brave or stupid enough to be out in weather like this will notice the flashing lights on the police car and slow down before they reach the bend. "Who's coming to clear the tree away?" Claire shouts. "We need to get access to the school if any of the houses in the lower half of the village need evacuating." "I don't know," Alison screams back. "Inspector Forsyth just said someone was on their way." "We can't—" Claire stops as the sound of the flood siren begins. It's an eerie noise that chills the blood, reminiscent of the air raid sirens from the Second World War. The sirens are manually controlled from an incident room by trained duty officers who use forecasting information to decide whether the whole area needs to be informed of a possible impending natural disaster. Alison and Claire freeze to the spot. The siren can only mean one thing. Evacuations are about to begin. "I don't like the sound of that," I say. We're all in the living room above the restaurant, watching the storm batter Lake Windermere and the surrounding countryside. The internet has cut off and the lights are flickering. Candles are on standby. We were all sitting in relative silence when the siren broke out. "You'd think they'd come up with a different siren," Sally says. "You hear that and you think we're at war." "It's the sound everyone knows means impending danger," Philip says. "I've never heard it before. Not outside of a war film," I say. "It sounds different from hearing it on TV. It genuinely does send a chill down the spine." "They did a practice run last year," Sally says. She has to raise her voice over the sound of the storm. "Scared the life out of me, and it was only a rehearsal." Philip moves up on the sofa next to her and wraps his arms around her shoulder, pulling her tight. I love how close this couple still is after everything they've been through. Carl is sitting on the floor in front of the fire with both dogs. He's looking out of the window, watching the rain and flying debris lash against the glass. "Are we—" My question is interrupted by a loud crack of thunder that sounds as if the world is being torn apart. I stand up and go over to the window. Lightning lights up the black sky as daggers of brilliant electric blue fork above the lake. It's an unsettling yet beautiful sight to witness. Triple glazed glass is all that separates me from the onslaught of the storm. A masochistic part of me wishes I was out in this, to feel the full force of nature's wrath wrap around me. I've never heard thunder so loud. I place my hand flat against the glass and feel it vibrate with every rumble. A flash of lightning hits a tree on the side of the lake. An orange finger of fire runs down its trunk, and the tree almost explodes as it's torn in half. Jesus Christ, I recoil. Carl jumps up from the floor and runs over to the sofa to be with his parents. Both dogs bark at the thunder. The wind intensifies, and trees are almost bent double. Huge branches are torn from trunks, picked up and tossed around, landing with a splash in the lake. Another is thrown up and hits the window just beside where I'm standing. I jump back as if I've been hit. Behind me, Sally and Carl scream, and the dogs are cowering behind the sofa. I look at the glass where the branch hit and see a small crack. This is no longer a chance to marvel at the destruction of nature. I'm standing in the path of violence. And I hate to say this, but it feels amazing. Lynn had been watching the live camera feed on her tablet since Ian left. When the power went out and the internet failed, she couldn't see him anymore. The last she saw of him was as he battled with the elements and struggled to repair the roof of the empty stable at the end of the block. She goes around the living room, lighting candles and turning on lantern torches. The fire is lit in the corner of the room, so she's able to keep warm, and the room looks cosy in the dim light. But outside, the storm is raging. She's never heard such a terrifying sound before in her life. Even the storm of '92 wasn't as bad as this. She goes over to the window and pulls back the curtains. Trees are down in the middle of the road. Rain is pouring down in sheets. Debris litters the ground, and a fence panel has smashed through the windscreen of Kitty Routledge's Volvo across the road. Lynn's scared. She hates bad weather, storms in particular, for obvious reasons. She hates the fact she's alone. She hates that Ian is out in this and she's powerless to help. She hasn't heard from Alison since lunchtime. Where is she right now? She grabs her phone from the coffee table and rings her daughter. It rings out until the voicemail kicks in. She wasn't planning on leaving a message, but suddenly thinks that if Alison sees a missed call from her mother, she'll likely panic and think something's happened. "Alison, it's me," Lynn begins. She's trying, but failing, to sound calm. "I just want to make sure you're all right. I'm guessing you're very busy right now, but give me a call when you can. It'll be—" Lynn screams and drops her phone as a tree comes crashing through her living room window. Sally and Philip have taken Carl and the two dogs into Carl's bedroom at the rear of the building. It's sheltered by the woods and hopefully muffles the sound and danger of the storm. I remain in the living room, transfixed by the raging tempest. It's difficult to imagine that less than a day ago I was running in the midst of a heat wave beneath the brilliant blue sky. Now that sky is angry and is unleashing hell upon the earth. The destructiveness inside of me is on the side of Mother Nature. Tear this planet apart. We're destroying it anyway, as well as each other. Another tree falls and crashes onto the concrete car park. Fortunately, it's free of vehicles. The lights go out, plunging the room into darkness. I pick up a storm lamp from the windowsill and turn it on. I see myself reflected in the black mirror of the window. A flash of lightning lights up the scene. It hits a tree beside the lake, which falls against another with such force they are both uprooted and fall into the water. I've seen storms before, but nothing of this magnitude. It's electrifying. And after all these years of wondering why gawkers stand on the outskirts of a crime scene, I now know how they feel. Witnessing something dark and destructive is addictive. Around me is total chaos, but I've never felt more alive as I watch the dance of a broken power cable spitting out blue sparks. I leave the living room and go out into the hallway. Everything in my head is screaming at me to remain indoors, but I defy all logic. I can hear my heart pounding in my ears. I throw open the front door and step out into the wildness of nature. Lynn Pemberton is shattered. She hasn't been to sleep yet, and it's now getting light. The storm raged until the early hours of the morning before it eventually began to die down. However, the damage had been done, not only to Lynn's house, but to the village as a whole. Lynn hasn't been out yet as she's still battling to save her own home. After the tree had crashed through her living room window and the initial panic and horror subsided, she set about covering all the furniture with any old duvet covers and blankets that she could find to protect them from the rain that was lashing into the room. She immediately called Alison, leaving a panicking voicemail, and Ian, where she screamed at him to return home. There was nothing any of them could do until the tree, a mighty oak more than 100 years old, was removed. Ian called Frank, who has the next farm up, and asked if he could come straight over. He'd been in the process of chopping the felled tree outside the school into manageable, movable pieces, but he came as soon as he could. By 3 o'clock, Ian was hammering up sheetboard with Lynn, Alison and Claire holding it in place. The only thing they could do then was wait until daylight and the electricity coming back on before a full survey of the damage could be done. "I loved this carpet," Lynn says as she squelches through the living room into the kitchen. "I'm guessing it can't be saved." "We need to get it taken up and see if the floorboards beneath are damaged or soaked. They'll need to dry out before we can lay a new one." "What about my sofa?" she asks, looking longingly at it. "We might be able to clean it. You did the right thing in pushing it out of the way and covering it," he says, putting his arm around her shoulders. "I know they're only things," she says, emotions rising in her throat. "They can easily be replaced, but they're our things." "It could have been much worse. You could have been standing at the window when it crashed through. I could have lost you." "Don't say that," she shudders. "It's true." Ian's phone vibrates in his back pocket. He pulls it out and looks at the text message. It's from Frank. He says the people from the electric board are here to try and restore power. Are you still planning on going over to see that detective? "What? Oh, yes, I'll go later. There's no rush. I'm guessing Alison will have too much to keep her busy over the next few days to worry about the past." She slumps into a wooden chair brought in from the kitchen. "Are you all right?" Ian asks when he notices the angst on his wife's face. "The last time there was a major storm here, we were plunged into a nightmare. Now it's happening all over again." Ian squats down to her level and wraps his arm around her, pulling her tightly into a hug. He rests her head against his chest and brushes her hair. Neither of them says anything. They don't need to. They are both thinking the same thing. Their 30-year secret is about to be blown wide open by an interfering DCI from Sheffield, and there is nothing they can do about it except wait for the fallout. It's a much colder morning. A stiff breeze is blowing. The heat wave is over, and Philip, Sally and me are surveying the restaurant from the far side of the car park. There are a few missing roof tiles. A couple of trees have fallen which need to be removed before the restaurant can open later. But Nature's Diner seems to have been in favour this time around. "Close call," Philip says. "It was scary there for a while. I don't know how those people in America cope with tornadoes," Sally says with a shiver. "Can I take the dogs into the woods?" Carl asks. It's obvious he wants to go and see how badly damaged the trees are. He can barely control his excitement. "Yes, but be careful," Sally says. "Watch your step." "Excellent," he grins. "What happened to you last night?" Sally asks me. "I heard the shower running when I got up to go to the toilet about 4 o'clock. "I went for a walk." "In the middle of a massive storm? You could have been killed. What kind of a person goes out for a walk in weather like that?" "I wanted to clear my head. It would have been less risky with a bottle of vodka." "Did it work?" I'm not sure. Philip moves away from us and tests the wooden steps to the restaurant to see if they need repairing. Sally lowers her voice. I'm worried about you. She rubs her hand on my arm. It's a comforting gesture, but I don't feel anything. You don't go out in weather like we had last night unless you're on some kind of suicide mission. You're not going to do anything stupid, are you? I think of Liam Walsh, the teenager at university struggling with his mental health. He wanted to die so much, but he couldn't bring himself to take his own life on his own. He must have been going through so much anguish and hurt. I can certainly understand how he felt. I'm not going to kill myself, I say, though even I'm not convinced by my words. You're killing yourself every time you go out running or swimming. You're putting your body through too much. I'm screaming, Sally, I say, turning to her. Inside, I'm screaming so loud that I can't hear anything else, and I don't know what to do to silence it. That's why I went out last night. I need to unleash all this pain. What did you do last night? I went down by the lake. I stood on the edge, and I cried. I shouted and screamed and cried until I was hoarse. Any other night I'd have woken the whole village. The storm drowned out all the noise. Do you feel better for it? I think for a moment. I look at her. I can't lie to Sally. No, not at all. Carl heads off into the woods with both dogs. Philip and Sally continue to survey their restaurant, and I change into my wetsuit. The lake has been calm in the month I've been here. The wild winds of last night have died down, but there's still a stiff breeze blowing. It'll be a change to push against the tide. The water feels much colder, and I gasp as I submerge myself. I swim out a few metres, doing a gentle breaststroke before turning over onto my back and looking up at the sky. Last night it had been black and violent. This morning it's blue and calm. In the woods, I can hear the echoing sound of dogs barking. The two woodies are enjoying their adventure, jumping over felled trees and picking up new sticks for Carl to throw. I smile to myself. I'm enjoying being here. I don't want my time here to end. I roll back onto my front and swim further out. I love swimming in the lake. The water is so clear. Occasionally, when there's nobody else around, I feel like I'm in my own private oasis, my surroundings untouched by the negativities of the 21st century. Everything seems unspoiled and clean. Matilda! I hear my name being called. I turn and see Carl at the entrance to the woods, standing by a couple of felled trees. He waves, and I wave back. I've found something! What? I call back, not hearing what he's saying. I said I've found something, he shouts louder. I still can't hear him, so swim quickly towards him. What did you say? I ask once I'm closer. I found that tree we saw get hit by lightning, he says, his face dirty with soot. He's obviously touched the scorched bark. It's all black and in pieces. You can still smell the burning. It's so cool. One of the dogs jumps into the lake and swims out to join me. The other follows and swims around the trees, snatching away at the broken-off twigs and branches. You look cold, Carl says. It's a bit chillier than I expected it to be. What's that? He points to something entangled in the branches. Where? There, by Woody. I crane my neck to see where Carl is pointing. I swim over, both dogs joining me, getting in my way, as I try to pull whatever it is free. It's a piece of plastic, rectangular in shape. I manage to free it, turn it over, and wipe the smooth surface. It's a registration plate, I say. Where did it come from? I've no idea. E311TVC. I read it out. That's an old number. E-reg must be, I'm not sure, 1990s possibly? Wow, that really is old. It's not that old, Carl. I was born in... Never mind, I say, suddenly wondering if Carl would consider me ancient if he knew I was born in the 1970s. The storm wouldn't have blown that all the way out here, would it? He asks. I look around me. There are no cars around here. The woods are in the way of nearby streets. If a car registration plate had become detached somehow, there is no way it could have blown all the way out to the lake. There is only one place it could have come from, and that was from down beneath the surface of the water. Carl, take this, I say. I swim to the edge and hand Carl the number plate. What are you going to do? I'm going to have a look and see if I can see a car. Oh, cool. You think there's one down there? When it comes to the bottom of lakes and rivers, Carl, there are all manner of things down there. At the bottom of the River Don in Sheffield, police divers were searching for a missing man, and they found 2 abandoned ATM machines, a sawn-off shotgun used in a bank robbery in the 1980s, and a Sky satellite dish. Was there any money in the machines? No. Shame. Did you find the missing man? No, I believe he's still missing. Do you want to shout the dogs back? I don't want them trying to free dive to the bottom of the lake. Sure. Carl shouts for both dogs. They ignore him until he plunges his hand into his pocket and pulls out a couple of small Bonio biscuits. They doggy paddle to the edge and shake off the excess water before emptying his pockets of biscuits. I swim away from the felled trees, take a deep breath, and dip below the surface. Despite the storm and trees crashing into the water, disturbing the detritus beneath, it is still relatively clear, and I'm able to see further than the end of my nose. Unlike the filthy water of the River Don, where it's not even safe to step into without wearing a full hazmat suit. Thinking about the level of pollution and the murky water makes me shudder. Compared to that, the water that makes up Lake Windermere is practically drinkable. I surface, catch my breath, then go down again. I turn, look about me, and can't see anything resembling a vehicle. I swim down, left and right, but there's nothing there. Having never been diving before a day in my life, I'm not adept at holding my breath for long periods of time. I resurface. Have you found anything? Carl shouts. I turn to look at him and see I've drifted far out into the lake. Not yet, I call breathlessly. Maybe there's nothing down there. Maybe it was just the registration plate and the tree smashing into the water brought it up. Maybe, I say, though I think otherwise. One final try. I take a huge breath and dip below the water. I swim down, open my eyes, and that's when I see it. A car. Judging by the amount of silt, mud and algae that's clinging to it, it has been down here for some time. As much as I want to get closer, to at least discover what colour the car is, my lungs won't allow it. I break the surface of the lake and gasp for air. Find anything? Carl asks. I nod. It's a while before I speak as I struggle to get my breath back. There's a car down there. Excellent, he calls out, his excited voice echoing around him. Carefully, I swim back to the shore, using the felled trees to pull myself in. I'm knackered. Do you think this is a clue to a big murder mystery? Carl asks, looking at the registration plate. I'd have thought you'd had enough of mysteries, I say, dragging myself to my feet and wringing out my hair. Well, yes, they're scary when they happen to you, but when you're not directly involved, they're exciting. Shall I tell you how exciting I think this will get? Go on. He looks up at me with wide eyes and a huge grin on his face, almost salivating. I think joyriders nicked a car and needed somewhere to get rid of it, so drove it into the lake. Oh, sorry, Carl. No buried treasure, no bodies, and no serial killers. Sometimes police work is incredibly dull. We walk into the darkness of the woods. I turn to look back over my shoulder to where I picked the registration plate up from. I must have disturbed something when I jumped down into the water, as another item bobs to the surface and becomes entangled in the twigs. I pause momentarily and squint to try to make out the object, but I can't. There's clearly a lot more beneath the surface that needs to be brought up. I've never given any thought to entering a police station before. I work in one, so it's never registered that some people might be nervous about stepping inside one. I park around the corner from Highchapel Police Station in Adele's Porsche 911 and walk to the front entrance with the registration plate under my arm. I stand on the threshold and look up at the whitewashed building. A wave of fear sweeps over me. A police station no longer represents my career, a place of crime fighting and law and order. I see a place of destruction. If I'd taken my mother's advice all those years ago and chosen a different career, so many people would still be alive today. Matilda? I hear my name being called and turn to see PC Alison Pemberton heading towards me. She's dressed in full uniform, which is smart and neat, but her hair is all over the place. She looks shattered. "Hello," I say, and attempt to smile. Judging by the strange look on her face, my attempt has failed. "What are you doing here? Are you looking for me?" "I found something. I'm not sure if it's relevant to anything, but I thought I'd drop it in." I hand her the registration plate. Alison studies it. "Wow, that's old. Come with me, I'll take you through." She leads the way, pushing open the front door. "I'm guessing your station is a tad more modern than our former post office." "Just a bit," I say, taking in the high ceilings and ornate cornicing. This has character. South Yorkshire Police HQ has cork-tiled ceilings and damp patches. Alison leads me through a warren of narrow corridors. She opens a door to an interview room and shows me in. I feel like I'm a witness to a crime. "Can I get you a tea or anything?" "I'm fine, thanks. I've made a mistake coming here. I want to leave." "Okay. I'll go and get some forms and I'll be right back." I begin. My throat is tight, my mouth dry. "Yes?" I clear my throat and swallow hard. "I was speaking to Tanya Pritchard. She told me there have been more than 14 sightings of your father." She nods and looks around to see if she's being overheard. 26 at the last count. 26? The last one was in October last year. Someone emailed me a photo of a man standing on a hill overlooking Highchapel. It's blurred and you can't make out his face, but the build, the height, she shrugs. I don't know. I think about this for a moment. 26 sightings is a lot for a dead man. "Did you show your mum the photo?" "No." It upsets her. "What are your mum and Ian like?" "What do you mean?" "As a couple, what are they like? Are they happy?" Alison's face softens. "I think so. I mean, I hope they are. They work well together. They've made the stables a thriving business. It's given them both something to concentrate on." She thinks. "They complement each other. They like the same films. Mum likes to sew and make her own clothes. Uncle Ian has his model aircraft he paints. They enjoy eating out. They're a normal middle-aged couple. Why are you asking about them?" "Just interested," I say. "Does this mean you're helping me?" There's a hopeful look in her eyes. I don't know what I'm doing at the moment, Alison. It's certainly got me asking some questions. Any I can help you with? Do you want me to bring over my list of sightings? I tell you what, I'll get the forms for this registration plate and we can talk it over." She leaves the interview room before I have a chance to say anything. The door closes and I'm left alone. I look around at the crime prevention posters and warnings to people to look out for the signs of child abuse, illegal migrant workers and people involved in a coercive relationship. I sigh. 21st century Britain is not a fun place to be if any of these posters are a sign of the times. I've been left alone in the small, stuffy room for almost 15 minutes and I haven't yet sat down. I pace around the table, looking out of the windows through the dust-laden Venetian blinds at life in Highchapel, trying to return to normal after the storm. I go to the other side of the room and look through the scratched plexiglass at the activity in the police station. Uniformed officers are milling around, chatting, laughing, getting on with their work. I watch as two men sitting next to each other divvy up snacks bought from the local co-op. I almost smile. I could be watching my own team. Sian and Scott having a playful row about who's taken all the Maltesers from Sian's snack drawer, usually me, and who's put something healthy and full of vitamins and protein in there, usually Scott to wind Sian up. I feel a tightness in my chest. I step back from the window. The scene beyond becomes a blur. I'm in a police station, a place I have spent most of my life in, apart from home. I should feel normal here. Yet I feel sick. The prickle of heat creeps up my back, and it has nothing to do with the strengthening sun outside. I have to leave. The registration plate is on the table. It has nothing to do with me. I'm simply a visitor to the area. Let them deal with it themselves. They don't need me. I pull the door open and leave the room, heading for the front door at speed. "Matilda!" It sounds like Alison calling out to me, but I don't stop and don't look back. I have to get out of this building. I sit behind the wheel of the Porsche and try to get my breath back. Trying, but struggling, to remember the breathing exercises I was given by my therapist. Years ago, after James died, after Carl was taken, I struggled with panic attacks and often recited the names of British Prime Ministers to help calm me. It worked, but I don't want to go back to those dark days. Fuck it, I say, starting the engine and reversing out of the small space. I'm heading for the restaurant when I catch sight of Tanya Pritchard outside the office of Cumbria Today, enjoying an illicit cigarette. I pull in. When she sees me climb out of the Porsche, she drops it to the ground and stubs it out. "Wow, nice car." "If only it were mine." "Does the owner know you have it?" "She doesn't actually know," I say. Tanya laughs, then goes into the building. I follow. "You survived the storm?" Tanya asks. "Just about. My shed was catapulted into the neighbouring garden at 3 o'clock this morning. It scared the shit out of me. I didn't get a wink of sleep after that. On the plus side, I seem to have inherited someone's trampoline. I was going to call you later. I've found your alibis." "That was quick. I'm not an award-losing journalist for nothing, you know." I pull out a chair and sit down. Lynn was at home alone looking after the girls. She told police she was baking at the time. She went out to fetch them in for their lunch, and that's when she noticed there was only Alison there. Jack and Ian were renovating the farm, and, while Ian was working full-time, it wasn't bringing in enough money for Jack, so he was still working for Dudgeons. They were a parts manufacturer. They've long since gone. Ian was working alone on the stables. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Travis also said he was working at the stables, and, at first, Ian confirmed that. But Ian was spotted at the hardware shop in the village, so had to amend his statement. He'd left Travis at the stables on his own, roughly around the time the children went missing. So Travis has no alibi? No. How have you remembered all this? I still have all my original notes. I throw nothing away. I'm a hoarder. Fuck knows what I'm saving it all for. While I was looking for this lot, I found a file with all the scores from the bingo finals in 1993. Riveting stuff. You have no idea what life is like around here, Matilda. Orgies one night, cocaine parties the next, and the knit and natter events can get very raunchy. I smile. So, no alibi for Travis or Lynn. You don't suspect the mother of kidnapping her own children, surely? Tanya asks, aghast. After 20 years in my job, you're no longer surprised by who does what to whom. That's very sad. Story of my life, I add. Can you do some digging into Travis's background? I can try, but the guy was a private man. He was so shy he hardly spoke. He couldn't have been that shy if he was sleeping with Lynn. I suppose not. I know he helped in the search for the Pemberton twins. I remember asking him for an interview, trying to get the inside story on how Jack and Lynn were coping. He gave nothing away. I saw him in the pub a few days later and bought him a pint, thinking beer will loosen his tongue. Nothing. He clammed up. I read one of the articles online that mentioned Jack and Lynn being extensively questioned, along with Ian, Travis and a neighbour. Can't remember her name. Clara Fisher? That's her. She moved away not long after it all died down. She couldn't stand how everyone was turning against each other, suspecting everyone. She moved to somewhere in Portugal with her sister. She ended up marrying a man 20 years younger than her. Lucky cow. My point is, everyone mentioned in the article made a comment, but Travis didn't. Despite his name being printed, he wasn't quoted. Like I said, he gave nothing away. Every question put to him about anything was met with a monosyllabic answer. There's a difference between being private and having something to hide. You think he had a past? We all have a past. True. But how dark do you think his went? That's what I'm hoping you're going to be able to tell me. Leave it with me. Travis Montgomery is hardly John Smith, is it? There can't be many of them knocking about. By the way, I've tracked down the Pemberton twins' teacher, Damien Ashton. He no longer teaches, hardly a surprise, and he's back living in Cumbria at Seascale on the other side of Scarfell Pike. I have his email address and his mobile number if you're interested. Wow, you're really good. I'm impressed. I could amaze you with my journalistic skills, but he's put his entire life on social media. Between LinkedIn and Facebook, I'm pretty sure I could empty his bank account. Pillock. I think he might be worth chatting to, even if he isn't involved in their disappearance. He knew the girls, so he might be able to give us some insight into how they were behaving at the time. Tanya tears off a page of her notebook and hands it to me. She gives me a winning smile. I'm so glad you came here. I shall give thanks to St. Francis de Sales, the patron saint of journalists, for bringing you to me. Save your thanks for now. With my track record, I may end up destroying your village. Now that would definitely make for a fun front-page lead. As I pull up outside Nature's Diner, Sally opens the door to the restaurant and comes running down the steps. Matilda, you've got a visitor, she says. Really? Nobody knows I'm here. It's Lynn Pemberton, Alison's mother. What does she want with me? I've no idea. I told her you weren't in, but she said it was urgent. She was pacing up and down out here for ages. It took all my powers of persuasion to get her to come inside. She seems very edgy. The power's just come back on, so I'm going to make her a coffee. Do you want one? I look up at the restaurant and see the head of a woman sitting at a table in the window. As if you have to ask. We enter the restaurant, and Sally goes over to the coffee machine while I approach Lynn. From behind, I can see that she seems tense. Her shoulders are up beneath her ears. Her hands, knitted together on the table, are squeezed hard, the knuckles almost white. Below the table, her left leg is jiggling. This is a nervous woman. I believe you're waiting for me? Matilda Dark, I say as I approach. Lynn turns and looks me up and down. Oh, you're Matilda Dark? Yes. I expected you to be taller. I don't know why. I pull out the chair opposite and sit down. I expected me to be taller too. I'm guessing I'm too old for a growth spurt. Lynn gives a weak smile as Sally comes over with the coffees on a tray. Here we are, she says, with all the jollity she usually reserves for paying customers. Can I get you anything else? No, I'm fine, thank you, Lynn says nervously. And for you? Sally turns to me. Oh, sorry, I actually thought I was working then. She slaps me playfully on the arm, laughs and walks away. I've never been in here before, Lynn says, gazing at her surroundings. They've done it out nicely. Yes. I take a sip of my coffee. Sally makes it exactly how I like it, black and with an extra shot. The stronger the better. I can feel the caffeine kicking in with just one sip. You wanted to see me, I say, when Lynn doesn't make a move to begin the conversation. I did, she says, taking a breath. I believe my daughter Alison has been to see you, asking for help. She has. She hesitates. I don't want you to help her. Oh? I never told Alison fully what happened. She was too young at the time, but I don't know. Maybe I should have explained everything when she got older, but it was never the right time. Then, when she said she was joining the police, I thought... I'm not sure what I thought, but I didn't want it jeopardizing her career. Sorry, Lynn, you're not making any sense. She releases a heavy sigh and composes herself. She picks up her cup of coffee. This is good, she smiles nervously. Me and Ian don't eat out as much as we used to. Ian's your husband? Yes. Second husband. Are you married? No, I was. I'm widowed. Oh, I'm sorry. I used to feel great pain when I mentioned I was a widow or when I thought of James. Right now I feel nothing. Is that due to the burgeoning romance with Odell Zimmerman back in Sheffield, or because I feel so numbed by recent events that all my emotions have completely shut down? As you know, I had twin girls before Alison was born, Lynn begins. They were almost 2 when Alison came along.
This audiobook is completely free and made just for you. Take a few moments to enjoy this gentle pause and know that your presence here means so much to us.
I was hoping for a boy. Jack, my husband, the girl's father, he wanted another girl. When the twins were 7 and Alison 5, they were out playing hide-and-seek. We lived in a cottage at the time, right on the edge of the village. There are fields behind it, where all the kids used to play. According to Alison, the girls just disappeared. She saw them in the back of a car being driven away. She didn't think... Well, she wouldn't at only 5, but they were kidnapped. We never saw them again. We took it hard. We were bound to, weren't we? But me and Jack dealt with it in different ways. I had a bit of a breakdown at first. I was a mess. I sent Alison to live with my sister and her husband. After a while, I don't know, I seemed to just throw myself into work. I was a midwife then. I had to keep busy, you know. Jack, he went the other way. He was frightened of leaving the house in case we had a phone call or anything saying the girls had been found. She pauses. Her bottom lip is shaking with emotion and her face has paled as she takes herself back to a time that causes her great anguish. This is where things differ from what Alison believes happened. Lynn lowers her voice and hitches her chair up to the table as if worried about being overheard, despite there being no one else in the restaurant. I told Alison that a few months later she and her dad were coming back from visiting her grandmother, Jack's mum, on the day of a storm, that Jack got into difficulty with the car and he was swept away by the swollen lake. A tear rolls down Lynn's cheek. She reaches for a napkin and wipes her eye. You don't have to tell me any of this, Lynn, I say, despite itching to know everything. No, I do. I wasn't getting over it. You don't get over something like that, but I was coming to terms with it. I was adapting. Jack, he wasn't. He was trapped in grief. He'd always suffered with depression. He was a complete contrast to his brother. Ian, my husband now, is Jack's brother. I suppose you think that's strange, don't you? Me marrying my brother-in-law. I don't know when things developed between us. We just grew closer as time went on. It's not strange at all, I say. I feel as if she needs to hear that. Lynn takes a deep breath. Not long after the girls disappeared, something happened. I don't know what. Ian never told me, but he said he found something in the stables where they worked together, and they had a big argument. And Jack admitted. I'm sorry, she says when the emotion is too much for her to hold in any longer. She grabs for more napkins and blows her nose. It's a while before she composes herself enough to be able to continue. It turned out that Jack had been abusing the twins. Sexually. He told Ian that he'd been watching the three of them that day in the field, and he took them. He couldn't help himself. He said something came over him, I don't know if he meant to kill them. I don't know what happened, and to be honest, I don't want to know. Why didn't he take Alison? I don't know. What had he done with the bodies? I don't know that either. Ian said that Jack couldn't remember. He said 1 minute he was watching them playing in the field, the next he was walking back to the farm. Hours had passed and he had no memory of what had happened. I nod. That is something that can happen. Jack's mind might have shut down in order to protect himself from what he'd done. I'm not justifying his actions at all, but it's possible he was trying to fight his urges but couldn't, and was struggling to admit what he'd done. Did you ever suspect Jack of— No, of course not, Lynn interrupts, almost violent in her protest. She has another sip of her coffee, turns and gazes out of the window for a while. She releases a heavy sigh before continuing. Ian told Jack to tell me. He said he couldn't. Ian gave him 24 hours. He said if he didn't tell me, then he'd call the police and report him, brother or no brother. What happened after 24 hours? He walked out into the lake before Ian had a chance to do anything. You think he walked out into the lake purposefully? It's the only explanation. There have been sightings of Jack. I'm aware. I don't know, I really don't know what to make of all those. He either killed himself or he walked away from his life. I'm only glad he left us, she says, swiping away more tears. You said he went to visit his mother that day, I say, after giving Lynn time to compose herself. Yes, she lived in the next village. She and his father divorced years earlier. Hardly surprising. I don't know how she put up with him for as long as she did. I wasn't a fan of Granville. He was a bully. Anyway, when we told her that Jack appeared to have taken his own life, she said that it felt like he was saying goodbye to her when he visited. She didn't last much longer after that. She'd always had a weak heart for as long as I'd known her. We didn't tell her anything about the abuse. We just said Jack was struggling with the girls being missing and that his depression had returned. I watch Lynn. Her face is a map of worry and confusion. Lynn, I begin, my voice quiet, sensitive. Is it possible Jack abused Alison? Tears roll down her face. I've no idea, she eventually says. Alison has never said anything. I've kept a close eye on her over the years, looking for signs of repressed memory, or I've read a lot about victims of abuse acting out in different ways to try and make sense of things or to punish themselves. I've not seen any of that in Alison. She's had a relatively normal life. Did you and Ian ever tell the police about the abuse? She shakes her head. I wanted to. I wanted the police to tear the country apart looking for Celia and Jennifer. Many times I stood outside that station wanting to go in and tell them everything, but I kept thinking about Alison and what it would do to her if she found out. I didn't want her growing up with all that hanging over her head, wondering if her father had abused her too and she'd blocked it out. I thought it was best to leave everything as it was. Jack had killed himself. It's not like they could arrest him. I can understand that, I really can. Alison is a credit to you. I've only met her a couple of times, but she seems like a strong, capable young woman. Who knows what path she would have gone down had she known the truth as a teenager. And oh, you've had a lot to deal with on your own. Ian has been a big help. He was strong for me, even though you could see he was struggling to understand what his brother had been capable of. She pauses as she takes another drink of coffee. You can see why I don't want you helping Alison. After all this time, how would she take the news of her father? She stops herself from mentioning the word abuse again. And how would she react to me for keeping it from her in the first place? It's all a mess, isn't it? Alison isn't stupid, Lynn. She's constantly asking herself questions. What if one day she asks herself something that unlocks a memory? Lynn shrugs. I don't know. I think I can take whatever comes, but I'd rather not reveal it myself if I don't have to. I've left a letter with my solicitor to give to Alison after I've died. It explains everything in minute detail. Hopefully, I've written it in a way where she won't hate me. I'm sure she won't. Promise me you won't tell her. I promise. Thank you. Lynn reaches across the table and places her hand on mine. I've been reading up about you. You're a good woman. I knew you'd understand. Lynn, what can you tell me about... I stop. There's the sound of a fleet of cars driving at speed into the restaurant car park. I turn to look out of the window and see a police car pull into the car park, followed by a police van with "Crime Scene Investigation" written on the side. What the hell have I done? Sheffield, South Yorkshire. Detective Sergeant Sian Robinson had taken a few days off work. The demands of the job, as well as searching for Matilda Dark, had started to take their toll on her, so her interim boss, acting DCI Christian Brady, forced her into taking a few days' annual leave to relax, put her feet up, and forget about work. That was easier said than done. They had a serial killer who had gone eerily quiet, a depleted workforce, and 3 new cases, one of which involved the murder of a 6-year-old boy, which Sian was finding particularly distressing. However, she hadn't argued with Christian when he told her to stay home for a few days. Her sleeping patterns were a mess, she hadn't had a decent meal in a week, and she was neglecting her children. She spent the first day off in bed and loved every minute of it. When she was awake, she was watching endless quiz shows on television and being brought tea and sandwiches by her remaining 2 children living at home, Daniel and Gregory. The second day, she resumed her search into locating Matilda and found she'd sought sanctuary in the Lake District at Nature's Diner with Philip and Sally Megan. She had no idea Matilda was still in contact with them. Philip had told her that Matilda was fine, damaged, but functioning, and that he'd speak to her and get her to give her a ring. The fact Sian's phone had remained silent told her more than words ever could. Matilda was hurting, and she wanted to forget everything for a while. She could perfectly understand that, but experience told Sian that Matilda needed someone with her right now. "Mum, you've got a Zoom call," Daniel shouts from the living room. Sian's in the kitchen chopping up fish to make a pie. There are potatoes boiling in a large saucepan. She's in the mood for comfort food. She and the boys are planning a movie marathon. Gregory has chosen Rush and Le Mans 66, while Daniel has opted for Seven and Copycat. Sian doubts there are going to be many laughs tonight, but it's quality time with her boys, and that's all that matters. At the table in the living room, Sian's laptop is open. She sees who's calling, and her heart lifts. The relief on her face is evident. She sits down and accepts the call. Dr. Adele Keane is Matilda's best friend. As a Home Office pathologist, she has worked with Matilda for many years and, following the death of her son Chris, she moved in with Matilda. Earlier this year, Adele's boyfriend had been unmasked as a killer. That, on top of still grieving for Chris, was too much, and she decided she needed a clean break. She joined Doctors Without Borders and headed for Sierra Leone to help give medical aid when and where it was needed. Sian is surprised by the change in Adele. She looks brighter and healthier than she's ever seen her. Her face is tanned, her hair is lighter and longer, she's thinner, and she has a glow of happiness about her. "Adele," Sian says, "you look amazing." "Thank you. It's lovely to see you, Sian. Just to warn you, the internet isn't great out here, so if I disappear, don't think I've hung up on you." "I won't." "Now, what's going on? I arrived back to the camp this morning and was told I've had about a dozen messages from you." "Where have you been?" "Oh, there's a village in the middle of the Gola Rainforest National Park. It's completely cut off from civilization, and there are about 100 people living there. It took us over a week on foot to get there. Oof, my goodness, Sian, you should have seen them. They have only the basic things in the world to survive on, but they're so content. I helped deliver 2 babies. One was a girl, and the mother is calling her Adele. Honestly, I cried, Sian. I was crying buckets." As she talks, Adele's whole face lights up. She's doing good work and making a difference. Sian tries to emulate Adele's happiness. She wants to share in her experience, but the lump in her throat won't allow it. All she feels at the moment is sadness. Adele's face drops when she looks back at the screen and sees Sian's pained expression. "Something's happened, hasn't it? Is it Matilda? Has she been killed?" "No, nothing like that. Matilda's... well, I've been told she's fine." "What do you mean, you've been told? Where is she?" "Adele... Penny's been killed," Sian says, referring to Matilda's mother. "Joseph and Nathan, her nephews, they're dead too, and Harriet won't have anything to do with her." The colour drains from Adele's face. She slaps a hand to her mouth to hold in her emotion. "What happened?" she eventually asks. Sian fills Adele in on the work of the serial killer who has been emailing Matilda, claiming to have committed the perfect murders. He was taunting his victims' families by sending them mock sympathy cards. Adele is speechless. She doesn't move, and Sian wonders if the internet connection has frozen. "Where's Matilda, Sian?" "It's taken me weeks to track her down. She didn't tell anyone she was going anywhere. It seems she went back to her house, packed a bag, and disappeared. She didn't want anyone to trace her." "Have you tried the Meegans?" Sian sighs. "I did eventually. I didn't realise she was still in contact with them. That's where she is. I spoke to Philip. He said she's struggling. She goes out running every day, really putting her body through hell. She's punishing herself." "Jesus," Adele utters. "I told Philip to tell Matilda to give me a call, but she hasn't done. I'm guessing she doesn't want to speak to anyone. I can understand that, but she really shouldn't be on her own right now." "I should come back." "That's not why I called you. I thought you should know. We've got a plane coming in tomorrow to take out a couple of people who need medical attention. I'll see if I can get on board. I'll go straight to the house, get my car, then go to the Lake District." "Matilda's got your car." "Cheeky cow." "Sian, is there anything else I should know?" "She's dating your replacement, Odell, but she's ignoring him too." "This killer, who is he?" "We don't know. He's gone quiet. We've nothing. DCI John Campbell, Pat's son, He's been drafted in from Manchester to lead the investigation, but there's no evidence, no witnesses. It's like, well, we were wondering if he's gone quiet because Matilda's left. Have you checked out Steve Harrison? We have. It's not him this time. He's still licking his wounds after being scalded. I'm coming home, Sian. I'll go straight to the lake. She freezes on the screen. Sian guesses the connection is broken. She closes her laptop. Are you all right? Daniel asks from the sofa. She turns and looks at him. She didn't realise he was there. Have you been there the whole time? You didn't say it was private. No, well, it wasn't. Adele's coming back home. She's going to go straight to the Lake District where Matilda's hiding. Is she hiding? Well, maybe not hiding, just taking some time out. Will Adele be able to convince her to come back to Sheffield? I'm not sure. I hope so. Me too. I really like Matilda, Daniel says with a smile. I can't move. I watch, frozen, glaring out of the restaurant window at the cavalcade of police vehicles parking haphazardly. An officer with Inspector epaulettes steps out of the front passenger side of the leading car and heads straight for the steps. I watch her intently, not taking my eyes from her as she walks with confidence, head held high, shoulders back, firmly pushing the door open and breezing in. Sally and Philip must have seen the commotion from the kitchens as they are waiting for her, a united front. Mr. and Mrs. Megan, nice to see you again, she says, a professional and courteous smile on her face. She holds out her hand and shakes both Sally's and Philip's. I was wondering if my team can use your car park while we investigate a discovery made in the woods by the lake's edge. She's not asking for permission to use their car park. It is merely good manners to explain why she's here. Her team are using the car park whether the Megans like it or not. A discovery? What have you found? Sally asks. The inspector looks over her shoulder at me, then back to Sally. Your visitor, she says, emphasising my role as an outsider, found a registration plate floating in the debris of a fallen tree earlier this morning. As we investigated, we found other items which seem to have come to the surface. It's our estimation that the storm has dislodged something from the lake bed. We need to send a team of divers down for a closer inspection. I lean towards Lynn. Who is that? Inspector Jill Forsyth. She's the main woman in charge at Highchapel. Will we need to close? Philip asks. There's no reason why you can't open as usual, Jill says with a solicitous smile. Will your vehicles be gone by this evening? We will need the car park for our customers. I'm afraid I can't say for certain. It all depends on what we find. Well, would it be possible for your team to at least use the parking bays correctly, rather than screaming to a halt wherever they like? I stifle a grin. It's unusual for me to be watching the beginnings of a police investigation from the outside. If I'd been in the inspector's position, I would have taken against Philip straight away for an aside like that. However, my head is firmly in the member of the public camp, and I'm seeing the police as an intrusive force for the first time. Go, Philip. Jill inflates herself to her full height. I shall ask my team to park respectfully, yes. Can we get you anything? Sally asks. Teas or coffees? No, thank you. We're fine for now. Jill turns on her heel and heads for the door, not before she steals a quick glance at me with a daggered stare. I've not even met her, and she's pissed off at me. My reputation has clearly preceded me. I wonder what they've found, Sally says. She reaches for Philip's hand. Where's Carl? He asks. I don't want him seeing the police vehicles out front and panicking. He's in his bedroom with the dogs. I'll go and have a word with him. Alison? Lynn sees her daughter through the window, opening the boot of a marked police car, changing out of her sensible shoes and into a pair of Wellington boots. She jumps up and runs out of the restaurant. I watch as she flies down the stairs, calling her daughter's name. Alison looks up, her face pale with worry. She goes over to her mother, takes her by the elbow, and leads her away from the scene, talking to her in what seems like hushed tones. "What do you think they'll have found to have brought all this lot out?" Sally asks. "You don't usually get this many police without there being a body." "From the storm? I haven't heard of anyone being missing." Sally pulls her long cardigan tighter around her body and folds her arms. There's a look of worry on her face. "I think this might go further back than last night. And judging by the fact that Lynn Pemberton appears to be inconsolable, I'd say they might have found her first husband." The police station at High Chapel is only a small one. It doesn't have a forensic team, a CID, a fraud squad, a drug squad, or a crime squad. There aren't even any holding cells or a custody suite. Any large-scale investigations are run from Kendal. Major incidents use officers from all 3 stations at Kendal, Barrow and Hunter Lane, often calling in those from Lancaster Police Station who are a part of the British Transport Police. At present, nobody knows what is lurking beneath the waters of Lake Windermere. Matilda Dark has presented them with a registration plate. Records show that a blue Vauxhall Astra 1.3 Merit Estate, with the registration number E311TVC, was registered to Travis Montgomery. It was never reported lost or stolen, and the tax ran out in January 1993 and hasn't been renewed. Had Travis dumped it himself and later claimed the insurance money? PCs Lydia Marsh and Katie Dixon were sent out to the site to have a look around. They immediately got on the phone to Inspector Forsyth and told her of their findings. Also tangled in the debris of the fallen trees was a child-sized shoe and a tarnished silver necklace which was lapping at the shore. As Travis had never been married and had no children, it was puzzling as to how these items and his car registration plate could be linked. Jill stands on the edge of the lake with the items sealed in evidence bags. She has a dark feeling that there is something lurking at the bottom of the lake that will cause her many sleepless nights and a few thumping headaches. "What do you want to do?" Sergeant Alan Stokes asks as he approaches. "My brother-in-law goes diving on holiday. He's got all the gear. We can always ask him to go down and have a look." "No. If anything happens to him, it would come back to us. To me. We need a qualified commercial diver. Get on to the Northwest Police Underwater Search and Marine Unit. Tell them we've got a possible submerged car on the bed of the lake and to send a team out here to have a look. They'll have all the necessary equipment." "Right. And in the meantime?" "In the meantime, we say nothing to anyone. There might not be anything down there. But according to Alison, Matilda Dark is a grieving woman. Her family has been murdered and she's struggling to come to terms with what's happened to her. She's found a registration plate. Of course she's going to assume it's come from a car in the lake." "You think she's lying?" "Not purposely, no." "How do you explain the other items?" She turns to look at him. Her expression is tense. "Just make the call to the underwater unit." Alan walks away, leaving Jill by herself. She looks over her shoulder to make sure nobody is close enough to hear. "Fucking Matilda Dark," she seethes. Reluctantly, I go below ground. I've been transfixed at the window of the restaurant, looking out at the car park as police officers gear up and head for the woods. It's strange to see a police investigation get underway and for me not to be playing a huge part in it. I feel like I'm on the outside looking in, and I don't like it. As relieved as I am not to have the weight of expectation and worry on my shoulders, I also feel sad about being a bystander. I have so much experience in this kind of work. I know exactly what to do when it comes to handing out tasks, putting a cordon in place, organising for a mobile incident room to be sent to the site, diving team, forensics on standby, neighbours to be talked to. I'm itching to get out there and take over. Yet that part of my life is over with. I can't go through all that again. I've moved on. It's the sound of hammering from downstairs that drags me away from the window. "Basements freak me out," I say when I reach the bottom of the stone stairs and see Philip standing in the middle of the room, hands on hips, heavy frown on his forehead. There's no natural lighting in the basement, and the only light is coming from the open door at the top of the stairs. It's dull and dank. Really? Why? I'm not sure. It's probably got something to do with being kidnapped and locked in one. That'll do it, he says, with a sparkle in his eyes. Did it leak? Amazingly, no, it didn't. That's good. So you can get on with renovating it into a wine cellar then? He muses. Problem? No. Well, have you seen Carl's sketches on his tablet? No. When we first came down here months ago, I thought about this place just being a wine cellar. Maybe have a few bistro tables down here for nibbles, things like that. Carl, and his creative mind, has drawn a picture of the restaurant, but he's taken out the whole of the back wall and replaced it with a huge picture window. It would show the entire lake from here. Can you imagine sitting down here, having a meal or a glass of wine of an evening, and seeing the sun set over the lake? I look at the back wall. In the poor lighting, all I see is darkness. That boy has quite the imagination. I think it could work. This whole space is an L-shaped room. We could have the far side as the wine cellar, out of direct sunlight from the window. Then the rest of the space could be a small, intimate dining experience. I look around me. I try my hardest, but I can't picture it. All I see is concrete and brick, and there's a smell of damp in the air. Wouldn't knocking out the wall weaken the roof at that end? No. I've looked at the plans. There's a steel girder along the top. We might not even have to take out the whole wall, just a large square to fit in a huge window with toughened glass. You know, the kind they put in floors that you can walk on. They've got a glass floor at the top of Blackpool Tower. James was jumping up and down on it. I wanted to vomit. Not a fan of heights. Not a fan of seeing all the way to the bottom. Would you have a meal down here? You might need to put in a few lights. I like to see what I'm eating. Use your imagination, Matt. It could be so romantic, he enthuses. I'll take your word for it. Matilda, are you down there? Sally shouts from above. Yes. There's someone here to see you. I roll my eyes. Who the bloody hell wants me now? I head for the stairs. I'm coming up. I stop in my tracks when I see who my visitor is. The police inspector who, not half an hour ago, was shooting me a dagged look is standing in the doorway. Her face is unreadable, but her body language is oozing resentment. DCI Dark, she says. It's an attempt at a greeting, but she almost spits my own name at me. Just Matilda, I correct her. She nods. Inspector Gillian Forsyth. Jill, can we have a chat? I raise an eyebrow. A chat suggests a friendly exchange over a cup of tea and a Mr. Kipling. Jill's pursed white lips and intense stare suggest she'd like to be throttling me right now. About? You came into my station this morning with a registration plate you found. That's right. Yet you did a runner. Again, correct? I see no reason why I should lie. Any reason why? Shall we sit down? I point to the tables and chairs. We head for the same table I'd been sat at with Lynn, pull out the chairs and sit. I make a point of not looking out of the window at the police activity still going on in the car park. Judging by the dagged look you gave me when you first came in, I'm guessing you've looked me up. Jill is about to say something, but I continue talking. I'm not here to take over. I'm not here to tread on any toes. I'm here simply because Sally and Philip invited me. I pause and compose myself. I've suffered a family bereavement and I'm here to recover. It's as simple as that. Jill nods. Her face has softened. You're right. I have looked you up. I've read about what's happened to you over in Sheffield. I'm incredibly sorry for your loss. We got off to a bad start without even meeting each other, didn't we? She tries to smile, but it doesn't quite work. I heard about you coming here a couple of weeks ago. I'm afraid I let the gossip and mystery surrounding you cloud my judgment. Mystery? The infamous DCI Dark, in the middle of a serial killer investigation, suddenly ups and leaves her post to visit the Lake District. I understand you're grieving, but something was eating away at the back of my mind that you might be here to take over. We've had the threat of station closures and restructuring over our heads since before the pandemic. I see. I'm here because I need a break. I've handled some disturbing cases in recent years, and it's taken its toll on me. I understand. I'm sorry. That's okay. So? I leave the question hanging. I want to know why Jill is here. Jill clears her throat. I've been in the job for 15 years, and I've never left Cumbria apart from when I've gone on holiday. The most difficult case I've handled is when a child went missing 3 years ago, and he turned up 4 hours later. Right now, I have a car at the bottom of the lake whose owner left here almost 30 years ago. Without my imagination running away from me, the only significant case going back that far is the disappearance of Celia and Jennifer Pemberton. If I call up Kendall and tell them I've no idea what to do, I'll be adding fuel to the fire that Highchapel can be closed down. So you want my help? Jill looks uncomfortable. I cannot begin to imagine what's going through your head right now. The last thing I want to do is upset you or interfere with you trying to come to terms with everything, but the people of Highchapel need this station to remain open. All I'm asking is for you to point me in the right direction. I had a similar conversation with my chief constable back in Sheffield. We were facing huge budget cuts. I was asked to choose who on my team I should make redundant. Solving crimes shouldn't be about money. We're told throughout our training that when we're the first on the scene of a crime, the number one priority is to preserve life. How can we continue to do that when we're told not to investigate certain crimes because they're not feasible? You'll help me? I take a deep breath. I look out of the window. I watch as several uniformed police officers stand about waiting for... I have no idea what. Who did the car belong to? I ask reluctantly. Travis Montgomery. He lived here briefly, in the early 90s. I nod. He was close to the Pemberton family, I believe. You've heard about him then? He worked with Ian and Jack when they were converting the farm into stables. Does he have a criminal record? No, there's nothing on the PNC, and he's not on the electoral register either. It's like he doesn't exist. We've also found 2 items floating in the water. One is a child's shoe. The other is a necklace, which looks like something a child might wear. The Pemberton twins. Possibly. I'm guessing when one of the trees crashed into the lake during the storm, it disturbed something down there. Maybe. Do you have an underwater unit? Yes, the Northwest Underwater Search and Marine Unit. They cover a huge area, stretching from Lancashire to North Wales. It'll be a couple of hours before they get here. There's a search and rescue team called SRUK. It stands for Specialised Rescue UK. It's a private company. They're based in Birmingham. They help police forces all over the country when it comes to entering confined spaces. They have all the equipment and gear, and they'll know about protecting potential evidence. They run a 24-hour service and can be here within hours. They'll bring the car up and take it to the nearest forensic testing site for you. Thank you, Jill says. A look of genuine appreciation appears on her face. Just don't mention South Yorkshire Police to them when you call. I believe there was a bit of a hoo-ha when it came to paying their last bill. She sniggers. That sounds familiar. Did Travis report his car stolen? No. Strange. There is one thing you might have to consider. Go on. Let's say that is Travis's car down there. Let's also say you find evidence linking it to Celia and Jennifer going missing. You'll need to consider Travis to be a suspect. You'll need to look at the original investigation and see why it wasn't picked up first time around. 2 missing girls, A car that suddenly disappears. Why didn't anyone notice? The original investigating officer, D.I. Bell, is still alive? Jill swallows. She seems to struggle to find the words she wants to use. I'll look into it. I nod. Jill stands up. She pushes her chair neatly under the table. People think I'm a ball-busting monster. I'm not. I'm doing an impossible job with impossible odds. I look up at her. No, you're doing an admirable job with complete tosses in charge who have no idea of the reality of life in 21st century Britain. They may hold the purse strings, but don't let a title they lied, cheated, and paid to get scare you. You have more knowledge and respect than they'll ever have. Jill holds out her hand. I don't know why I'm finding physical contact so difficult lately. Even something as simple as a handshake. I reluctantly comply. Thank you, Jill says. You're welcome. Jill leaves the restaurant. When she reaches the bottom of the steps, she turns back and looks up at me, gives me a wink and a nod of the head. I return the gesture. You almost sounded like a DCI then, Sally says, entering the restaurant from the kitchen. Were you eavesdropping? Of course. You miss the job, don't you? No, not in the slightest. Can you smell that? I think Philip must have left something burning on the stove, Sally says, sniffing dramatically. I can't smell anything. Oh no, wait. It's just your pants that are on fire. Sally grins. Sally leaves, chuckling to herself. I shake my head at her attempt at levity and turn back to the window and the police activity taking place right in front of me. I go to the bar, lean over, and grab the phone. I'd written the number of Cumbria Today on a post-it, which is crumpled when I fish it out of my pocket. Tanya Pritchard, Cumbria Today, good afternoon. Tanya answers in what is clearly a faux posh telephone voice. Tanya, it's Matilda. I'm calling you from the restaurant. Oh, yes, so you are. I can see you. Really? Yes, I'm right outside. Turn to your left, you're right, and you'll see a shitty little punto in baby sick yellow. I turn and see the journalist standing next to her car. I smile and give a brief wave. I'd wave back, but I don't want to draw attention, Tanya says. You never know where this is going to lead. I've just had Inspector Forsyth here to see me. Yes, I saw her leave. Was it nice to see her nice? She asks, referring to the famous catchphrase of entertainer Bruce Forsyth. I wouldn't go that far. She did tell me whose car it is at the bottom of the lake. Travis Montgomery's. You already knew? I have my sources. What was Travis's alibi again for when the Pemberton girls went missing, I ask. He didn't have one. Did Jill tell you anything about how they found the car at the bottom of the lake? A tree crashed into the lake last night during the storm. I was out swimming this morning. I found the registration plate and took it into the police station. Police came out and have found some items they believe belong to young children. Jesus Christ! Celia and Jennifer are in that car. We'll find out when it's brought up. How did you get on with trying to find Travis? Jill said he's not on the electoral register. I can't find him anywhere. I found a few Montgomerys in Liverpool. I'm going to do some phoning around. By the way, I was reading my notes about Jack Pemberton working at Dudgeon's on the day of the twins' kidnapping and made a few calls to double-check. Dudgeon's was closed down all that week due to industrial action. Who was striking? All the production staff. Was Jack on the production line? Yes. Was there a picket line outside the factory? Yes. But we don't know if he was there or not. 500 people were striking. Would they have noticed if he slipped away? Possibly not, I say. I look away across the car park and see Alison Pemberton walk towards the woods with her head down. I immediately feel sorry for the young PC. Whatever is discovered has the potential to destroy everything she believes in. Fancy a drive out to Seascale to talk to the teacher with an unhealthy interest in young boys? It shows how sad my life has become that this will end up being the highlight of my day. I'll change my shoes and be right down. Meet me at the top of the road. I'm already getting dirty looks from Brucey. I don't need to give her more reasons to hate me. Nice to know police-hating journalists isn't just a Sheffield thing. See you soon. If, on your way out, a couple of muffins happen to fall into your bag, I'll help you dispose of the evidence. I end the call and smile. Tanya is the refreshing change I need right now. Can I have a word? PC Alison Pemberton asks as she approaches Inspector Forsyth at the edge of the lake. She looks worried. Her eyes are red from where she's rubbed tears away. Of course, Jill replies. She steps to one side so they'll have some privacy. She had been on the phone for the past hour, updating her chief constable on developments. She was also waiting on a callback from the man in charge at SRUK about their ETA. I heard Sergeant Daniels talking, and she said there have been items found that belong to children. Do you think I could take them to show my mum? Do you think... Could they belong to my sisters? Her voice is filled with emotion. She's struggling to hold on to her professionalism. Alison, right now, all we have is a car at the bottom of the lake. We don't know what or if there is anything inside it. The car belongs to Travis. He was very close to my family. Alison, but the shoe and... I will go and speak to your mum, Jill says, softening her voice. Alison, I know you became a police officer so you could find out what happened to your father and sisters, but you can't allow that to jump to the front of your mind with every investigation. This could simply be an abandoned car. Alison nods. She looks away while she composes herself and swallows her tears. I want to help, she eventually says. You will. Let's wait until we know what we're dealing with before we go any further. Get Callum to drive you back to the station. We've still got calls coming in from the storm. We'll take this one step at a time, okay? Thank you, Alison says, trying to smile. Jill watches her leave towards a marked car with her head down. She blows out her cheeks. She heads for Alan, who's standing by his car, the boot open. Show me the items that came floating to the surface again, Jill says. Alan hands her the 2 evidence bags. Jill takes them and scrutinises the shoe in particular. What age girl would you say this shoe would fit? Well, if Prince Charming was looking for a Cinderella, I'd say he'd be looking for a small girl about 5, 6, maybe 7. And the necklace? It's not a very long one, is it? Roughly the same age, possibly. Do you know the story of Alison Pemberton's sisters? We all do. She lowers her voice. What do you think? It would be a massive coincidence if they didn't belong to them. My thoughts exactly. Would you like to come with me to show these items to Alison's mother? Can I refuse? You can, but you'll be doing the stranger danger talks to primary school kids every term until you retire. Lynn pulls up at the entrance to the stables almost at the same time as Inspector Jill Forsyth and her second-in-command, Sergeant Alan Stokes. Lynn, I've just been to your house looking for you. I saw the front window boarded up. Is everything all right? Jill asks as she climbs out. What? Oh, yes. A tree came through the window in the storm. Is there much damage? Only to the furniture. Did you want me for anything? Lynn asks, leaning against her car, holding onto the open door for support. I need to talk to you, and Ian, if that's possible. Is this about what you found in the lake? Is there somewhere we can go where we're a bit more private? Jill asks, non-committal. Lynn takes a breath. Of course. She closes the car door. We can go into the office. She leads the way, opening the gate and asking Sergeant Stokes to close it properly behind him so the horses can't get out. She calls for Ian a few times before he shouts down to them from the far side of the roof. "How's it looking?" Lynn looks up, shielding her eyes from the sun. "Fine." "Can you come down for a moment? The police are here. They've found something." He leans further out and sees Forsyth and Stokes. "Oh, sure. I'll be right down." "We'll be in the office. Is that all right?" "Fine." Lynn takes them into the small room, laughably called an office, a cheap pine desk with a laptop and a few files. The rest of the space is taken up by sacks of feed and hay. Lynn pushes them to one side while she finds a couple of chairs. "Can I get you both a drink or something?" "We're fine, thanks." "Take a seat." Ian comes in looking windswept, having been on the roof for most of the morning. "Did the storm cause much damage?" Jill asks him. "Not much. A few of the battens on the roof had come loose, all sorted now." "Horses okay?" "They're fine, little unsettled. Your Lauren has already been up this morning to check on Oliver." Jill gives a whisper of a smile. "I sometimes wonder who she loves more, me or him." Is this a good time for us to have a word?" she asks, looking towards Lynn, who is already wiping her eyes with a tatty tissue. "Yes, fine." "Lynn," Jill begins, "as you know, a car has been discovered on the bed of the lake. We're waiting for a specialised recovery team to come up from Birmingham to help us pull it out. However, a couple of items have floated to the surface. We believe they're items belonging to a child. I was wondering if you'd look at them for me and let me know if you recognise them." She talks in a delicate tone, hoping her soothing manner will make the horrifying situation less shocking. It doesn't work. "What kind of items?" Lynn asks. She's sitting rigid on a wooden chair, knees drawn together, fingers interlocked on her lap. "There's a shoe and a piece of jewellery." "Do you think Celia and Jennifer are in the car?" Ian asks. "We don't know if there is anyone in there at the moment. I'm keeping an open mind. However, the only local missing children we have on our records are your daughters." "Oh my God!" Lynn cries. She bows her head and seems to crumple in on herself. Ian crouches down beside her and wraps his arm around her shoulders. "It's all right, Lynn, it's all right," he whispers to her. He holds her close and kisses her on the top of her head. She nods and slowly sits back up. He hands her a fresh tissue from his pocket. "Have they been there, in the lake, within spitting distance of my house, all this time?" "We don't know anything at the moment, Lynn. Until we can get the car up, everything is guesswork." Lynn wipes her eyes with the sodden tissue. "I understand." She takes a deep breath. "Can I see what you found?" Jill looks to Alan, who brings the plastic evidence bags from behind his back. He hands them to Jill. She passes the one containing the shoe to Lynn first. Years of it being submerged in water has dulled the trainer. It's difficult to guess what its original colour had been. It's dirty and scuffed and the laces are missing, but it's clear what the item is. Lynn holds it in shaking fingers. She turns it over, looks at the worn tread. Her facial expression doesn't change. "I'm not sure," she says. "They had shoes like this, but I'm not sure." "What shoes were they wearing on the day they went missing?" "They were playing in fields, weren't they?" Jill asks. Lynn nods. "I can't remember what shoes they were wearing. I know Celia was wearing pink shorts and a white t-shirt. Jennifer had on a purple short-sleeve shirt and a white skirt. I can't see their shoes. I'm so sorry. Ian? Jill asks him. I don't know. I didn't see them that morning, so I couldn't say what they were wearing. Lynn closes her eyes tightly shut as she takes herself back to that day 30 years ago. She feels sick. She opens her eyes and streams of tears roll down her cheeks. She hands the shoe back to Jill, who swaps it for the second bag from Alan. When Lynn takes it, it looks empty. There doesn't seem to be anything in there. Right at the bottom is a small, tarnished silver chain. There are 3 tiny daisies linked together in the middle. Lynn runs her fingers gently over the flowers through the plastic. They both had one, she eventually says. Their grandmother bought them one each for Christmas the year before they had an argument, and one of the necklaces ended up losing 2 of its flowers. Of course, they blamed each other. I don't know who this one belongs to, she says, squeezing the evidence bag tightly between her fingers and crying. Ian leans down to her, kisses her on the top of her head again, and makes soothing noises as he tells her everything is going to be all right. They're just words, though. They're meaningless. Nothing is going to be all right ever again. But the necklace definitely belongs to one of your daughters? Jill asks. It's a while before she receives confirmation. Lynn looks up. She seems to have aged a decade since Jill walked into the small office. She nods. Jill allows the silence to grow. When nobody says anything more, she continues. Lynn, looking back at the original investigation, it was thought your daughters were kidnapped and taken away from the area. If that's not the case, if your girls never left the area, it's possible you might have known the kidnapper. Is there anyone from that time who might have done something like this to your family? Lynn is holding on tightly to her husband. She's leaning into him for support. She can't do this on her own and is close to cracking completely. She squeezes his hand even tighter. We were just a normal family, she says, barely audible between the tears. Jill looks to Ian. He shakes his head. The car belonged to Travis Montgomery. You were close to him, yes? Lynn puts her head down. She wraps her arms tightly around her own body, hugging herself, protecting herself. It's Travis's car in the lake, Ian asks. It's been there all this time. It would appear so. And the girls are in it? We don't know that at present. Travis worked with us on the farm, Ian says. He leans back against the desk. His face is pale with shock. The land was in a mess. It needed digging over and levelling. He worked as hard as me and Jack. I didn't know Travis all that well, Jill says. What can you tell me about him? Ian shakes his head as he thinks. I don't know. He was a hard worker. He'd turn his hand to anything. He was quiet. He played guitar, not very well, he says with a faint laugh. He was just an ordinary, normal bloke. Did he get on with Celia and Jennifer? She asks, looking at Lynn. Lynn slowly raises her head and makes eye contact with the inspector. He was in our house all the time, she says. Her voice is soft. Her words sound as if they're causing her pain. Granville employed him as casual, and he took the spare room here. Whenever Granville came over for a meal, he brought Travis with him. He helped cook. He Her words are lost to emotion. The small office falls silent, yet the atmosphere is charged and heavy. We'll leave you to it for now. I promise I'll keep you informed every step of the way. However, please, try to think back 30 years. Even if you remember something you don't think is important, it might be. Tell me anything and everything. She proffers a sympathetic smile, then ushers Alan out of the office. He helped with the search, Lynn says. Jill stops in the doorway and looks back. Sorry? When the girls went missing, the whole village turned out to search for them. I remember, Jill says. Travis organised for a group of men to search the woods and walk up the peaks. Why? Why would he? There's nothing Jill can say. She opens and closes her mouth a few times, but the words won't come. Leave it with us, Lynn. I'll be in touch. She leaves the office quickly, as if eager to be away from grief and difficult questions. Lynn and Ian are left alone in silence. I need to talk to Alison, she says, suddenly jumping up. Not like this, Lynn, he says, coaxing her back down into the chair. Have a few minutes on your own. Take some deep breaths and compose yourself. You don't want Alison seeing you like this. It's all going to come out, isn't it? Ian doesn't say anything. What am I going to do, Ian? Alison will never forgive me when she finds out. According to the sat-nav, it should take 1 hour, 23 minutes to get to Seascale. Tanya Pritchard arrives just over the hour mark. She cares very little for the laws of the road and takes corners in 4th gear, speeds up when a green light changes to amber, and overtakes slow-moving vehicles without a care for what's coming in the opposite direction. For someone who has a detective in the front passenger seat, you're very reckless with the highway code, I say as I hold onto the handle above the door for dear life. I'm a very law-abiding person, she says, but I think they've gone too far. I'm fine with the big stuff. Don't commit murder, don't steal, don't take drugs, don't park in someone's designated parking space. But once you start with laws and rules, people take them further until we get to a point we can't do anything without fear of being arrested. If I can get to my destination in one piece and not kill anyone, does it matter if I'm doing 90 on a dual carriageway? I find it difficult to think of a counter-argument. Seascale is a small, picturesque village on the Irish sea coast of Cumbria, with a population of less than 2,000. It seems cooler here than inland, where nature's diner is. As I step out of the Punto and give thanks for surviving, I feel a chill. According to Damien Ashton's LinkedIn profile, he works from home as a freelance copy editor. Tanya found his address on the electoral register, and she parks outside his whitewashed cottage on the seafront. He has a stunning view from his front garden. For the first time in ages, I wonder if I should move. I live in a former farmhouse with massive rooms, tall ceilings, a formal dining room and its own library. There's only me there. I don't need all that. A quaint cottage would do me perfectly well. Something to think about. As we walk up the short garden path, I see a man in a downstairs room, presumably the living room, turn and look at us. He answers the door before we can ring the bell. Damien Ashton had been a good-looking man when he was a teacher at High-Chapel Primary School in the early 90s. Now, in his 50s, his once short dark hair is swept back, thinning and grey. His once smooth face is lined and gives him a tired, hangdog expression. As he smiles at us, his dull eyes wake up slightly and reveal a hint of the younger, carefree man he used to be. Tanya introduces us both and asks if we can ask him a few questions about the disappearance of the Pemberton twins. It's usually me leading a conversation. I can't get used to deputising. Have there been any developments? Have they been found? There's genuine concern in his voice. There has been a development, Tanya says. Damien leads us into the house, which has the aroma of freshly made coffee. He shows us into a tastefully decorated yet untidy living room. There's a desk in the corner with 2 large monitors and a laptop. Let me just save what I'm working on, he says, rushing over to his desk. Take a seat where you can find one. Sorry for the mess. I'm not a tidy worker, I'm afraid. Do you live alone? I ask, as I look at the pictures on the walls. They're all landscapes and works of art, no photos of family members or friends. I do, yes. Are you married? Single? I'm single, he says, looking up from his computer as he shuts it down. By choice? Tanya asks, sitting down and making herself comfortable. Yes, actually. He moves to the armchair and hitches up his skinny jeans as he sits. I don't function well as part of a couple. Why is that? You want to talk to me about Celia and Jennifer, he says, avoiding Tanya's question. I go over to the sofa and sit down next to Tanya. You remember their names? Of course I do. It was a massive news event. I was only 24 at the time. I hadn't been teaching long. It's strange. I remember thinking teaching was going to be fun. That teaching primary-age kids was going to be this worthwhile job. Celia and Jennifer going missing sort of opened my eyes to the reality of adult life. What does that mean? Tanya frowns. It was the first time I'd come face to face with evil. Evil? That's a strong word, I say. I've met evil. I've fought evil. I'm not sure if I've won or not. Right now, it doesn't seem so. Damien was Celia and Jennifer's teacher. He wasn't living with them. He wasn't personally connected to them enough to be close enough to experience evil firsthand. That's what it was. Someone took those girls. You don't have to be a detective to know that when 2 beautiful little girls go missing, it's for... well, it's not going to have a happy ending when they're not found straight away, is it? His fingers worry at the cuffs of his long-sleeved T-shirt. You thought they were beautiful, I ask. I've seen photos of Celia and Jennifer, and they were beautiful. But should their teacher be thinking of his pupils that way? Well, yes, they were. They were always smiling, always clean and dressed nicely. They were lovely girls. How were they in class? Any problems? No. They were bright and attentive. They listened and did their work. Did they have friends? Yes, the whole class was friendly. There was no bullying. None at all? No. It was a fun group of children. What about Lynn and Jack, the twins' parents? What did you think of them? They seemed nice enough. They were interested in the girls when it came to projects and parents' evenings, that kind of thing. I adjust myself on the sofa. It's not very comfortable. In the run-up to Celia and Jennifer going missing, did you notice anything different about their behaviour? In what way? I don't know, something that might stand out? Damien looks away and frowns as he thinks. No, I don't think so. Actually, yes. Jennifer fell down in the playground. She ran and tripped, nothing major, but she kept saying for a couple of weeks that her arm was hurting. I looked at it. I had basic first aid training, and when I pressed it, looking for a bruise, she cried out in pain. She'd only grazed it when she fell. Was she bruised? I ask. No, but she was clearly in pain. Did you mention it to her parents? No. School broke up for the summer holiday a couple of days later. Where were you on the day the girls went missing? Tanya asks. I was on holiday in Cornwall. Oh, nice. On your own? Yes. Isn't that a bit odd? I'm sorry. A 24-year-old going on holiday on his own. At that age, I had loads of friends. We were always going away together. Maybe I wasn't as confident as you were at that age, Damien says, slightly acidic. On the day in question, 11th August, I begin. Can you remember exactly what you were doing? Am I a suspect? Tanya opens her mouth to say something, but she has a confrontational style of questioning, and I think Damien needs a gentler hand. I jump in first. We're trying to establish where the main people in Jennifer and Celia's life were at the time they disappeared. I've already said I was in Cornwall. On the day they disappeared, 11th August, can you remember exactly where you were? I ask again, slowly. No. Can you remember where you were on 11th August 1992? No. But I'm pretty sure I would remember if I was a teacher and 2 pupils in my class went missing on that date. Do you remember where you were on Tuesday the 8th of January 2019? No. Why? I do. I was being shot. I'll always remember that day, just as I'd expect you to remember where you were when 2 of your pupils went missing. Well, I'm sorry. I can't. Why did you leave Highchapel Primary School? I ask, changing the subject. He shakes his head. It wasn't the same. There was always an atmosphere at the school after they disappeared. And after that business with Alex Costello and how everyone treated him, I felt people looked at each other differently. I agree with you there, Tanya admits. The village changed that day. I don't think it's been the same since. Where did you move to? I got a job in Manchester teaching primary again, but I felt like I was seeing Celia and Jennifer everywhere. I moved again and changed to teaching older students. You don't teach now, though, Tanya says. He looks at her with hooded eyes. He knows where the conversation is going. No. Why did you leave? I think you know why. Enlighten me, Tanya says, crossing her legs at the knee. Damien sighs. He looks defeated. I was teaching sixth form in Newcastle. There was a boy there. We started seeing each other, he says, almost embarrassed. How old were you? Tanya asks. I was 31. You were 31, and he was, what, 16? Yes. Look, I know I was stupid. I know I shouldn't have done anything, but I didn't force him to do anything he didn't want to do. I didn't groom him. The attraction was mutual. But you were his teacher, I say. I know. There isn't a day goes by without I'm sorry for what I did, but we didn't actually sleep together. We kissed, that's all. We went on dates. We enjoyed each other's company. I can see the hurt in his eyes. He seems genuinely sorry for abusing his position. He's paid the price by losing his job, his career. What do you think happened to Celia and Jennifer? You're the detective, you tell me. You know those involved. You tell me, I fire back. I don't know. I honestly don't. But I seem to remember their younger sister Alison saying something about waving at them and they waved back, something like that. That sounds like they were taken by someone they knew, or they wouldn't have been so relaxed, would they? Does anyone come to mind? He shrugs. The father? I don't know. Why the father? It was just a guess. I really don't know. It's usually the father, though, isn't it? The father, the uncle, the family friend, the neighbour, the trusted teacher, Tanya says. Me? You think I took them? That's ridiculous. Why? Why would I do that? What's my motive? You have an interest in people younger than you. Oh, for fuck's... Once. That happened once, and the person in question was a boy. I'm gay. I've always been gay. Why would I be interested in twin 6-year-old girls? Are you one of those people who think all gay men are sexual predators or paedophiles? I thought we'd left the dark ages behind. I glare at Damien. I don't see a potential killer. I see a sad and lonely individual. We've asked him enough, and I wrap up the interview. It's clear Tanya wants to ask him more, but I fear it would end up in an argument. I thank him for his time, apologise for disturbing him while he's working, and even shake his hand on the doorstep. I'm not usually so pleasant. It's not until we're travelling back to Highchapel at warp speed that Tanya asks me what I think of Damien. He's living a very solitary life, isn't he? Self-induced, Tanya says. It's all I can think of to say. What? Nothing, just thinking. Is he a suspect? No. Though it's interesting what he said about Jennifer just before the school broke up for the summer holiday. She was clearly in pain. I wonder what happened to her. You think she was beaten? Someone had hurt her, and she hadn't told her teacher about it, which suggests to me it wasn't a simple accident and it involved someone close. Someone who perhaps told her not to say anything to anyone. A secret between Daddy and his special little girl? Tanya asks. That's what I'm thinking. Where to from here? I need to go for a run. I'm feeling tense and claustrophobic. Do you think better when you're running? I don't answer that. I turn to look out of the window and watch a blurred landscape rush by. I don't think better when I'm running. I run in order to silence the dark, disturbing, horrific, chilling thoughts that won't leave me the fuck alone. And now, on top of reliving my mum and nephews being killed, I've got the beautiful and smiling Celia and Jennifer setting up home in my mind, and the thoughts of the evil they witnessed in their final minutes. I close my eyes and wish someone would invent something to return the brain to its factory settings. There's something about running hard and far that I find addictive. My legs pound the rough terrain. I inhale sharply and blow out fiercely. My mind banishes the darkness as it concentrates on my breathing. I can understand why, after everything he'd been through, Forrest Gump just felt like running. There are times when I don't want to turn and head back to the restaurant. What would it be like if I never stopped? But I always stop. Something clicks in my mind that tells me I've run far enough and it's time to turn back. I hate that I give in to that voice every single time. I slow down and take in the sight of the divers from the Northwest Police Underwater Search and Marine Unit, suiting up. There's a boat in place ready to be sent out. Someone is rigging what looks like a torpedo on the back of the boat. Curiosity gets the better of me and I go for a closer look. Enjoy your run? I jump and turn around. Inspector Jill Forsyth has appeared out of nowhere. Yes, thank you. I'm more of a hiker myself, she says. Every day off, I throw on the walking boots and the cargo trousers and I'm all over the hills. Perfect location for it. Yes, it helps clear the mind too. I glare at her and wonder what she has going on in her life that requires her mind to be regularly cleansed. How's it going? Painfully slowly, she rolls her eyes. That thing on the back that looks as if it's about to be fired at an enemy submarine is a side-scan sonar. Apparently it will take an image of a large area of the lake's floor and will be able to detect debris or anything else that may be down there. It uses a sonar device that emits fan-shaped pulses down towards the lake bed across a wide angle perpendicular to the path of the sensor through the water. Is that expert knowledge you're imparting, or have you had a quick read on Wikipedia? The guy with the ginger hair tying it on gave me a very long and detailed explanation. I bet he's a riot at parties, I say. How long will it take for them to find the car? Well, we don't have an exact location of where it could be. Only a rough estimate from where you said you were. They're going to start where the felled trees are and fan out. It could take a couple of hours. Will they bring the car up too? No, they'll locate it and set down a marker. I've got the company in Birmingham you mentioned on standby. Well, I'll leave you to it then, I say, turning and starting to head back to Nature's Diner. "Matilda!" Jill calls after me. "We found a shoe and a necklace. I've shown them to Lynn Pemberton, and she recognised the necklace as belonging to one of her daughters." Oh, God. Why dump them where they lived? What's the point of that? I don't know. Panic? Have you spoken to Lynn about their disappearance? Not yet. I want to wait until we find out what, if anything, there is in the car. I nod. You need to speak to her. She has a lot to tell you that she hasn't told anyone before. How do you know? Jill frowns. Because she told me, but it's not my place to say anything. She told you? How? Why? Do you know the family? No. Oh, Jill says, looking slightly put out. She looks as if she wants to ask more, but can't find the words. I wait a few moments more, but the silence becomes awkward. I give Jill a cold smile before jogging off back to the restaurant. After a shower, I join Carl and take the dogs into the woods. We don't go our usual route, as we would have had to pass the police activity. The storm has taken the edge off the temperature, and there is a pleasant, soft breeze blowing. But the sun is high in the sky, and it's hotter than it should be for the time of year. We walk in silence, pausing only to pick up a stick one of the woodies brings for us to throw. I keep glancing over my shoulder. When we reach the optimum point, I find a felled tree to sit on and Carl joins me. From this vantage point, we can see out over the entire lake and view the police operation without being noticed. The boat has gone out further than I remember swimming. They're drifting slowly in an arc from the bank by the fallen trees, getting wider with each sweep. Surely they should have found the car by now. Why does someone drive a car into a lake? Carl asks. To destroy evidence of the fact they've stolen it. The driver might not have worn gloves, so his fingerprints and loose hair may be all over it. 30 years beneath the water will have destroyed all that. Any other reason? Insurance fraud? Maybe the owner of the car dumped it to claim the insurance money. Or perhaps the car was used in a crime like a burglary or a bank robbery, and the criminal didn't want to be traced, so dumped the car. Would you hide a dead body in a car? It's as good a place as any other. The dogs walk over to us, tongues lolling, panting loudly, and sit down beside us in the shade. They never found the van they took me in, did they? I look at him. I see the sadness in his face. Traumatic experiences never go away. They're always there. People merely learn to live with them. Occasionally, something happens to bring them back to the forefront of the mind. For the first time, Carl is witnessing firsthand a police investigation. Is he comparing it to what happened in the search for him? No, I say. We looked everywhere for it. We never gave up. There's a cold case unit at South Yorkshire Police who routinely go through unsolved cases. They'll look at yours. Do you think it's at the bottom of the River Don somewhere? It's possible. It could have been resprayed and had its registration plates changed. It could have been burnt out. It could be hidden in a lockup somewhere, slowly rotting away. Was this what it was like when I was missing? Were the police everywhere and looking in rivers? No, Carl, I say, putting my arm around him and pulling him close. The kidnappers asked for a ransom. It's completely different. You shouldn't be out here watching this. Come on, let's go back to the restaurant. I stand up. The dogs notice movement and jump up, tails wagging. I bet I can guess your favourite dinosaur, I say as we set off. I don't have one. Everyone has a favourite dinosaur. I don't. Do you? Of course. What is it? Guess. Tyrannosaurus? No, too obvious. Triceratops? Nope. Oh, I don't know. Stegosaurus. Nope. I give up, he sighs. Diplodocus. Why? He asks, looking at me with a frown. Why not? It was the size of 4 elephants. What's not to love about that? By the time we leave the woods and enter the clearing, we've worked out that Carl's favourite dinosaur is a velociraptor, that the first Jurassic Park film is the best, Iron Man is the worst superhero because all he has is money, Hulk would definitely put up a good fight against Godzilla, but would eventually lose, and The Hobbit is 2 films too long. We agree to disagree on who the best Doctor Who is. I opt for David Tennant. Carl prefers Matt Smith. As we approach the restaurant, we see Philip out in the car park, chatting to Jill Forsyth. He doesn't look happy. The car park is packed with police vehicles, and there are very few places left for his customers to use. When Jill looks up and notices me, she holds a hand up to silence Philip and heads towards me. Judging by the pursed lips and the steam coming out of her ears, she does not have good news. Something's happened, I guess. No, quite the opposite, actually. Nothing's happened. What do you mean? 3 hours the underwater team searched in the area you said you saw the car. Back and forth they went. They even went out further, just in case you were mistaken about the location. And? No car. What? No fucking car, Matilda. I decide to go for a walk. I knew I shouldn't have got involved in the investigation into the missing Pemberton twins. I knew their story would set up home in my already full mind and take root. Ever since I Googled them and saw their innocent, smiling faces looking out at me from the screen, I can't stop seeing them. Even though they were twins, they reminded me of me and Harriet when we were young girls. And those school photos we had where our mother had dressed us in near-identical outfits because she thought we would look cute. The memory brings a lump to my throat. My sister is gone. She wants nothing more to do with me. I can understand why. My actions have led to the murder of her sons. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate me too, I say under my breath. And now, it seems, I'm bloody seeing things. There is no car at the bottom of the lake. But there is. I'm so sure I saw a car. Had I imagined it? Has finding a registration plate put pieces of a jigsaw together that don't belong together to reveal a picture that makes no sense? Am I losing my mind due to the heavy grief I'm suffering? If so, what next? Where do I go from here? Is there a chance of recovery? Matilda? I jump at the sound of my name and literally scream out loud. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I turn and see Alison Pemberton standing in the doorway of a picture postcard cottage. No, that's fine. I was miles away. What are you doing round here? I look around me. I have no idea where I am. I'm walking in the middle of an unmarked road, flanked either side by mismatched stone-built cottages. I just thought I'd take a walk, discover more of the village. I lie, unconvincingly. Do you live here? Yes, this is home. I was actually born in the back bedroom. Never lived anywhere else, she says with a smile. Do you want to come in? Sure. I walk towards the house and up the small pathway. As I step closer to the cottage, I see it's not picture-perfect at all. The door surround is crumbling, the garden needs weeding, the windows need replacing, and the chimney stack looks precarious. This house may hold memories for Alison, but they're all sad and dark and have leached into the building. When I step inside, I can feel the intensity of the emotion shroud me. I wonder if my own home back in Sheffield feels like this. Alison closes the door and shows me into the living room off the small hallway. The ceilings are low, the walls painted dark, giving the room a cosy yet claustrophobic feel. The furniture is clearly too big for the room. With no windows open and no air coming through, it's oppressive. I sit down. You all lived here then? 2 parents and 3 children? Yes, a tight squeeze, Alison says, sitting on the opposing armchair. It must be full of memories for you. Not really, she says, looking around her. I can't remember much. I was only 5 when my sisters were taken. I've got photographs, but they're just pictures, aren't they? Sometimes it's like I'm looking at strangers. Do you remember your dad much? I ask, looking at the framed photo on the mantel. Bits, she eventually says. I'm not sure what are real memories and what I've invented. He's my dad. I want to remember him as being a happy, loving man, but I know he was depressed. I know he had dark days. I sometimes picture him in this room, smiling and laughing, but I don't think it's real. I think it's something I'm trying to convince myself of. The sightings of your dad, I've kept a record, Alison interrupts. She jumps up and goes to an antique desk in the corner of the room. From the top drawer, she brings out a box file. I've kept all the newspaper clippings and I've printed things I've found online about the investigation and missing people. Carl Megan was missing for 4 years. He was found by a fluke, wasn't he? My mum keeps telling me I should forget about it, but it's not totally impossible that my dad is still out there, is it? No, it's not, I say sceptically. I take the box file from her and open it. I bypass the newspaper cuttings and take out a plastic folder of all the sightings Alison had made a record of. Wednesday, 18th November 1992. Just over a month since Dad went missing. A couple visiting the Lake District from Leicester were hiking and saw a man lurking around an abandoned farmhouse. Lee Frazier asked if he was okay and needed help. The man ran off. Lee and his girlfriend Tony thought nothing of it and carried on. Back home in Leicester, Tony couldn't stop thinking about the man and wondered if he might be someone who had wandered off. She rang Highchapel Police but couldn't remember who she spoke to. She didn't find them helpful and called Cumbria Today. She described the man as being tall and slim. He was wearing thick walking trousers and boots and an oversized anorak she thought was dark blue. Same clothes Dad was wearing. Louise Traynor at the paper said it sounded like Dad and would look into it. Tony looked at a newspaper archive in her local library at her photo of Dad and said she was sure it was him. Police didn't go to search on the hills, despite Louise telling them 3 times about Tony reporting it. Sunday, 29th November 1992. Man broke into Wells's bakery in Burnside. Bread and a few sandwiches stolen. Man was scared off by Derek Wells, who lives above the shop. He described the man as tall and slim. He was wearing dirty clothes and a dark blue coat. Friday, 4th December 1992. Man found sleeping in Highchapel Church. Reverend Barney Flack tried to talk to him and offer help, but he kept his distance, wouldn't look up at him, and covered his face with the hood of his blue coat. Flack asked if his name was Jack, and he did a runner. Flack reported it to police, but nothing was found in the area. Story appeared in Cumbria Today. Nobody else reported seeing him. Tuesday, 5th January 1993. Susie Allinson from Linden Road in Sedgwick saw a man walking into Barclays Bank in Kendal. No CCTV. Why? He was the right height and build and had similar hair, but a bit longer and scraggly. He was wearing black walking shoes, jeans, and a winter coat which could have been dark blue or black. Susie crossed the street and ran into the bank, but it took her a while to cross the road, and there was nobody in the bank who looked like Dad. I read the first page and put it back in the file. There are so many others, and they all say a similar thing. In the early days, he was wearing the same clothes Dad was on the day he disappeared. It's not a coincidence, is it? I mean, I know I want him to be alive, and you're probably going to say something like, I'm wishing this to happen, but it's not me who's made these sightings. These are real people who have no connection to us. Why was there no CCTV at the bank? I don't know. It was a long time ago, nobody can remember. There's another thing as well, Alison says. She sits next to me on the sofa. She takes the file and begins spreading out the sheets of paper with all the recorded sightings of her father. Look at this. Christmas Eve, 1995, he was spotted outside High Chapel. March 12th, 1996, and over the page, March 12th, 1997. What's so special about March 12th? It's my birthday. He came back to the village to see me on my birthday. She looks at me hopefully. She's willing me to agree with her. What about subsequent birthdays? Alison deflates. The sightings do become fewer and further between as time goes on, but the sightings are nearly always around the time something's happened. My first day as a police officer, he was spotted in the grounds of Gilpin Hotel. The day Mum and Uncle Ian got married, he was spotted in stores. There's a pattern. What do you think happened to your dad? Alison sits back on the sofa. Her face softens. She swallows her emotion, and it's a while before she braves herself to talk. He was depressed. He couldn't cope with losing his girls, and he walked away. I can understand that. I wish I'd been enough for him, she cries. I should put my arm around her. Alison needs a hug, and I'm the only one here, but I'm the last person to be offering support right now. I hitch up closer to her. I put my left arm around her shoulders. Maybe to her it feels comforting. To me it feels alien, and I don't know why. The fact he's been spotted around important events in your life shows that you were enough for him, more than enough. He couldn't cope with what life had thrown at him and he needed to get away, but that didn't mean he stopped loving you. What happened was something neither of us could understand. It killed your dad. He couldn't cope with life and he wanted to step away from that. I bet he would have loved to have taken you with him, but he knew the best place for you was with your mother. You think he's still alive? I remove my arm. It feels plain awkward now. 26 people can't be wrong, can they? She shakes her head. Why doesn't he make contact then? I don't know. I shrug. Maybe he's ashamed. What of? Maybe he thinks he's failed at being a father for walking away. Maybe he's worried you'd hate him for leaving. I'd never hate him. Well, he doesn't know that. And as time has gone on, the hurt and the fear and the horror has mutated in his mind. He's been living with it all non-stop for almost 30 years. He doesn't need you to hate him because he'll hate himself. I know exactly how he feels. Alison makes us both a cup of tea. I look out of the kitchen window at the field at the back of the house. Was that where your sisters disappeared from? Yes. Alison unlocks the back door and we step out into the coolness of the evening air. The ground is soft underfoot after the deluge of rain in the storm. We go onto the field and take in the expanse of space. It's smaller than I remember it as a child, Alison says. When we were kids, this seemed to stretch on forever. There weren't many children living here then. Celia and Jennifer, me and Claire. It was like this was our own private garden, just for us. I turned back to the house. Your mum said she was baking, so she would have been at the window looking out. Yes, she could see us from there. But she didn't notice anything was amiss until she shouted you in for lunch. I say, almost to myself. How long was it after you saw Celia and Jennifer in the back of the car before your mum called you in? Alison shakes her head. I've no idea. I don't think I had a concept of time back then. But you played on your own? Yes. I had this sausage dog on a string. I took him everywhere with me. You were on your own for a while? Alison screws up her face as she thinks. I think so. I remember being hungry. I was asking for my dinner and Mum was in a flap about Celia and Jennifer. She wipes a tear away. I didn't understand what all the fuss was about. I look across the field. Was there a gap in the hedgerow back then? Yes. It's not there now. The hedges have overgrown, but there was a gap you could cut through to the road. Mum said we weren't allowed to go on our own because there's a blind corner. You can't always see cars coming from the right. So, why did you go through the hedge? I heard a car. But you must have heard cars all the time while you were playing. What made you go through that particular time? Alison shakes her head. I don't know. Did you hear anything else? I'm not sure. So, you went out onto the road, you looked left and right, and you saw the car driving away? Yes. Left or right? Left. You're sure? In the interview you gave with the specialised police officers, you said you couldn't remember which direction. She thinks again. No, it was left. I'm absolutely positive. I looked left, and Jennifer and Celia were in the back of the car, and it was driving away as if towards the main village. You waved? Jennifer waved first, I waved back. They weren't crying or anything. No. They looked how they always did. Relaxed. Happy. I want to ask her about the colour and make of the car, or if she saw someone in the front, but I know Alison had undergone extensive interviewing as a child to try to get her to remember, and it hadn't worked. I also know that Alison will have spent the past 29 years beating herself up to try to force herself to remember the colour of the car at least. Any memory now can't be trusted. When you were back in the house and your mum realised your sisters were missing, what did she do? Who did she call first? Alison sucks in her lips. She looks up as she searches her memory. Oh, she rang around a lot of people. I remember her being on the phone a lot. Who was the first person to come to the house? Uncle Ian. Did he come alone? No. Travis Montgomery came with him. And your dad? Her face takes on a pained expression as she tries to remember. I don't know. He worked at Dudgeon's and they were on strike at the time. There was nobody in the office answering the phones and they didn't have mobiles back then. I don't think he came home until much later. By the time he did, the house was full of police. I don't say anything. I'm not stupid, you know, Alison says, her voice much sterner. I know what you're thinking. I know what everyone else in the village is thinking too. Dad took my sisters. He killed them for whatever reason and did a runner. She turns on her heel and heads back into the cottage. I follow. I'm not thinking that at all, Alison. I don't know your dad. I don't know your family. All I do know is that there are plenty of unanswered questions, and the only person who I can ask them to is you. Why me? She asks, turning to face me. We're in the kitchen. Standing beneath the dull strip lighting, Alison's face is wet with tears. Because you were the only eyewitness to 2 tragic events. You were there when your sisters were taken, and you were there when your father disappeared. You know what happened. Alison slumps into a chair at the table. "But I can't remember," she says, her words almost lost to her tears. "I've tried. I can't remember anything." "Because you don't want to." "Why wouldn't I want to?" I leave the question unanswered. The reason why Alison can't remember is because she's afraid of the truth. The sun is setting over the Lake District. After the violence of the storm last night, tonight is one of calm. The sky is clear except for a few whispers of cloud. As the sun lowers, the sky is lit up in a brilliant red. The patrons of Nature's Diner can't take their eyes from the view out of the sprawling picture windows. Upstairs, I stand in the living room looking out over the lake. To the left, I can make out the shadowed figures of the Northwest Underwater Search and Marine Unit still at the scene, lit up by arc lights. Glass of wine in hand, I take another long swig as I watch the drama unfold. I had seen a car, I know it. I'd only seen it for a few seconds. All I had wanted to do was identify that something was there. Then I came back up to the surface for air. But there is definitely a car on the bed of Lake Windermere, definitely. Isn't there? "Oh, my bloody shoes are killing me," Sally says as she bursts into the living room. "Where are my flats? I'm sure I left them. Here they are." She sits down on the sofa and pulls off her heeled shoes. "Nearly £300 these cost me. I've worn them 4 times and they've cut my feet to ribbons every single time. Phil will go mad when he finds out. I put them through the business." She snorts a laugh. "Are they still down there?" I turn from the window. "Sorry?" I asked if the police are still down there. "Yes, they've put on the arc lights now." "They must think there's something there or they'd have gone home by now, especially with the light fading." "Of course there's something down there. It's a car. I know what I saw," I say, almost snapping. "I'm not doubting you, Matt." "No, I know. I'm sorry. It's just... I'm doubting myself. My head's all over the place at the moment. I keep trying to remember some of the exercises my therapist back in Sheffield told me about. My mind is blank. It's just fog in there." Sally stands up. New shoes on, she limps over to me and puts her arms around me. I tense up. I hate myself for doing so. "You can't expect to be thinking clearly at the moment. You're going through a massive trauma. I was the same when Carl went missing. Looking back, I can't remember a single thing of those early days. Did I eat? Did I sleep? Did I have a shower? Did I work? It's all a haze. You need time to come to terms with everything that's happened, and it's going to take longer than a few weeks in the countryside. Also, getting involved with whatever's going on out there isn't going to help you at all." "I know. So, why are you standing by the window watching all the action?" "Morbid curiosity." "Well, you're right with morbid. Look, why don't you come down to the restaurant? You can sit at the end of the bar, drink wine, eat olives, and help me wind Phil up about the lack of parking spaces." "It's tempting." A car pulls into the car park. Sally leans forward and looks down to see who's arrived. "Good grief! Look at the state of her," Sally sniggers. A party of 4 climb out of a silver Audi and head for the restaurant. I hope that fur's fake. Who wears a stole these days? Time to put on my fake smile and tell her she looks gorgeous. Are you coming to watch me play the role of the sycophant? Maybe later. Sally kisses me on the cheek and heads for the door. I look back out at the calm, black lake. There is a car. Matilda! That Inspector Forsyth is downstairs to see you, Sally says, popping her head around the door to the living room. I'm on the sofa watching the blank television screen. I've lost all concept of time and have no idea how long I've been lying in complete silence. I crawl off, stand up, and feel the effects of 2 bottles of wine hit hard. I wobble. Dusk was setting when I last looked out of the window. Now it's pitch dark. Should I ask her to come back tomorrow? No, I'm fine. I go over to the mantelpiece and look at my reflection in the mirror above it. I don't recognise myself. I look like death dug up. Still, it doesn't matter. I have nobody to impress with a neat hairstyle and perfect makeup. Let Jill Forsyth think what she likes. I've put her in the staff room we use for storage, Sally says as we make our way downstairs. I know we can hardly hide all the police cars in the car park, but I don't want our customers seeing police officers waltz in and out of the dining room. I'm sorry for all this, I say, my words slurring slightly. You're not to blame, it's just... why can't these things happen during regular office hours? Come into the restaurant when you've finished. I've opened a bottle of Sauvignon by mistake and it needs drinking. By mistake? I was thirsty, she winks. I walk into the staff room where there is a heavy aroma of onions and herbs. I want to sneeze. Jill is standing by the window, sipping a glass of water. We found the car, Jill says. I feel a massive weight lift from me. I was beginning to wonder if I had been seeing things. Where? Where you said it was. Why didn't they find it before? Apparently, the side-scan sonar sends out sound waves and they bounce off whatever is underwater. The car has been there for so long that it's thick in mud and algae, and the sonar couldn't penetrate. They went back out with something called a proton 4 magnetometer, which is a bit like a very strong metal detector by all accounts. It located the car, they sent a diver down to check, and that's when they found it. Oh, good. Nice to know I wasn't seeing things. I tried to sound playful and affect a giggle, but the alcohol on an empty stomach heightens how pissed I am. Indeed. What happens now? They've put down a marker. The light has gone. There's nothing more we can do tonight. We'll have a scene guard overnight, and Specialised Rescue UK will be out first thing tomorrow to bring the car up. Right. Thank you, Matilda, Jill says, holding her hand out for me to shake. I have to focus on her hand, but I manage to find it at the first attempt. You're welcome, I say. Even though I'm half cut, I can recognise the look of a woman who has a bitter taste in her mouth. Thanking me was not something she was relishing. Jill Forsyth makes her way down the steps of the restaurant, shivering in the coolness of the night. The sounds and sights of merriment fade into the background as she walks among the police vehicles and heads for her car. It has been a long day. She's tired, hungry, and needs a bath. At her car, she hears a noise and stops dead in her tracks. Turning around, she sees someone move quickly around the back of the restaurant. She opens the front passenger door, leans in and takes out a torch. Flicking it on, she points the beam to the side of the building. "Hello?" she calls out. "Is there anyone there?" There's no reply. A loud burst of laughter comes from the restaurant. She looks up and sees a scene of happiness as a young couple sitting at a table by the window both throw their heads back with huge smiles on their faces. Jill steps closer to the building. She walks around the corner and points her torch into the woods beyond. There's nobody there. There had been. She would stake her pension on it. Someone had been watching her. I walk downhill into the main village of Highchapel. There are many independent shops which cater to the needs and wants of the tourists, and a few knick-knack and antique shops that I enjoy looking around. Unfortunately, the majority are closed following the effects of the storm. Heavy-laden sandbags litter the pavements, and one particular shop, the unimaginatively titled Highchapel Antiques, has its door wide open, and its owner, decked out in Wellington boots but with full trademark 1960s makeup and hair whipped up into a beehive, is sweeping out dirty water with a rubber brush. She appears despondent. Wherever I look, the clean-up operation is in full force. It's 21st of June. Today is the first day of summer. Shopkeepers will be looking forward to a busy season as tourists flock to the area. After the disaster that was the summer season last year for trade, retailers are looking forward to a bumper summer this year. The last thing they need is to be flooded out. I head back up the hill and push open the door to Highchapel tea rooms. Shops in the village may lack imagination when it comes to their names, but there's no mistaking what each of them offers. The shop immediately makes me smile. It's warm and cosy. The scents of freshly baked cakes and brewing coffee fill the air and entice the taste buds. It's decorated in muted colours. Chairs are comfortable and neatly laid out. The place is busy, but there are a few seats still available. I go to the counter and survey the snacks. I order a large black Americano with an extra shot and opt for the Kenyan blend, which, I'm told, is slightly stronger than the usual they sell. I take my time over choosing a pastry and eventually settle on a strawberry tart, though I may pop back for the carrot cake. I choose a table in the corner of the room, sit down and take a sheet of paper from my bag. It has been unfolded and refolded so many times it's almost coming apart. I don't need to read it. I can recite it almost word for word, but it's the reason I'm here. While investigating the serial killings in Sheffield, the killer had taunted me by sending me emails. He was bragging about what he'd done, how he'd managed to evade capture, and how there was nothing I could do about it. There was no stopping him. Even after he'd killed my family, the taunts still came. When I returned home from my mother's funeral, an email had pinged on my phone. I read it and collapsed into tears. I printed everything off while I showered and changed before leaving the house, locking it up behind me and running away. From Q1F9T58T8@gmail.com. Date, Monday, 1 January 1900, at 0000 hours. To Dark Matilda. matilda.dark@southyorkshire.police.co.uk. Subject: Are we still playing? Hello, Matilda. I saw you at your mother's funeral today. You looked very dramatic in your funeral wear. I watched, from a distance, as your friends and colleagues came up to you, shook your hand, rubbed your arm, kissed your cheek, and told you how much you were in their thoughts. Did you even hear a word that they said? I doubt it. You looked like you were elsewhere. I noticed you and your sister didn't interact. Is she blaming you for the deaths of her sons? Oh, I went to their funerals too. I noticed you didn't. So, you're all alone in the world now, Matt. Your mother and father are both dead, your nephews are dead, and the one surviving relative, your sister, wants nothing to do with you. Your life has been ruined, just like mine has. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Does it burn? It does, doesn't it? You feel like your heart is on fire, like your ribs are squeezing your lungs hard, making it difficult to breathe. You can't eat, you feel sick, you can't sleep despite being knackered. You're in absolute agony, aren't you? You want the pain to go away, but you don't know how it ever can. Welcome to my world, Matilda. I spoke to you at the funeral. I came up to you and told you how sorry I was. You looked at me. To be more accurate, you looked through me. I didn't take offence, it's perfectly understandable. You're grieving, even though all of this is of your own doing. But I leaned forward. I placed a comforting hand on your arm and told you I was sorry. It was a lie. I'm not in the least bit sorry. Now you know how it feels for your entire life to have been destroyed by someone else. So, what happens now, Matt? I've killed 7 people. Where do we go from here? Here's a challenge for you, Matt. I promise, hand on heart, not to kill again, not to cause any more suffering. Until you return to work. The moment you resume your life, we'll pick up where we left off. Take all the time you need. I can wait. Bye for now. The Steel City Slaughterer. I wipe my eyes with a napkin. This is the real reason I can't return to Sheffield and my former life. There is no doubt in my mind that the man who has given himself such a pathetic nickname would remain true to his word, and more lives would be lost. I can't cope with more deaths on my conscience. It would be the end of me. I forwarded the email to the man who has taken over my role in the case, DCI John Campbell. He can deal with it. The ball's in his court. I'm having nothing to do with it. I fold the email back up and place it in my bag. I take a sip of the cooling coffee and nibble on the strawberry tart, but don't taste it. I close my eyes and take myself back to the day of my mum's funeral. Who had I spoken to? Who was there? The church had been packed. Mum knew a lot of people who wanted to say goodbye. Then there were my colleagues. Christian came with his wife, Scott and Donal, Sian and all 4 of her children, Finn and his wife, Tom and Sophia. My boss, Benjamin. I'm pretty sure his wife came with him, but can't remember. Odell Zimmerman, Claire Alexander, Felix Larego, all had come to pay their respects too, to show they were with me. I had huge support from so many people. But who was there under false pretences? Who had come up to me, laid a comforting hand on me, told me how sorry they were for my loss, while secretly revelling in the torment I was suffering? I opened my eyes. It's a futile exercise. Everyone was so sincere. On the other hand, I was so far removed from what was going on around me that I wouldn't have spotted a killer if he'd been wearing a T-shirt saying, "I murdered your mother." It's torturous trying to remember the actions and words of everyone present. The only person I can see clearly in my mind is my sister shooting me daggered looks. I fucking hate you. Are you all right? I look up and see an elderly man at the next table looking at me. He has a rugged, handsome face and a warm smile. He reminds me of Sam Elliott, but without the moustache. My mum would have loved him. I'm fine. Are you sure? You're crying. I bring a hand up to my eye. I look at my fingers. They're wet. I had no idea. Just thinking about something. Something sad? Yes. It's weighing you down. It is, yes. I don't want to get into a conversation with a random stranger. I finish my coffee and leave what's left of the strawberry tart. I've made a complete mess of it anyway. You've heard the saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? Yes. Make that your life's motto. I can see something bad has happened to you. It's etched on your face, but you've survived it. Let it make you stronger. That kind of makes sense, and I offer him a placatory smile. I'm not sure I have survived this time, but thank you. I stand up. It's time for me to leave before the tears come. You're the detective staying at Nature's Diner, aren't you? He asks. Does everyone know everyone in Highchapel? I'm afraid so, he says with a smile which lights up his face. Matilda Dark, isn't it? It is. I read about you in the news. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. I put my bag on my shoulder and edge further away from the table. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, he calls out to me. I look back, but I don't say anything. On returning to the restaurant, I find Philip outside with his back pressed against the wall, looking out over the lake. He's taking a photo of the view on his phone. What are you doing? He shows me the picture on his phone. Look at that. What am I seeing? The view. Why do you need a photo of it when it's right there? This is what the diners would see from the basement if we put a window in here, he says, turning to the wall and showing me the square outline he's drawn onto the bricks. Are you trying to convince yourself? I am, actually. I've had the estimate through for such a simple yet elaborate window. Who'd have thought a piece of plain glass would cost so much? How much are we talking? 5 figures. Wow. Not low 5 figures either. Can you afford it? I can, but would it add value to the business? From his back pocket, Philip brings out a printed plan Carl has drawn up on his tablet. He unfolds it and hands it to me. I take the sheet, and I'm impressed by Carl's detailed design. It does look good. He's even put a terrace in front of the window so people could sit outside. I know. Even I didn't think of that. He's got a real eye. An expensive eye. I look at Philip and see the hint of happiness on his face. What's your heart saying? It's telling me to do it. I mean, imagine standing in the basement with a glass of Chateau Haut-Brion in one hand, a snack of some kind in the other, and looking out as the sun sets over the calm lake. Doesn't that sound like perfection to you? He looks at me, his eyes wide with excitement. What's the snack? Whatever you want. A packet of pickled onion Monster Munch. Now you're talking, he laughs. Do you know something, Philip? Fuck the cost, do it. I'll give you half, we'll do this together. Seriously? Absolutely. I've got money in the bank I'm not doing anything with. I've nobody to leave it to, so why not invest it in something I know will be a huge success? Put the window in, build the terrace. He steps forward, gives me a hug, and kisses me on the cheek. It doesn't feel weird either. You know something? You should seriously consider moving out here. You just want someone to peel the carrots you don't have to pay, don't you? It would certainly increase the profit margin. I slap him playfully on the arm. We head to the main entrance of the restaurant. So, what's the next step? I ask. Well, I've already been on to a builder in the village when I was thinking of simply converting the basement into a cellar. I called him again earlier. He's really busy at the moment, for obvious reasons, but he's going to pop round later in the week. You'll miss the summer season. True, but I can have a few run-throughs over the winter with the locals, test things out. I mean, even in the depths of winter, that view is stunning. We reach the steps to the restaurant and see Sally struggling to open the door with a tray of takeaway hot drinks. Philip rushes up and holds the door open for her. Where are you going with those? The search team have arrived to pull the car up from the bottom of the lake. I said I'd take them down some drinks. Need a hand? I ask. Yes, please. This tray is overloaded. We head back into the restaurant, divide the drinks between 2 trays, and set off together through the trees and to the lake. "You were up and out early this morning," Sally says, as we walk extremely carefully so as not to drop any of the drinks. "I thought I'd pop into the village, see if there was much damage from the storm." "Is there?" "Yes, a lot of shops have been flooded out. I might pop down later and see if I can help out. It's always good to get in with the locals." We turn a corner and see a row of navy blue vans with bright yellow writing all over them. Specialised Rescue UK. The SRUK logo is everywhere. Next to the vehicles, members of the team are getting geared up to enter the water. "Oh my God," I say, stopping dead in my tracks. "What is it?" Sally asks. "The tall guy on the end." Sally strains to see. "Well, he's got a nice bum, but I wouldn't say he was an oh my God type." "Don't you recognise him?" "Should I?" "Yes. That's Aaron Connolly. He was a DS on my team back in Sheffield." "Whitechapel Police Station, PC Pemberton speaking. How may I help you?" Alison sounds bored as she gives the greeting upon answering the phone. Until the car at the bottom of the lake has been retrieved and whatever is lurking inside has been identified, Alison has been confined to the station and manning the phones. She has a personal interest if her sisters are in that car. While everyone else is out at the lake helping with the search and retrieval, Alison is fielding calls from people mostly concerned about the aftermath of the storm. However, none of the calls are particularly taxing, and she doesn't mind admitting that she is bored out of her skull. "The power company are working hard to restore electricity supplies to all homes by the end of today, madam," she says, not for the first time. "If you are in need of anything, power has been restored to the primary school, and they've opened the hall up to anyone wishing to have a hot meal or a tea or coffee." "I didn't know that. Thank you so much. I hope you didn't mind me calling the police for something that wasn't a criminal matter." "That's quite all right, madam. It's what we're here for. Take care." She ends the call and lets out a heavy sigh. In order to try and sound interested and patient, she's needed to wear a faux smile all morning. It's beginning to hurt. "You look fed up," Claire Daniels says as she comes into the main room. "I am. I thought you were out at the lake." "I was, but I've got a sodding hole in my walking boots. Can I borrow yours?" "Why not? It's not like I've got any use for them, is it?" "Oh, that sounded very bitchy." "It was meant to. Do you have any idea of the idiotic and mind-numbing conversations I've had this morning?" "Looking at your face, I can hazard a guess." "Bloody hell, what size are these? I can hardly get my feet in." "There are 4. Please don't stretch them with your big old clown feet." Claire jokingly gives her the finger. "I saw that Matilda Dark woman out running yesterday. She's got a good figure on her for her age. Me and Geraint were reading about her online last night. She's got some balls, that woman." "I know," Alison says more to herself. She's hoping she has the balls to find out what happened to her sisters. "She's rapidly becoming my hero. I may have to see if I can get a selfie with her." Claire smiles. "Slightly inappropriate." "I'm the queen of inappropriate." "So your Geraint tells me." "He better not have told you about Whitley Bay." The phone begins to ring before Alison can respond. "Whitechapel Police Station, PC Pemberton speaking. How can I help you?" "I'll see you later," Claire mouths as she dashes out of the station. Alison listens and fakes interest for the caller asking why the tree lying across her front garden has yet to be removed. Whitechapel Police Station has never been a hustle and bustle station. There were never harassed-looking detectives with their sleeves rolled up, bounding up and down corridors with a sense of urgency, screaming for an arrest warrant or an ETA on an armed response unit. But it has never been as quiet as it is right now, with Alison Pemberton sitting on her own, feeling lost and useless. Even the phone has stopped ringing. She stands up, goes over to one of the large windows, and looks out at the village through the slats of the Venetian blinds. Life is continuing as normal. The clean-up operation is well underway, and police officers are surplus to requirements at the moment. Returning to her desk, she takes a detour and passes that of Inspector Gillian Forsyth. She pauses and looks down at the neatly laid-out paperwork. She reads the brief report of the operation yesterday, detailing the location of a car at the bottom of the lake, the registration plate, and the last known address of the owner, Travis Montgomery. She looks around her, makes sure she's still alone, pulls out Jill's chair and sits down. She opens the folder and begins reading the contents. Travis's last known address was her grandfather's farm, now lived in by her mother and stepfather. There's no forwarding address for him. Where has he been living since 1992? Where has his post been going? Alison frowns as she flicks through yellowing paper from 30 years ago. Statements given by Travis, her father, her mother, and Uncle Ian, giving details of where they were around the time the twins disappeared. At the back of the file she finds another statement given by her mother. Why had she given two? She goes back to the first. I spent most of the day in the kitchen baking. I'd done a couple of loaves of bread and I kept looking at the clock as I wanted to get the cake I was doing in the oven before I had to start thinking about lunch for the girls. It was a hot day, so I was just going to do them sandwiches, but I wanted the surfaces clear. By the time the cake was in the oven, it was almost 1 o'clock. That's when I went outside and shouted for them, but there was only Alison there. Then she goes back to the second. I lied. I wasn't baking. I had been baking, but Travis came round. Ian had gone out to get a part for the sink or something. He said he'd be an hour or so. Travis came round, and we went to bed for about half an hour. Maybe longer. I've been sleeping with Travis, on and off, for a few months, and we snatch whatever time together we can get. He left just before 1 o'clock. That's when I called the girls in, but there was only Alison there. I'm sorry I lied. Both were signed by her mother. Alison recognises the signature. She sits back, stunned by what she's read. Her mother lied in her original statement given on August 11th, 1992, the day her sisters went missing. 5 days later, she amended her statement, admitting she was having an affair, cheating on her husband, on Alison's father, therefore giving Travis an alibi. Alison feels sick. She knew her parents had problems. Her dad was depressed. He struggled to cope with day-to-day life. Sometimes it was an effort for him to get out of bed in the morning. She always imagined her mother as being strong and there for him whenever he needed her. But it turns out